The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The playing field's been leveled at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Local hero Bogdan-Daniel Deac wasn't nearly as generous with his day two opponents, earning his first ever GCT Classical win with the white pieces. Wesley was not an easy man to beat, but current tour leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave managed, grinding out the win to avenge his round one loss. Alireza Firouzja's in sole lead. How long can he maintain the upper hand? Day 3 of fantastic chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. Behind me is the Grand Hotel Bucharest, where the playing hall is, where the players are meeting each and every day over the chessboard. It's that time of the day again. Let's go to the studio and start day 3 action.
Day 2 of the Grand Chess Tour in Romania now features a sole leader. We'll find out more today as our coverage of round 3 from Bucharest starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter. Hello. What happened to Brilliant? I love Brilliant. That was working for me. Hello everyone and welcome to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. Well, 2 rounds of absolutely uncompromising play has reached a sole leader. Tell us more.
Let's take a look at the standings. Alireza Firouzja currently in the lead with 1.5 points out of 2. And then 8 players are sharing second at 50%. Only Levon is at -1 for now.
And tell us about the format for the Superbet.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win.
9 rounds of play. Tell us about the schedule, Nazi.
Today, players will play round 3. They have a couple more days before the rest day on Monday, then 4 more rounds after that, and we might see playoffs if necessary on the last day.
Looking forward to the weekend. And Peter, lots of statistics to share with us today.
Yeah, and a simpler and kind of cleaner statistics for your viewing pleasure today. This is the over the years percentage of wins with either color in specifically Bucharest. These are the 180 games played in Bucharest in the GCT, and as you can see, nice clean numbers, 75% of draws, which is on the higher side. So far this year we only have 60% draws, white winning 50% and black winning only 10% of games. For fields as strong as GCT fields are, this is not surprising. I like the cleanness of it though. And as for the highlight of the day, we have an absolutely mouth-watering prospect for you to look forward to. This is the reigning GCT champion playing against the reigning Bucharest Superbet champion, with Alireza playing white against Fabi. And as you can see, it's a heavily skewed matchup in favor of Fabi. They played 18 classical games, 9 of them were decisive, which is a very high percentage, with a 7-2 split in favor of Caruana. So Alireza will probably want to do something about that at some point. So that is something very much to look forward to, as is talking to our wonderful co-hosts in Bucharest. Hello to Cristian Chirila and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Hello, Peter, Yasser, and Nazi, and welcome back, chess fans, to the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic. We are in day 3, and I have to say, the trend so far has been our friend. We have 2 decisive results every single day, and hopefully we will be able to maintain that pace. We have a lot of mouth-watering matchups today. Which one did you pick, Anastasia?
I picked, of course, two veterans, two titans of chess, Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Especially that I was watching this recent interview which they made with each other, and Levon asked Maxime this really tricky question: do you think you are a better player than me? And Maxime responded with no, of course not. And the lie detector actually proved that Maxime was telling the truth. But look at the actually results between them.
Oh my goodness.
They played so many games between each other, and the rivalry is really tough, I would say, and it's level, and which shows that even if you respect your opponent, if you even believe that you have a better opponent who plays better than you, you still can, of course, compete and fight against him. And we know that both of them, they really play a really nice, creative chess, and I'm always expecting big fights between those two, these titans of chess.
Absolutely, and these two know each other so well. They are rivals, but
friends.
they're also very, very good friends. They know each other. They probably analyzed a lot of chess with each other as well. Another matchup that I'm having my eyes on is the battle of the youngsters. One of them a bit younger than the other, and that is the world champion Gukesh facing with the white pieces the local favorite Bogdan-Daniel Deac. Bogdan coming off a victory with the white pieces, the first time he ever wins with the white pieces in the Grand Chess Tour yesterday. What a masterpiece that was. And Gukesh has been playing some incredible chess so far. Unfortunately, no decisive results for him, and as you can see, they've met only once last year at the Grand Chess Tour here in Bucharest. Gukesh won that one in day one, and after that went on to make 8 draws. But definitely that is a matchup I'm having my eyes on, and of course the marquee matchup that Peter highlighted between Alireza and Fabiano as well. Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio. We'll be here to give you all the updates throughout the day.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian, and lay the table for our viewers. Tell them about the pairings for this round 3 coming up.
Let's have a look. As highlighted, we have the world champ Gukesh playing against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, then two youngsters, Prag against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Future rivalry there, boy.
Two good friends, Levon Aronian against MVL. Wesley is playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and our key matchup for today is tournament leader Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana.
As mentioned, the players have been very ambitious. What are they fighting for, Nazi?
They're fighting for Grand Chess Tour points and for a lot of money as well. Total prize fund is $350,000 for this event. First place winner gets $100,000, second place $65,000. Big prizes for everybody.
And everybody is fighting for those Grand Prix points because the top 4 finishers on the tour go to the playoffs as we go to the Grand Hotel in Bucharest to see the players taking their seats on the stage.
We see MVL already at the table, so is Gukesh, and Nodirbek has just arrived.
I've always liked to be early to the game. I just like to get the zen of the stage, get the noises.
And not to worry that you're going to be late.
Right? You missed some crucial announcement, Peter?
Yeah, I remember in the years before zero tolerance kind of became a norm pretty much everywhere. There were some Grand Prix tournaments in particular where this is a 14-player round robin, and I would be there, you know, adjusting my pieces like 2 minutes prior to the game in a completely empty playing hall. There's nobody there. Like everybody else just shows up slightly late.
Right.
Or me and, I don't know, Ivan Cheparinov, who also, I think, likes to be slightly early.
Right.
And we see Alireza and Fabi. I was surprised to see the statistics between these two in classical matchups. Fabi has a big lead.
Well, don't forget that Alireza is so young himself. The Victor Korchnoi playbook has beat them while they're young. I'm sure Fabi got in some.
There must have been some of that, but also I think Fabi has done well against him in the candidates, and
that he just matches up.
I think,
well.
yeah. So far, it's clearly a favorable matchup. And while watching the standings, one thing that occurred to me, I don't know how to look that up quickly, and it's not really a very important statistics, but it occurred to me that it can't have been a very frequent occurrence that Wesley begins with 2 decisive games out of 2.
Good point. Good point.
Might be the first time.
Yeah, right?
In a very long time.
Exactly. I mean, you're saying about the 25%. I would say that his number was probably closer to the 15.
Yeah, and he doesn't lose games.
And he doesn't lose.
He doesn't lose games. He definitely won games early in tournaments.
Right.
But, if I were to pick a probability of this happening, it would be him starting with 2 out of 2. In particular, starting with a win and a loss in the first round is very, very unusual for Wesley. He is incredibly solid.
We have some public announcements in Romanian. Let me just do my best to
Translate for us. I think we're going to have a special guest making a ceremonial first move.
Mondial, fost fotbalist, actual antrenor de fotbal și un om deosebit. For the first move today, we have an ex-footballer played with Romania at the World Cup and also football coach nowadays and our good friend, Mr. Ioan Andone. Domnul Ioan Andone va face prima mutare la prima masă, cea unde campionul mondial Gukesh Domarajul va întâlni pe compatriotul nostru, Bogdan-Daniel.
A former Romanian football player, Superbet ambassador, making the first move. Give it a shot. How do you pronounce his name?
Ioan Andone?
Ioan Andone?
So simple.
Mulțumim, domnule
Is he also a goalkeeper? What is with the E3 and D3?
Thank you very
Hey
much.
man, keep your penalty area well protected at all times.
Formalitatea îi va aparține arbitrului.
Bună ziua! Partea de deschidere a făcut-o Lucian cu invitatul din această zi. Eu o să vă spun de-a dreptul telefoanele mobile pe care le-ați butonat până în acest moment, ați făcut și fotografii, le închideți complet, dar complet, și nu le țineți nici măcar la vedere. Deci telefoanele mobile dispar din raza vizuală și vă rog să le păstrați complet închise. De asemenea, bine, ieri au fost foarte mulți copii, azi sunt mai puțini. Încercați să vă păstrați răbdarea, nu vorbiți cu vecinii dumneavoastră, oricâte impresii ați avea de împărtășit vis-a-vis de cele ce se petrec pe tablă. Deci, nu vorbiți,
And I have to say, once again, just yesterday's round in particular stood out for me is the ambitious play of the players. It's just remarkable. In my generation, you know, it was all about securing the draw first and then tentatively playing for the win thereafter.
We talked about how Magnus Carlsen kind of changed that mindset and to always play as long as you can, even if...
To the last drop.
Exactly, and these young players have looked up to him, so...
We are starting D2, D4 in the Alireza game. A little bit of a surprise, or pretty much?
I think he very much is ambidextrous these days. He can start with anything. I think D5, judging by the reaction, D5 may have been a bit of a surprise in response, because I think Fabio, as most people these days...
Knight f6.
Yeah. He, of course, can play Queen's Gambits, but you normally begin by Knight f6 to rule some things out, but D4, D5...
Are we expecting just Queen's Gambit declined?
What we could do,
Queen's Gambit
accepted is also very much on the menu, I think.
E6, A6, following in the footsteps of Magnus. Knight f3.
Knight f3, honestly, these days, Knight f3 is, you know, borderline a mistake because of c5, c4, cd, but Fabi just waltzes right past it. Guess he wants a game, which is very understandable, because while Knight f3, c5 is extremely solid, it also offers you very, very few opportunities for
Maybe Rogozin, yes.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it yesterday, how it's one of the most decisive openings.
No, it's actually one of the most
drawing.
One of the least decisive.
Yeah.
Had he
C5 is also extremely solid here. Bishop b4, of course, exists.
Had he started with Knight f6, I wanted to say, it feels like this was what Alireza wanted to transpose into. D5, 1 minute, not necessarily 10 minutes. Knight b8, d7. Surprise for you, Peter? Not
no,
bishop b4, not bishop e7, but knight b8, d7.
Would have been a surprise maybe some years ago, but these days this is definitely an option that a lot of strong players have tried. I think Vachier-Lagrave was maybe the pioneer of this approach at the very, very top level. I remember him playing it in the candidates with the black pieces, I think in Moscow 2016. It looked kind of shocking then, because in particular because of so many healthy options which appear to be slightly better than this.
Right.
And I think now that Alireza goes bishop g5, we're just going to get a classical-ish Carlsbad. Although the early knight d7, these days often it goes to a6, right? You don't develop it to d7 in every single case.
Exactly. I'm just wondering, okay, do I need to play it with c7, c6 or not? So for example, let's say I play bishop. I know what I want to do. I'm not sure I'm going to do this in the proper move order. h6, bishop h4, bishop e7. I'm going to play e3, yeah? And I'm just going to avoid c7, c6 for now.
Okay.
And do the old whip my knight over to
Bishop d3?
Bishop to d3, knight to g6 as soon as possible. Although in this case, wait a minute, you're going to play queen c2.
Yeah, you have to consider how good this is. I'm really not the world's biggest expert on the Carlsbad, so I don't have a set opinion. But
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Well, I do have good news for you, Peter. That I see two
I
on
noticed.
other boards.
I noticed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. What I'm trying to do is delay the move c7, c6, because you're not putting so much pressure against my d5 pawn that I need to defend it right away. Trying to steal the tempo somehow. Not sure. We'll keep an eye on this game. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Well, let's check with Gukesh and Bogdan.
That was the game that Cristian pointed out that he would have his eye on. Gukesh, open knight f3, no e3, no d3, like the Romanian goalkeepers. But wait a minute, here we go, e3, transposing into the goalkeeper's first
there or thereabouts, yeah. And I think knight f3, d5, b3 is a very clear declaration that he doesn't want to compete with Deac in terms of theoretical preparation. Deac, I think, is very well booked up. I think that's one of his stronger suits. He is very solid, has a very well-established repertoire, and knows his stuff quite well. And this is just Gukesh saying, how about just playing a game of chess? We're not going to be competing, comparing 25 move long nodes. We're just going to play this.
Right.
Of course, this is not going to refute the mainline openings. Black is healthy after pretty much any move here. The one thing you probably shouldn't be, I mean, it's still not a mistake, but my feeling is allowing white, although here, I mean, knight d7 or even bishop d7, these are not the positions where bishop b5 is strong. You need to wait for knight 6 and then play bishop b5, I guess. I'm trying to remember my, bringing up my system early on in the show is my way of saying hello to Yasser. But the knight is still on b8, so it doesn't quite work, yeah. So, of course, pretty much any move here is okay for black. And it's too early to say what Gukesh is planning to do, because you can probably steer it towards those positions we were discussing. The last time this appeared on our screen, where let's say black plays bishop b7, we play c4, let's say black castles. This is very helpful. I don't know if black should do that, but then you can try playing for some kind of knight c3, queen c2, and then just start playing the Latvian attack without the pawn on d4, which is useful because the bishop on b2 is of course a lot more alive when the pawn is back on d2. That's one way, or alternatively, I don't think Gukesh is necessarily the most natural candidate for this. I think he generally tries to play in a more contained fashion. I don't think he is one for, swashbuckling to this extent, but maybe today he is. But yeah, it's still move 4. It's still too early to say exactly what will happen here.
Early days. Anastasiya, she likes the veteran players, and well, Peter, I'm sorry, but this is your sandbox.
Yeah.
Tell us about Levon and
I was kind of hoping you won't, pull me up on this, because this, of course, is the bane of any Grunfeld's player's existence. These days, the move bishop b5 check on move 8, this appears to be, appears from a very classical Grunfeld move order. And knight of 3, c5, people used to play rook b1 here as a matter of course. But these days, bishop b5 specifically is incredibly annoying because it doesn't really give white advantage necessarily, but in particular the main line here, which goes castles, bishop takes c6, bc6, and queen c2, is a way to kill all joy, basically. For us Grunfeld players, you play the Grunfeld to get a chance to play for 3 results, like a chance for like a full-blown difficult complicated strategic fight. And here instead, what happens is you need to memorize long, long lines of very annoying, slightly worse positions, which are a draw. This is not winning for white. This is definitely going to be equal if black plays properly, but there's 0 winning chances. And yeah, this is not a node to joy for sure.
Right.
But thankfully, Levon doesn't do that today. He goes rook b1, which is also, of course, a move that exists, but a move that is A, less theoretically heavy, and B, leading to less of a slog for, for black. And seems like he didn't really surprise MVL that much. They're both blitzing up to here. Bishop d3 is an interesting little move because normally you would think, why not bishop b2? But then black can actually take on c3 if you want.
Your pawn.
Yeah, and bishop h6 is a normal reaction here, but specifically here, I think you are very happily just giving up this exchange. You will put the bishop on d4, and this is just a very, very nice position for black. So white should and can and should play bishop b3, but I guess MVL was happy with something here. I guess queen a5 maybe is a move. And bishop d3 is an attempt, if you try to do the same, these positions are slightly more preferable for white, perhaps in particular because bishop takes a6 exists. This is maybe why we're trying to take with the queen. And MVL is thinking another obvious move you can make here is bishop g4, after which you have to consider rook takes b7, you have to consider bishop b2, which seems strange to lose a full tempo, but you are now not, you're going to have to trade all of these pieces and c3 is no longer hanging. The position might be okay for black, but it's a different position compared to the ones we discussed earlier. And we finally see a pause. MVL is no longer blitzing. Perhaps he did not expect bishop d3 specifically. I don't think this is going to be much for white, objectively, but it's an interesting newish try. And I do want to thank Levon specifically for not going for that long, long line with the opposite color bishops, because that wouldn't have been as much fun to talk about.
Not an ode to joy. Thank you, Peter. And Nazi, the opening, Peter told us how these two players match up. I mean, and
They've played a lot of games.
You bet they have, my goodness.
32 draws, 8 wins for Levon, 7 wins for MVL. This is just classical. If we counted Rapid and Blitz, they would be hundreds.
Wow.
Games.
But so close. And then during our rehearsals, we were talking about Maxime being asked by Levon, am I the better player? 8-7, 32 draws. Bishop to d3. When you saw this position initially, didn't you, like me, think bishop g4? Like what's
looks great.
Like wow.
I mean, pawn on b7 does hang, so.
But
yeah, you can mess up the king side pawn structure.
Queen c8 is on tap.
Levon is still in his prep. He has hour and 34 minutes.
Let's go to what I think is going to be one of the great rivalries of the future between Prague and Nodirbek. Another Grunfeld. A completely different animal.
And something that we've seen, I think, in Warsaw, I'm now struggling to remember who was playing this. I think MVL was, it was maybe Duda versus MVL, right? That game, which ended up being an endgame with the white king on d2. They began there with the other move order, which still leads to the same position, but today Prague starts with knight f3. It's not really very important what you start with, but still. And MVL played c5. Duda instead goes for knight e4, which is by far the main move in this position. But after bishop f4, once again, modern approaches are prevailing here, because people didn't used to give up the pawn on d5 in every single position in the Grunfeld. These days it's extremely topical, and after knight takes d5, I think c5 exists, and also c6, c7, c6 surprisingly is maybe not that bad, with the idea of doing this and then playing e7, e5 next move. The engine suggests this is maybe playable, although, of course, this comes with certain risks. You are not winning a pawn back. You're just playing for fast development. You're trying to either force white to take a second one, and then the white structure is completely broken up, or if white goes bishop g3, you get some immediate activity with queen a5, and then perhaps you can drive the knight back to g1 and enjoy some kind of a temporary... You definitely have a development advantage here, and you're preventing white from going knight e2 because you can't allow knight d3, so it's not that easy to make moves for white. But knight takes d5 was not played. Prague is trying to drive the game back into sort of old, well-known waters, which would be takes and c5, transposing to hundreds and hundreds of games. In particular, this position is, has been discussed for decades, and is currently, I think, considered to be ever so slightly better for white. Very often you get endgames which, once again, like the one I described in Levon's game, have to be a draw, but also only one side ever really has any fun, and that's maybe a good choice against Nodirbek, because I think he tends to like having counter chances.
And how do these two players match up?
Let's have a look. 7 draws and only 1 win for Prague. Wow, 8 classical games between these two already. I mean, they're so young.
I know, and look at those world rankings. So young, but already in the top 10. Wow.
6 and 7. Incredible.
Just amazing. 2 players who really need a victory against one another, Wesley So and Duda. As Peter was mentioning, you do not see Wesley So starting these Grand Chess Tours with 2 out of 2 or 1 out of 1 with
just 2 decisive results.
Yeah, like that's not the Wesley So that we are all aware of. It looks like a Nimzo Indian Rubinstein with classical, and not the knight e2 that we saw in previous rounds, but bishop d3 and knight f3.
We had this yesterday in the Deac Aronian game, and Levon, instead of dc4 and c5, played b6, but today Duda does go for one of the main lines. A slight surprise on move 8 for me. I'm really not an Nimzo player, so I don't claim to know very much about these things, but this is, of course, a very, very well-known position. And as far as I can tell, nothing has been discovered that refutes CD4, ED4, B6. But there is a lot of lines here which lead to pretty much forced draws, and perhaps Duda is trying to actually force Wesley to play a game, which has, over the years cost a lot of people points. you do not necessarily want to force Wesley to play a game of chess. He's pretty good at the game of chess. A3, bishop A5. Bishop d3 played by Wesley here, and we have this little dance going on where white doesn't really want to take on c5, because if you take on c5, even in the current position, h7, h6, once again, black not committing to anything in the center. If you take on c5, black will, of course, instantly take on c3, play either queen e7 or perhaps even e6, c5. And this structure is not awe-inspiring, let's put it like this. Whereas for black, if you take on d4, you make white's life instantly a lot easier, because the bishop finally has squares to go to. In particular, g5 is very attractive because there is no bishop on e7. That pin would be very, very painful if it actually landed, which is, I think, one of the reasons why you play h6. If you end up being forced to take on d4, at least you've taken away the bishop g5 ideas. And finally, I mean, white still has some passing moves, maybe h3, but maybe at some point you have to pull the trigger and take on c5, because you can't really continue playing with the bishop on c1 having no development options. I think black has more waiting moves. Black can play queen e7 next, rook d8 to follow. I think black will find it easier to find small things to do than white in this position. But we'll see. As I said, I'm not really a Nimzo knower and understander.
Nimzo knower. And how do these two players, Wesley and Duda, match up with one another?
Very few games.
Very few games.
Only 5, 3 draws, 2 wins for Wesley, and 1 win for Duda.
That's actually shocking.
Well, yeah, 6 games between them, but 50% have been victories. Wow. It goes to show...
Only 6, though, is really, really odd, considering how well established both of them are.
Exactly. By the way, we don't have bishop to d3 on the last move, bishop a5. Quickly, Peter, in this exact moment, does the move queen d3 have any independence? Has it been played before?
Let's check the... Queen d3 is by far the main move. You are the Nimzo understander in this studio, as is obviously,
I'm guessing,
immediately demonstrated. Queen d3 by far the main move here. It's more than twice as popular as bishop d3. Those are the 2 main moves.
Okay.
Queen d3 doing slightly worse than bishop d3, but these are very level percentages. White wins a lot more than black, but draw is a favorite here.
Just for our audience, the reason why I was attracted to Queen d3 is it's very often that White does want to involve the rook, whether on the d1 square or the e1
and the
square.
bishop could, I guess, be rerouted via a2 and b1 to then
Exactly.
diagonal, yeah?
Exactly, and the queen on d3 is defending what might be an isolated queen pawn, but also lurking towards the h7.
Maybe slightly improving our d takes c5 prospects in some cases, because we will be able to recapture with the queen.
On c3, yeah.
Maybe in some strange variations this might be a topic. But yeah,
now that he played bishop d3, where is White's queen going, c2 or e2? Probably e2 and then rook d1, right?
h7, h6 came very quickly. So Peter, you were right about. Sorry. So queen e2.
Well, the problem is
d4.
Yeah, you will then just have to sacrifice the central pawn. With the queen on d1, black cannot take yet
so we
because
should take on c5 first then.
And this is where we get.
And
to
this is where we take on c3, play queen a5 or queen e7.
Positions where maybe you go queen e7, and this might be a little bit. It's hard because this bishop on c1 is looking for a roll. All right, and have we covered all the games? I think we.
Yes, we have, and players are playing a little bit slowly in the opening. They have enough time to think.
Exactly.
We can catch up with Alireza. There have been, and Fabi. There have been a few more moves.
Okay.
To see what line they're heading into.
We left it at bishop g5. Fabi wasn't interested in trying to exploit any maneuvers with the bishop e7 or d6. He just went for the classical c7, c6 setup right away. Queen c2, intimating that, well, okay, maybe, no, I don't think so. Queen c2 is just, okay, bishop e7, e3, and they are probably headed down the main byways.
Now there is another move before castle. Black can play knight h5 and trade the bishops first.
Yeah, that was a move that I played very often myself. Knight h5. The reason is, in many of these lines, when I was playing the top, White was castling long. I would castle short. White would castle long, and there were some very uncomfortable moments that I faced in those positions where our kings were on opposite sides. The reason why I played it like this is because I would often play knight b6, and if White castled long, I went long as well. Like, for example...
So you waited.
Yes, I waited. Bishop d3 looks like a very natural move until you see the move knight
That's
f4,
unpleasant.
and then you have to be take caution, if you will. And again, after bishop e2, I would probably I'd sit and wait.
Right, to see where the king goes first.
As soon as you castle, I would castle. Yeah. And one of the other reasons is that one of the lines that you play against the Carlsbad is you go for the minority attack with b2, b4, and b4, b5. Your queen on e7 makes that a little bit more awkward to get in. So yes, knight h5.
Yeah, since Fabi hasn't castled yet, I'm thinking that's probably what he's considering.
Right.
Could he also do the knight f8? Oh, he played knight h5.
Yes, just as advertised.
What we just looked at.
Yeah, and it's time to check our statistics as to who's going to win the event.
Well, pre-tournament, Gukesh was the favorite at 17%, then Abdusattorov in second, but all these players are pretty close with their chances to win. Firouzja was in fourth.
I'm a little surprised that the defending champion, Fabi, only started with 11%.
Sorry to interrupt, but I do want to make a note. We should probably ask Ben if this was taking into account the pairings, because I wonder why Fabi is so far below Gukesh.
No, I don't think it was, because he sent this to us before they had pairings, yeah.
After round one?
After round one, Firouzja and Wesley won their game, so they were in the lead, over 22%.
Okay.
Let's see, after round two.
Wesley loses in round two, and so he drops from 22. Dang, that's a big drop.
But Firouzja is in sole lead right now, so he has 28%, and Fabi at 9.5. But of course, this game can change things.
Those fortunes change quickly. If Wesley drops from 22% to 8%, boy, that was a big move. Knight h5 in this game. Doubtlessly, Peter, the Grunfelds have caught your eye a bit. Any updates in this game?
Some, but let's talk about this for a second, because I think it's interesting and kind of noteworthy that bishop takes e7 hasn't been played yet. I think he's probably considering playing h4, and knowing Firouzja and knowing the way he approaches chess, I am fairly certain the king will be on b1 in about 10 minutes' time. And then the question is, you can go bishop e7, queen e7, and of course you can castle here. You can also throw in g4, to which black probably goes to f6. You can play rook g1, once again declaring that you're going to castle long at some point. Or you can play h4 and ask black to provide a hook.
Okay.
And then maybe we can do exactly the same again. Although, with the black king, as you said,
I'm castling long.
Yeah, there's probably not going to be a king on g8, which takes much of a sting out of all of these ideas. And bishop e7 has been played for while I was explaining all these things, so I guess I was wrong. I still think he will castle long. I don't think Alireza is going to bother with the classical minority attacks. And even in the positions, as you said, let's say we go knight h6, I play in some order.
Right.
These positions, I don't know, let's include something like this. Even this, black does get mated occasionally in these types of positions. It's not, I mean, this is fine for black. I'm not saying it's better. But even with kings, both kings on the queen side, one of the plans for white certainly is to try and launch something on the queen side with this rook.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
As for the Grunfelds, Levon is now, I think...
e6 by Maxime.
Yeah, e6 is not what the computer was suggesting. And interestingly, the move knight takes e5 here is colored blue, even though I thought maybe starting with c4 was slightly more flexible. Because what happened in the game is knight e5, bishop e5, c4, which does give black an option to play queen d6, which is sometimes a very useful tempo, trying to provoke a 4, to which we will reply by bishop d4 check, and then perhaps e takes d5 with the idea of meeting c takes d5 with f5. This is a very typical, because you can't leave this center in peace. If you allow white to stabilize and start pushing, you will probably just lose very painfully. So you need to do things like that, and here you're using the fact that there's no bishop c4 available, and it will get completely locked out in one move's time when I play b5 and bishop e6, so we're kind of winning here with black.
Right.
So I thought allowing queen d6 is unnecessary, but the computer says you can play something like bishop e3 here, which is kind of surprising to me. It's not obvious to me immediately what the compensation for the pawn is, but it goes takes, plays rook b6, and says that bishop on c8 is kind of not great. Also, maybe this is why we provoked a6, because honestly, if rook b6 didn't exist in this position, and especially if you could play a6, a7, so that I can play b7, b6 next, it would just be a healthy extra pawn for black. But because rook b6 does exist, you're still never really happy without the pawn on h2.
Right.
But black doesn't really have any pieces to exploit it. The single queen is not going to create many threats. There's not any rook lifts available. Black doesn't have a dark square bishop anymore. So sharp position where there's definitely some compensation for the pawn, perhaps even decent compensation for the pawn. We'll see what happens. Queen 6 hasn't been played yet.
Sorry, thank you, Peter. Let's go to Bucharest and over to you, Cristian.
And to be honest, I wanted to tune in with you guys just to see how happy Peter is, because we have a couple of Grunfelds. This is his pet opening. I'm sure he's enjoying analyzing all of those intriguing lines. One of the things that I like to do whenever I go to the playing hall, I go around the playing hall. There's a nice lounge here where pretty much everybody hangs out, including a lot of grandmasters that are here with some of the players. They're seconds, they're helpers in this tournament. And generally, after the opening phase, what I like to do is just look at their faces, see if they're happy with the opening of their students, quote unquote. So right now, I'm seeing Grigory Oparin, who is here with Fabiano Caruana. He seems a bit concerned. Unfortunately, once again, Fabiano seems to be out of book very early on in this one, or at least I'm sure he knows some things about that position, but he doesn't seem to remember exactly the wrinkles in that opening. It seems to be an opening success for Alireza. And Aram Hakobian, who is here with Levon Aronian, he was very springy. He looked very happy. So definitely Levon, after a very painful defeat yesterday, will be looking to bounce back and has surprised his opponent MVL. MVL hasn't played that much Grunfelds in recent times. Of course, we know him as a huge Grunfeld expert, but in recent years, I would say, he has strayed away from the Grunfeld, because whenever you play the Grunfeld, you're more or less, especially if you're MVL and everybody knows that you're playing, you're more or less a sitting duck. And unfortunately for him, he got surprised. But again, I was talking with one of the grandmasters around the playing hall, Constantin Lupulescu, who has played, the Romanian grandmaster, has played at this tournament, and in fact has played this variation that Levon Aronian played as well, with bishop to d3, and he was telling me all the ideas after bishop to g4, which is the main line. Now, MVL played the move e6, and it does, which is a novelty, and it doesn't seem that e6 has surprised completely Levon Aronian. He's still in his opening preparation and definitely will be looking to bounce back with a decisive victory in today's games. It's shaping up to be another fun and exciting round here in Bucharest, Romania. For the moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm just staying with the game that you've been discussing, Levon and Maxime. My first impression is after Queen d6, I think that, I mean, this preponderance of pawns in the center and the fact that you're just kind of backward, isn't it?
Well, we are trying to play
b5 and just
that is very much the plan.
Please,
to such an
Peter.
extent that I'm even wondering why we're not doing it immediately. But if we do it immediately, then bishop b3 wins a very important tempo. This is why we're trying to include queen d6 and h3, because now we are very much threatening to play f4 next move, and it gets tricky. The engine suggests going for this, and then playing perhaps bishop d6, once again trying to sidestep f4. But these positions are, while sharp, are incredibly dangerous for black. You get mated more often than you would like, because the combination of trying to push the h-pawn and ideas of pushing for e5 are very, very strong. So this is why queen d6, and yeah, bishop b3 exists, king h1 is another suggestion, but it seems like queen d6 might be kind of required in some way or another. The other option would be to do it in this order, but I prefer to keep some flexibility open with, because we can take on d5 at pretty much any point.
right.
I still don't get the pawn sacrifice on h2, the lines you were showing earlier.
Yeah, it's a. I think
Like,
we're
for
just
example,
playing against
here,
the bishop on c8 and
But
the
let's
rook on
take on
d8.
d5, and I can bring in my rook, right? Rook e8.
Yep.
Because we said there is no rook lift. Now if we trade the queens and I'm a pawn, am I still worse?
Yeah.
You might be, because the center is very, very strong. And also, I feel like you're never going to develop that bishop without giving up on b7. And if you can't develop that bishop, the rook on e8 is out of play. So, yeah, the engine says queen takes f3 is a massive mistake. I wouldn't have given white such an advantage, but I would say white is better here. It plays queen d2 instead, and it's probably fine. It's, I mean, unsurprisingly, black hasn't really committed enough mistakes by this point to be much worse in a position with a reasonably healthy extra pawn. But it's sharp, and you do need to play precisely. Interesting that, yeah,
Maxime's still thinking, right?
MVL's still thinking, and he does seem to be a bit surprised.
I'm inspired by your suggestion, queen d6, king h1.
Yeah, king h1. And
Because
then,
I want to play f4 and e5.
well, we can still do that, though. f4 and bishop d4.
You can still.
D5.
Yeah, it's actually it's the same position again.
Yeah,
right?
it
we
just
got
transposes.
there by a different move order.
Right.
Yeah, so the plan is very much to go e5, cd5, f5.
And
Then we can ask ourselves, why aren't we doing it immediately?
Right.
But with the pawn on f2, white will just not play f4. And that's an improvement for white, because the bishop on c1 is still alive. It might go to h6, it might go to some good squares, right? It's specifically these positions with the bishop on c1 also severely restricted, having played f4, that are not that great for white. Kind of typical Grunfeld fare, but that remark of Cristian's about being a sitting duck in this opening, I feel it very, like I feel seen and not in a good way.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, the nuances and subtleties of these Grunfeld positions, where those moments where you play b5, those moments where you play f5, that feels like you almost need a lifetime of, really great understanding.
And MVL has that.
Yeah.
And briefly to talk about the second Grunfeld, there's probably going to be a long theoretical sequence there. But just to mention that my expectations were slightly foiled there as well, because knight takes e3 wasn't played after e3. Nodirbek began by playing c5. And there's this extremely modern approach in this position, which I think only started to gain popularity maybe in the last 5 years, with MVL being one of the people who played this. I think I also played it a couple of times in some online tournaments. This idea of trying to play for some kind of much more forcing equality than the positions we will see in the game with bishop f5. We want to take on d4 and only then take on c3. We're trying to improve on the normal structures because, as you will see in the game, if you include knight takes c3 first, then white always takes towards the center. So we're trying to take on d4, provoke e takes d4, and then take on c3, giving white the hanging pawns instead of a very stable center, as in the game. Of course, you need to know theory here. It's kind of sharp if white wants it to become sharp. But Nodirbek says no, says I'll play the very, very well-established theory, and we are progressing quite quickly towards these positions, which these days what you tend to get is queen a4, queen a5, takes, rook c1, rook c8, let's say knight d2. And what is often happening here is all the rooks come off. White plays bishop c7. It's an extremely annoying move here, driving away the knight from a5, because if you play b6, it kind of gets slightly restricted. So often it goes to c6. And then white often actually goes bishop b5 or bishop f3 even, and takes on c6 next. I mean, bishop d7 has its own issues, and there's been a bunch of very high-level, high-profile games where black was forced to hold this endgame, let's say, which is unbelievably ugly. But also, it's two bishops against bishop and knight, equal material, very little material left on the board. Obviously, if ever I can trade this bishop for this knight, it's more or less an immediate draw. But you do have to defend it for like 70 moves, while not enjoying a single moment of it. I think there was a game between, I think, Carlsen and Grishuk and some other really high-profile games, which, not this precise move order, but this precise structure. It's, whoa, okay.
But I was going to say, in those cases, Pragg can't play for checkmate.
Yeah.
But now he wants to play for checkmate.
Yeah, I think this is a kind of a recent development. There are 5 games with h4. I think I've seen it. But I haven't really formed an opinion, because I myself have recently tried steering away from these particular positions because they're not that fun to defend. And yeah, Pragg doesn't want to play those boring endgames.
Thank you, Peter. In our discussions, listening to all of the openings, seeing that 2 Grunfelds have been chosen, 2 Grunfeld defenses have been chosen for this round 3.
We have all d4s today? Is it all 5 d4s?
Queen's Gambit decline. Well, no, there was knight. Gukesh went b3, knight f3, e3, b. But
no e4, yeah.
The fashion, the fashion trends. We have what we call the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings, the ECO, to tell us what are the most popular.
Almost drawish eco codes on the GCT.
Here we go.
We had declined Rogozin.
Right, Queen's Gambit declined. Nims
so you can see most d4 openings are more drawish. Surprised to see Sicilian Taimanov right there.
And we have one of those today. The d85 is the MVL Levon game.
And as you can see, Catalan had the most success. Open classical Catalan. Let's say the most winning openings on the GCT.
French making up.
Where's the Caro-Kann?
It's right there, somewhere in the middle.
And the modern defense.
19%.
So I was a French, Caro-Kann, and modern. And even the King's Indian, too. I mean, historians are going to call me courageous.
Yes, they will. Speaking of courageous, let's see what Alireza did.
Against what?
Against Fabi.
in our marquee. Wow,
You went
called
immediately
it.
G4, no long castle.
You called it the kind of this Latvian attack, and I do remember G4 being the universal answer. In this particular case, you had mentioned, Peter, reasons why you would like to see the pawn on H6, quote, as a hook. In this case, the pawn is on a hook. May I just ask?
It's still white to move, though.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
It's G4, knight F6, because knight was in the corner, yeah.
Gotcha.
The question is Alireza planning to push G5 or go rook G1?
Well, if you push...
Or even H3 and then bishop D3. You have all three options, I think.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying he can play H2, H3. You first play G4, ultra aggressive. Then you follow it up with the ultra conservative H3, with the idea of playing bishop to D3. Or you could pursue G5 or rook G1. What's your favorite?
I like rook G1.
Okay. Rook
Yeah, but
G1.
then I guess knight B6 and the question reappears.
Black's going to castle long, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're castling short here.
My intention is just to
Knight
much.
E5.
Knight E5. Okay.
Knight FD7, I think, is a typical reaction here.
Yeah, let me get rid of that knight. That knight also, any trades in this particular case helps my development.
Yeah. I wish I
F4, F6 is
I was
completely
thinking
unplayable,
F4, but
so
yeah, it's losing, so I
F4, F6, don't like it.
queen E3 with the tempo.
Right. Kind of makes me think that
Well, if you
there
go-
is reasons. Okay.
If we go G5, knight E4.
Okay, let's take a look.
At this. Bishop D3.
it's hanging again,
H4.
though. You might have to play H4.
Okay.
Okay. Now.
And then maybe knight B6, bishop D3. I wonder
Bishop
if I have time to
G4.
play in bishop F5 or...
that
But then knight E5, it becomes awkward, maybe.
that feels you're asking for a lot.
Yeah.
F2,
well,
F3.
I still have F6 in this position. I'm not sure it's that bad, but it definitely is assuming some risk.
Yeah. Also, Peter, is the E4 pawn weak or strong? You taking...
Weak, but
the
also
bishop?
we played H4, G5, and the king is still on
There's
E1,
H6
so I can
also.
maybe castle some direct. H6, yeah, I like H6 actually, but let's maybe just castle short. My point was, I'm kind of giving up that pawn quite happily for you right this, although that knight, no, yeah, I can do this, yeah.
So if I munch?
Not rook F8. I have queen takes F6, Yasser. I will warn you. I will warn you in advance. I have
And
queen
knight
takes
D5.
F6. Yeah, and I want to play knight D5 next move. And I want to claim that with your king on E1 still,
Yep.
I have so much play in the center.
Feels right. Feels right. Awkward. F3? Asking too much from
No,
myself.
this is, as Gukesh in his trademark unassuming style mentioned after round one, this was not calculated.
None of this was calculated.
None of this was calculated.
Yeah. Thank you, Nazi. It's very, very important to quote
To
people
clarify.
precisely. Yeah. None of this was calculated.
One of the most amazingly complex variations known to man. That was great.
Gukesh listened to it politely and nodded and said, none of this was calculated.
Nice. Okay, we'll keep an eye.
I blundered F3. I might still be okay there, but yeah, I will admit I blundered F3. Yeah.
No worries. But on the other hand, what I mean to say is this is actually a very critical moment for Alireza, and he did pick up the gauntlet when he played the move G4. Time. Is he thinking things over suddenly?
Not really. I mean, he has 7 minutes less than Fabi, so they both have been spending time in the opening.
I mean, just to be clear, from this moment, the moment you play G4, you're kind of expecting knight F6. So you think, you said you know what your next move is after they play the obvious knight F6. He seems to be struggling, Peter. I'm looking at the monitor.
He noticed something that he missed before, and
maybe
he's really
F3.
Or possibly he just, I think with Alireza, and it will feel like I'm maybe slightly lampooning him and it's a caricature, but I mean it in the kindest possible way. I feel like it's kind of admirable. He just thinks the game plan for today is to play as sharp a game as possible. G4 is available, I will play G4. I don't really need to think about it much further.
Right.
It feels like it's a continuation of a general plan for today, and then I will, I can choose how to follow it up.
If I can draw your attention
Please.
to Gukesh's game against Deac, I don't love Deac's last move.
Knight C6.
It doesn't look natural.
Well, to fans of my system by Aaron Nimzovich, Nimzovich explained that the knight on c6 gets misplaced because it stands in front of the pawn on c7.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, he might be right.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. And I mean, what this move does is, I guess it kind of forces White's hand, because you probably do have to play d2, d4 just to kind of nail it on a little bit, because allowing Black to play 6, e5 would be unnecessary, I would say.
Right.
But the issue is it's a good move.
Yeah, like
White is basically playing some kind of a semi-Slav, and in those semi-Slavs, playing for the c7, c5 break eventually, or maybe even as fast as possible, is the central
Crucial.
tenet
Yeah.
of what Black is trying to do. And you're not doing this to get, oops, not king f8, yeah, that's a bit too much. Castles, and now Engine even plays a3, perhaps nodding slightly at the idea of playing c5 and b4 later. But even without these kinds of fancy things like knight bg2, I want to play knight bg2, I want to play
Looks
bishop g3.
good.
Maybe you play knight e4, maybe you play for some kind of an e5 break with rook e8. But e5, you have to calculate c5 all the time. The engine also says knight e5 is now quite strong, which wouldn't have been such a big deal if knight was on d7, but we are actually threatening knight takes e6, spoiling the structure forever. There's no particular good reply. It feels like Bogdan is trying to play in some kind of a creative fashion, but on move 5, very often, bucking the trend and not playing normal moves is, there's going to be a reason why normal moves are normal.
Right.
Especially for Black. Right?
Yeah, and I don't think this is, I mean, the game isn't off the rails completely.
Well, but here's the point, Peter. Everything you just said, a grandmaster of Bogdan's caliber and his preparation, he knows that. And what is the, I say, benefit? Why, therefore, does he buck the trend and play the move knight c1?
I think I will take slight issue with the word preparation. I think this is exactly why this is happening. He was surprised by knight f3, b3.
Okay.
He is maybe out of book for today. He may be expected to be challenged in one of his main openings. And as a reaction, maybe he is trying to avoid what he thinks Gukesh may have prepared. Which I think is just completely unnecessary, because when you're facing knight f3, e3, b3, there's no reason to fear the prep, whatever the prep is. Just make normal, healthy moves.
Right.
And he burned through almost half an hour already. He is on 106. He started with 130, but you get a 30-second increment, so this is actually pretty much half an hour burned.
Right.
And the moves are already bishop d6, although it's completely fine. Made me feel slightly
queasy.
Yeah, and bishop 6 in connection with knight c6, I just dislike. I don't think this is great. Maybe he wants, as I said, maybe he wants to play for some kind of very quick e5 break, maybe even immediately. It is playable because we have bishop b4 check if white takes.
If d5, what's the idea?
d5, e5, e4. This could explain previous play, actually. It's extremely risky because obviously you are, creating a lot of imbalances very, very early. But if the plan is actually to go for this, then maybe we have to reassess knight c6 a little bit. Whether it works or not, I don't know, but it's at least very consistent. If we don't play for this, if let's say, because if you include castles and knight bd2, you might never get a chance again, because bishop b4 check will no longer exist, and this just loses a piece now.
Oops.
So you either do it immediately or you maybe don't do it at all. And also, interestingly, in a way, this has been a success because Gukesh is now thinking. He was playing very fast up until that moment, and this does make him have to pause. But yeah, I'm not in love with knight on c6 in these structures.
Thank you, Peter. You know, Nasi, those moments you're playing along. You play a move that you found attractive. You kind of know that maybe it's off the beaten track and maybe not that great. And then you follow it up with another move that's also not great.
Keep going.
Bishop d6, knight c6, and then you suddenly wake up at a certain moment. You go, what have I done?
Why did I do this?
Why did I do this? And you start thinking to yourself, I'm going to take my moves back. How can I get back to some kind of normalcy? I liked what Peter just suggested, however, this idea that after d4, maybe it is time to try to get back into some kind of a
E5.
normalcy and get in because you put your bishop on d6 and your knight on c6 for a reason.
For a reason, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be associated with e5. We'll keep an eye on this one, Gukesh versus Bogdan, one of the matchup that Cristian really liked. Just going to check in on
some
Prague.
developments. Okay, let's go with Prague first.
I just wanted to see the Prague and Nodirbek. It was Alpha Zero.
Yeah.
H4, H5, H6. The universal idea.
And honestly, I even switched to this game to check my instincts here, because seriously, I would like to go G takes H. I do not want not want this pawn on H6.
Wow.
And it looks kind of strange, right? But on the other hand, it survives for now. You can play knight H4, but I have bishop G6. I have bishop E4 maybe as well. And if you win the pawn on H5, I will have some E5 breaks potentially, which resolves the central issues I might have. And more importantly, I really dislike having this pawn on H6 for all the future endgames. So G takes H, I thought might be the way to go, and the engine agrees. The engine also says Rook FD8 is second best, but after H6 it gives White a pretty significant advantage.
We have that on the board. Rook D8 played.
Yeah, and
so now we expect H6.
I think H6 will happen quite quickly.
And explain to us why. White has spent a lot of tempi pushing the pawn to H6, and why is it so great?
Well,
it's long-term thinking.
Yeah, it's.
Well, thank you.
Let's try to kind of take it apart a little bit.
Right.
In terms of counterplay for Black, yes, you can try to hold all kinds of endgames, starting to chase the White queen around, and let's say Queen B3, Queen B4. And I play, maybe Bishop F6 is not the square. In fact, Bishop F8 is, at least initially, one of the suggestions of the engine. Bishop H8, for some reason, being by far the worst of the three. But if we just talk structurally here, let's put the bishop somewhere. In terms of counterplay, Black has two sources of sort of proactive play. Not active, but proactive play, something they can choose to aim for. It's either, because Queen A4 probably is coming, it's either trying to chase that queen around, trying to get pieces off the board and play the endgame, or it is the E75 break. And in both of those cases, having the pawn on H6 is incredibly advantageous for White, because in all of these endgames, as we've kind of known for ages, it's just that in the middle games people weren't playing H4, H5, H6 as much as they used to. In all of these endgames, having the pawn on H6 means that Black has to be very wary of certain types of endgames, because leaving it vulnerable, you can't as freely run with the king towards the center. Many of the bishop endgames become, switch from being a very easy draw to an actually dangerous endgame you can lose, because you constantly have to watch out for some tactics with bishop takes G6 somewhere in an endgame, and the H-pawn queens. It's not obvious that you're doing poorly right now, even though, even tactically, White starts, suggesting maybe we get the dark squared bishops off and we leave ourselves with exactly the material I was talking about, where this bishop is going to be so much better than this one. And whoops, sorry, that was a misclick. With the pawn on H6 surviving. And the second part is, if you push for E5, currently it loses the A7 pawn, and also Rook D1 might win material. But in more general terms, you get to a position like this. And with the pawn on H2, once again, if A7 is not hanging, let's ignore the fact that A7 is hanging. With the pawn on H2, this is extremely comfortable for Black. With the pawn on H6, If the queen at any point leaves the long diagonal and white gets to play queen d4, you are suddenly very, very uncomfortable.
Right.
So against the two plans that black has in these structures, yes, we burned through, well, not three because the last one was with the tempo. So we burned through two tempi to get the pawn to h6. But we've actually made a very good deposit for the future against pretty much anything black can choose to do. So yeah, I like this. And just briefly to consider GH, knight h4, let's say bishop g6, bishop f3, and queen a5 is playable. Queen d8 is also playable with the idea of playing e5. Next move, that's kind of cute. Bishop takes h5, e5 is suddenly very, very good for black because the knight is hanging. I understand it looks ugly, and I understand that maybe it's somewhat difficult to make this move with your hand. Your hand kind of prevents you from doing this to your own structure.
Right.
But in particular, because we have the option of putting the bishop on g6 and cementing your king side quite well,
Right.
I was very drawn to this idea, and the engine also quite heavily agrees with me.
Especially because the alternative is allowing h6 and being uncomfortable.
Yeah. And now queen a4, as mentioned, queen a4 is very natural. Even the immediate queen b3 is not horrible, but if you can get it with an extra tempo, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you get it with an extra tempo? So I'm expecting queen a4.
Thank you, Peter. As we came into studio today, we have one player at top, but a big logjam tied for second on seed.
Yeah, 8 players have 1 point. It's only Wesley, right, who has win and MVL as well. The rest of the players have 2 draws, but Wesley and MVL 1 win, 1 loss.
Don't you hate that when you have made a good point and then you suddenly realize you've got to correct yourself because you forgot about MVL? You're right. Those 2 players have 4 decisive games each. Prague looking, all of those
Deac
players.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were really close on this one.
And just for a second here, let's finish talking about the Grunfelds because I'm having so much fun. I'm sorry, but in particular, reading the screen in this game, because after queen d6, Levon thought for a bit. I'm not sure if he's still in prep because 115 is kind of inconclusive. But also the move he made, you don't often make if you don't know.
I think this is prep.
And he goes a4, and I particularly enjoy what my screen says is the best reply to it.
b5?
Yes. White basically gives up on h2 specifically to prevent b5. And the engine says, yeah, I don't really care.
100%.
I don't really care. If you want to do that.
Right.
And now we go e takes d5. And the point is, if you take with the c pawn, we get additional counterplay with c4, bishop a6.
We're still not taking on h2?
I will once you like
delayed gratification.
I will make all the other moves first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after you've departed from f1, I will take on h2 and put it back on e5, and now it cannot be challenged by f4. But yeah, that was very comical when I realized that white is saying, please don't play b5, and like attacking it with every single piece it can attack it with, and like still plays b5. It's not the only move though. Our other very thematic idea is still playable. But I guess here, Levon will play something like a5. h2 is never going to get defended. I'm sorry, Nazi. It's just not happening for you today. And we get some extremely weird positions like this.
Is the rook still going to b6 here?
Yeah, we are trying to play rook b6. In fact, even this move now is playable, trying to strengthen the threat of rook b6, because then we want to give this discover check, but in reply, black might give us mate with rook f5, rook h5. So I'm not expecting this to happen, but this is a lot of fun to talk about at least. Really, really strange position.
Wow. I like it. A4, great stuff going on.
Yeah, responding with b5 is just
if MVL plays b5, if MVL plays b5 here, I will be so impressed.
But it is. I like the way you described it, Peter. I mean, you're preventing b7, b5 with like every fiber of your being.
Exactly.
A pawn.
And
yes, of course.
I am so happy about this.
The spirit of the Grunfeld lives.
I am so happy about this MVL, and I don't even think he's calculated very far. I think
You just said, look, I know where you're coming from.
No, I think it's just the sheer enjoyment of meeting a4 with b5 in this position. If you realize it's playable to any degree, you know, you as a Grunfeld player of like 3 decades standing, you just feel, I must, you know.
Right.
When is the next chance I will get to do this?
Remarkable. Pawn on a4, pawn on c4, rook on b1, bishop on d3. Literally everything that white has is designed to stop this move. And white is really having this marvelous dream of playing a5, rook b6, something that you remarked on also, Nazi.
Yeah, that would
get a nice grip on the queen side there.
Yeah, that would really kill the bishop on c8 and also help your d pawn advance. So
yeah.
I think b5 was a no-brainer for MBL. He responded so quickly with that.
Yeah, whereas, you know, like I'd be concerned about the h2 pawn. Both players showing complete disregard for the h2 pawn because it's about,
at least for now.
Yeah, the positional grips that Black is trying to avoid.
Let's check in with Wesley. There have been some moves made since we last saw. Bishop d3 was the last move.
Well, it actually
Or
went to
h6?
c2. So we left it here after h6 and the bishop c2. Mentioned a moment earlier that, well, you know,
He heard
lining
you.
up,
Queen should go to d3.
lining up that battery with queen d3 is also very, very
Then he
neat.
changed his mind.
And then he changed his mind.
Yeah.
Hard to
I guess
follow.
after queen d3, rook d8, didn't like the queen on d file anymore, right?
Yeah, that must have been.
You could have done it in this order though, and now knight e4,
now
and
knight
try to get it on h7 somehow, but I guess maybe takes f5 is quite strong actually. Because the queen doesn't have very many good squares. Queen f4, bishop c7 is very
I can go to
picturesque.
h4, I'll lose a pawn.
Yeah. Actually, I think it has to go back to d3, and then
Yeah.
c takes d4 followed by c6, e5. Black might actually be taking over.
Yeah.
It's not impossible for me to imagine Black just completely taking over here with e5, e4 coming next.
Agreed.
So he played knight e4 immediately.
Yeah.
Duda took and played rook d8. This is the current
And
position.
we're up to date.
If white's bishop was on b2, he would be very happy. Do we have time for b3, bishop b2, or that's just too slow?
Well, how about, I mean, for those people who want to play b-pawn, you know, get it
Sack the
going.
pawn.
Sack the pawn. I mean, did you play the Wings Gambit against the Sicilian? E4, c5, b4,
Never.
takes a3.
But I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually very playable. I think Black is still kind of okay, but you want to continue in a old school style.
Old school, yeah. Because
the engine kind of bails on this whole idea and goes bishop takes 6 and queen a4 and wins the pawn back.
No, we're not giving up that bishop.
I mean, I wanted to exploit that diagonal. Okay, but hold on.
Bishop b1, e5 is not great though. Yeah, queen a4, and here it goes bishop c7, a takes b, and it goes bishop b7, and shockingly, I guess c6, c5 is a massive threat. Because
we were talking about stopping b5 now.
Yeah.
I've stopped c5. If I play bishop a3 and you play c5, that's you said mocking. Yes,
But he
c5.
played queen a4.
He played queen a4 first, yeah, which is the engine's preferred solution.
No
at least
b4.
at low depth, yeah, for the time
It
being.
might still come.
Yeah.
Let's keep hope.
Right?
Actually, he might want to take on c5 first. Right now, it's a threat.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well,
D.
bishop c6 is a major threat, but
Well, now that you mention it then, bishop takes c6 as well as d4 takes c5. I want to...
yeah, the bishop has to go somewhere from a5, and I think bishop b6 is probably stronger than bishop c7. Although, I mean, with white, what I would like to achieve is d takes c5 and then bishop c1, c3, which I will not be allowed to...
Bishop c1, c3.
Yeah. So I guess we go bishop d2. And honestly, it's not... You still maybe have to be a little bit careful with black because you're somewhat behind in development. But I guess you play bishop d7. I still have to waste the tempo when moving my queen away. I guess queen b3 here. Cool. Let's say bishop b8, bishop c3. Is this anything at all?
Maybe it's
The bishop on e4 is definitely better than the bishop on e8. And the bishop on c3 is quite nice. But on the other hand, it's very symmetrical with no weaknesses, right? So
right. Bishop b6.
I can't quite figure out if this is anything at all.
Well, it's a position that Wesley likes to play.
It is indeed
And also,
Wesley's
I
sandbox.
will note that I think this already hasn't happened, but in the position after Queen A4,
Yeah.
apparently you could ignore the fact that it was hanging. Bishop D7 was apparently a move you could make.
Really?
Yeah.
I had just...
How is White not losing a full piece?
You mean black?
Oh,
I think I'm
in
playing
black,
Bishop
yeah.
takes F3,
Queen G5,
Queen G5, Queen H5,
So
and
that's a draw.
saying you will not be able to do very much about this.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is the explanation for why this is playable for black.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't think, in particular because of how safe Bishop B6 looks, I don't think very many people even entertain the idea of playing Bishop D7 because you don't need to.
Bishop c7. We have reached that moment in our broadcast. By the way, d4 takes c5, queen takes c5 has been played.
Queen takes. Interesting. Aiming to put it on where?
h5?
Because I think Bishop D2 is coming anyway. I don't quite... What is being improved by the queen being on c5?
That I get to go to h5?
Yeah, well, is it a good square in this?
I don't know. I mean, it is if I get to play bishop takes c6 and bishop takes f3, but that's a different question. We've reached that moment in our broadcast where we're going to take our first break of the day, and we'll check in with our good friends at Boutique to see what they have for us. Well, this is the newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame. Jacket is here, and it is not to be missed. The jacket is 95% polyester, 5% spandex, and features an outstanding durable hot-press logo, the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front. Available in men's and women's sizes. QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. In fact, do check out our store.
And as we go to break, Anastasia talked to Nodirbek Abdusattorov on his second year with the Grand Chess Tour. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Nodirbek, welcome back to Bucharest, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Which memories do you have from the previous year? What do you think about your result?
Yeah, I have very good memories from last year. I had a nice walk through the city. I really enjoyed the atmosphere because it was same time as the Euro football, and there were many fans of Romania walking along the streets and celebrating. So it was very different atmosphere there, and I hope that I will improve my results, so I'll have both good time and a good results. And yeah, it's important to have a good time, and for that you need to have a good result.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And this year I noticed you came not alone, but with your trainer, Rustam Kasimdzhanov, former world champion. And I was wondering, how is it to have him on your side, and how does it to train with him?
Yeah, we've been working for more than 2 years. He helped me in many tournaments. We went together to Vachier-Lagrave, where I always had very good results. So I hope that everything works out well, and I will perform good. And yeah, I think a big part of my success is thanks to him, and we are currently still working, and we look forward to have even better results.
Yes, of course, you were playing here in Bucharest, but this is the first event of Grand Chess Tour. It's 10th anniversary of Grand Chess Tour. So what are your hopes and expectations for the whole season?
I'm very excited that they added the finals in Sao Paulo. It will be very exciting. I have never been there. I'm really looking forward. And also it increases, other players' chances to win the tournament, to win the whole thing. It's always exciting to play in Grand Chess Tour, strongest tournaments, and it's as hard as winning the candidates. So I will try my best, and I will try to win the whole thing, and I hope that everything goes well.
And have you been following the event in Warsaw, and what are your thoughts, and like who do you think is in a good shape?
Yeah, I was following the tournament in Warsaw. I was very impressed by Firouzja. I think lately he has improved massively, and he's ever closer to the top 10. And yeah, it's very good to see him playing in a very high level. And also, I was very excited to watch Wesley Topolov. He's been playing very fighting chess in every game. Yes, with many blunders, but I think it's part of the game, and it's been very fun to watch him. And also, I was very surprised that with Alireza's performance, I think he was not satisfied with his results, and yeah, that was also a surprising moment for me. Yeah, I mean, in general, it was a very, very entertaining tournament to watch, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and now some of the players, of course, will participate in Romania. Who am I looking forward to play against in this particular event?
I always look forward to play against, Fabi, Gukesh, because they are the players that always plays, in highest level chess. Fabi especially has massive experience. You always learn by playing against him, and I look forward to playing him and to win, to score a victory.
I will tell this to Fabi, yes, of course. And coming back a little bit to your country, Uzbekistan, I mean, I think the country is becoming one of the capitals of chess, especially because the Olympiad in 2026 is going to be there. And what can you say about the development of chess, and how do you see your role there promoting chess for younger generation?
Yeah, we'll also host the Grand Swiss this year in Samarkand. It's a huge tournament, and I think all this, organizing tournaments and promoting chess in Uzbekistan has been extremely at high level. Our government supports chess as one of the top sports in our country, and it's been a massive success for our players. In recent years, we showed great results in Olympiads, in Asian Games. We always get medals, and overall, I think we have young generation players. So I think we'll have more players in the top 10. I think sooner, and I think we have Vachier also. He's very strong, and he's coming. I think he will be in top 10, top 15 very soon, and have more players. So I think it's a part of the success is, of course, our government support, and it's very important to have this, and I'm very grateful for them.
Yeah, we're all looking forward, of course, to see those events. And but now we are coming back to Bucharest. The Grand Chess Tour is about to start. I wish you all the best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone. We have exciting round 3 going on, but let's take a look at our current standings after round 2. We have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 1.5, and then 8 players sharing second. One of them is hoping to catch or surpass Alireza today.
Absolutely, and tell us about the pairings for this third round.
The
Big
key
clashes.
matchup, right? Alireza is playing Fabiano Caruana. Gukesh is trying to get his first win against Deac. Pragg and Nodirbek are that's the position with h6, right? A great fight, and Levon and MVL are showing us expert greenfield play, and Wesley and Duda playing Minzo.
Right. Nice.
And
we've been talking about victories and the win probabilities. Here they come.
3. All right, we expect a lot of draws.
But feels
Gukesh has a good chance, at least statistically, to win today. So does Levon against MVL.
For me, a bit of surprise because Fabi matches up very well with Firouzja, but statistic
maybe
probability.
not with the black pieces.
Well, when you're 7-2 with as many draws,
that's
I mean, you're kind of winning with white and black. But according to the statistics, Firouzja has a 21% chance. I'm sorry, I want to get into the game because during the break, I didn't get off the Levon versus MVL. All the pieces, all the material seems to be hanging, and the players weren't capturing anything.
Absolutely. Well, finally, we saw some captures while we were on break. But I just want to say, yesterday, at some point I went for a long walk in the park while listening to my favorite political podcasts, as one does, and I learned a new word. Apparently, and that was in connection with the conclave. Apparently, there's a specific term in Italian, but I think maybe even specifically in those contexts of the conclave and the
choosing the Pope.
The word is hamletismo, used to describe people who are very indecisive.
Okay.
And these people aren't struggling with that. The reason I brought this up, there is no hamletismo in that game.
No, the opposite.
What is truly shocking, if we talk about this game, apart from the fact that there is chaos on the board and pieces are being left unpreased, left, right, and center, it's also the speed with which they're doing these things. I could very easily imagine if this is, let's say, a game between, I don't know, Prague and Gukesh or Deac or somebody, both players reaching the same position with like 15 minutes on the clock. Lev is still above an hour.
Right.
And MVL, who we assume is on his own since bishop d3, and has basically put something on Pries for every single move after that,
right,
is on 55 minutes. It's truly incredible how quickly they are reaching all of these decisions. It feels like some kind of a, machismo fight going on. They're trying to out...
It's like bluff. I raise the ante with each and every move.
And now back to the game in question. We left it here. Lev replied to b5 by saying, not enough pieces are hanging. Let's attack some more pieces without capturing any.
Right.
And interestingly, the reply that the engine seems to like the most involves leaving the rook on a8. And Pri's been finally settling something in the center. And the line I went through was, if bishop takes f8, it actually very much dislikes it, because now we take to the king, and then we will just take on h2, regardless of what you pick in the center. And black has very, very good counterplay. C takes d5 is much stronger, but then black goes bishop h2, bishop f4, takes with the queen. A little bit of a threat here. White goes g3, black gives check, throws in c5, c4 here. And it's probably just a draw, because there's a lot of counterplay on the king side, and if g takes f4, we take on f4, and we are prepared to give this perpetual on g5 and h4, which probably should be accepted. You can try to run away, but it's not without its own risks. And I mean, yes, you can actually run towards the center, but I don't know how fun it is if you're not a computer. Instead of all that, MVL finally pulled the trigger on bishop takes h2, and the bishop, as you mentioned, it didn't go to f4, it went to e5. If it goes to f4 in this particular position, this is a much worse version, because ed5, cd5 is not on the board.
Included, yeah.
Yeah, and you get a lot less compensation. And after bishop e5, what I like in particular is the fact that I'm not sure it will stay the same. Already my screen is now giving a very natural move to f4 preference. But for a while there, it was suggesting that the best move in the position is this move, queen e1.
What's the idea?
I have no idea. I mean, we still want to play f4, e5. And I'm guessing we're kind of trying to control the h4 square, because black has this source of counterplay. But why this and not the immediate f4 was extremely unclear to me. So I'm somewhat gratified that it's now switched back to being a normal, computer being, and just going f4, bishop g7, e5, queen d8. And now both bishop takes g7 and bishop g5, f6, bishop h4. You kind of have to assume this ends up being some sort of mass simplification in the center and maybe equality. But these are the types of positions you don't particularly like as a Grunfeld player with black, because your king side is now weakened, white is on the verge of breaking through in the center, and if you don't solve these problems immediately, you might be in a lot of trouble. It seems like we are solving them. We can do this, and c takes d5, we still can take with the queen. There are no particular threatening moves with this bishop on d3. White goes rook takes b5, and we perhaps play bishop e6 and try to return some material but re-establish control. But yeah, I liked e takes d5 a lot more, because I thought, it was much more in the spirit of the position, just continuing to offer this exchange sacrifice forever while maintaining counterplay on both flanks.
Well, I must say, I like what MVL has done as well, because he's basically saying, yes, you can have my exchange, but I'm going to get a lot of dark squares in return. Queen takes f8, queen h6 check. You may regret. The one reason why I've seen it happen on numerous occasions, one reason why you kind of like to keep the tension is because sometimes you do shut down the positions with b4 and bishop d4, e5,
Let's show this on the board. Let's say if we go for this, and then perhaps we further reestablish control by playing bishop d4, e5. These positions are still quite sharp, and it's not as rock solid as it might look. If you play 5 and allow f5, you might actually run into some issues on the king side later on in the game. But yeah, this is something that they do occasionally.
But
I
the bishop,
agree with you.
I mean, if you die, the bishop on d4 is going to be the best looking piece.
It is very entombed though. It's one of those strange pieces which looks completely dominant, but also isn't really attacking anything.
Right.
And is now not participating in the defense of the king side, which might be relevant.
Right.
But for the time being, Levon is thinking here, queen e1 back being, okay, they're jostling for position here, queen e1 and f4.
I do like the fact that both players just seem to be raising the ante with each turn. Nasi, where would you like to go?
Let's check in with our tournament leader, Alireza. We stopped after g4. Remember?
Yes.
He was taking a think and we're deciding if he should push g5 or defend with rook g1 or h3. Well, next two moves he played, rook g1 and h3.
Just to be sure, right?
No
reinforcing and protecting the pawn on g4. Okay, bishop e6, all very classical, all very standard. I feel like I have played this position against a grandmaster from Holland, Jeroen.
With black pieces?
Yes, Jeroen Piquet. And
This exact one or something very similar?
Very, very, very similar. Jeroen went for this rook b1, b4 ideas. I put a knight on d6, and I got in some counterattack on the king side that was just in time. Otherwise, I was going to get mated.
Yeah.
So
a big question for you, because I really have no experience in these structures. Do we want to play h5, g5 knight somewhere, or do we want to keep the king side more fluid?
In fact, you do want to play h5, but you don't want to necessarily allow white to close it completely. So, for example, in this position, if you go h5, g5, knight back, h4, the knight could come to e5, and it's very hard to get rid of it. But you could you could start with the move knight e8, Peter, with the idea that h5, g5, I'm very happy to clip a pawn. Bishop takes. So in a sense, I think it's in black's interest to open up a line and not allow white to just go rook b1, b4, rook b3, you know, knight e5, rook b1, and checkmate you, but to get something going on the king side.
But I liked what you had on the board earlier, Yasser. You showed rook b1 and b4 for white.
Yes.
That reminds me of the hedgehog with black, rook
yes,
b8 and
king,
g5.
King
right?
h8, rook g8, yes. Actually, a game that has a great deal of promise for us. What about the clock times after king a1?
50 minutes for Ali and 1 hour, 3 minutes for Fabi. So 20-minute difference,
Okay,
25
okay.
even.
Again,
This is only move 16.
the players are creating a very sharp Queen's Gambit decline Carlsbad position.
I could guess this was Carlsbad looking at the pawn structure, but the kings on a1 and b8 I'm not used to seeing.
Exactly. Checking in on some of the other games, Wesley versus Duda. When we have left it, we had just seen the position after queen takes c5. And
then it went back, it didn't go
yes,
to h5.
exactly. but then
go
we,
to h5,
we
yeah.
were asking ourselves, well, why did we put our queen on c5? And I very, very proudly announced to Peter that queen h5, of course.
It was an option.
Wrong. We just going back. Queen e7 was never about queen h5.
Black is slightly passive, but it still looks equal and solid.
Yeah.
Equal and solid. I think that's a good place to stop.
A small tactical question here.
Please.
Can we and do we want to play bishop a5 right now?
Ooh.
I think we can.
Do we want to, though?
I think we can, and then the question becomes, do we want to? I think we can, and I think we might even want to be honest, just
So
to
check.
further simplify.
Okay,
You
so
take on c6.
I take
I
on
think
c6.
bishop takes d2 works, no?
So I'm threatening
Oh,
to
you have
take,
to
so
take
you
on
have to
d2.
take.
Yeah.
I'll take on b7 because I'm a
But
pawn
then,
grabber.
but then, I calculated something which is wrong, but I think I might still be okay. Bishop c1, bishop a8,
Yes.
and I have both bishop e3 and bishop b2 depending. Actually, rook d1, bishop b2 is much, much better for black, right? This is just
Clear.
So I'm
Oops.
going to lose
yeah.
another
Oops.
pawn.
Yes. that's actually worked out very well.
You shouldn't take on b7.
Okay, so with bishop a5, I'm not winning material. That's unfortunate.
As far as I can see, this doesn't blunder anything, and if it doesn't blunder anything, I feel like getting these bishops off the board and potentially a pair of rooks to go with them.
So if I acquiesce to your...
Queen b4, question mark.
Queen b4, queen c3.
Queen c3, I also would like to inquire if I can play bishop c6 here. In
Just
the same
keep,
spirit,
just
in the same spirit of taking everything off the board. Yeah.
That's an intriguing way of...
But your knight's kind of trapped here, right? I mean,
I will take on f3 very happily if you depart with the bishop.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything here.
And now that I switched to that game, bishop a5 is playable and appears to be quite decent. Yeah.
Just to try to get take pieces off.
So we were trying to find a tactic where there isn't one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Bishop a5 looks
good. It was a kind of a funny move too, because in this moment, you always feel like every tempo becomes so valuable, and if you don't, if you play a soft move like h2, h3, your whole advantage is white.
Gone.
Yeah, equality after rook on a8 to c8, but the bishop c3 doesn't necessarily achieve too much. So this looks like a very balanced and solid position.
Should we look at Gukesh's game and see how that developed?
When we left it, we were trying to make sense, let's put it that way, of the bishop and the knight on bishop on d6, knight on c6. None of us.
We agreed that plan was for black to play e5.
Yeah.
It's not on the board yet, but I think he's still trying.
He's aspiring. Here we go. Queen e7. And wasn't it yesterday that Bogdan, he taken against Levon Aronian, put his rook on c6 and
traded queens on c6 and then
got a very nice position. It's still, I like the computer. Was
A3?
it a3 here?
Probably a5.
Suggestion of including a3?
a3, a5. You can play queen c2 now, right?
Yeah.
Do we have to rush taking on d5?
I want to take though. I do.
Okay.
Because I feel like what Bogdan did yesterday, just maneuvering and I don't know, this knight on c6 is misplaced. Peter.
I just wanted to point out that in a way, maybe I still don't quite like what Bogdan has done, but in a way it's sort of paid off because I don't quite understand why the bishop is on e2. And it seems like Gukesh was slightly taken aback by this whole setup, and he chose to place his pieces on like sort of conservative squares. You can play bishop d3 immediately. You can also, if you want, actually invest in a tempo on a3, so that you don't even have to calculate knight b4. But I think starting with bishop d3, I don't think knight b4 will work out because after bishop b1, you can't really play c5. Your position isn't like dc5, bc5. And the engine says b3, b4, which is maybe what you don't see. But okay, if you dislike this, you can actually play a3, bishop b7, bishop d3. The reason I bring this up is a3 seems like a wasted tempo, but we actually probably want to play b4.
Right.
That will actually improve our chances of putting a real clamp on the black position. And if black has to play a5, tempi have been it's equal waste on the queen side, and now we can castle. And the way he played it, even here, a3, a5, and bishop d3 might be the way to go. And you'd be much happier doing it in one tempo instead of two. Having said all that, even with the move bishop d3 costing white 2 tempi instead of 1, white is still a bit better. And what's also very notable is that the engine does it either immediately or after the inclusion of rook d8, queen c2. You kind of have to take it back. Right. Because in particular with the bishop on d3, you pretty much never can play c6, e5 because cd5, knight d5, bishop e4 actually wins so much material, it's resignable. It's not even unpleasant, it's just resignable. Everything collapses.
Wow.
And if you cannot push for e6, e5, eventually something needs to be done about these pieces. And yeah, the machine does suggest doing this. and says, okay, now we are back to playing our normal semi-Slav type position, which we should have been doing from the beginning. We got there slightly delayed, but no harm, no foul. White is a bit better, but still playable. But yeah, it feels like maybe Gukesh could have tried to be a bit more punishing. Bishop e2 is somewhat timid.
Thank you for that, Peter. I look at these positions and reminded of these attacks. What do they call? What's this? 95 and f4.
London style?
No.
I don't know the actual
Pillsbury. Pillsbury attack. With the queen on, somehow I would love to invest, if you would be obliging. If I played a3 and you played a5, just oblige me. And if I could take a look at knight e5, because I very much would like to play f4.
Yeah, black usually meets f4 with c5, but I have knight,
Knight
no
is
way.
on, yeah. And I don't know if you like these positions. Takes, knight back to d7.
Again, white's bishop on d3 would be so much better right now.
Oh, it would, yeah. Why isn't my bishop on d3 like Peter's lamenting? Yeah. Pillsbury attacks, Peter, knight e5?
It's definitely playable. Let me get back to that, because
I was including a3, a5 at black's expense, I might add.
As usual, I was spending every free moment I have looking at Grunfelds.
Of course, of course.
So, yeah,
95?
95, yeah, absolutely. And you will not be shocked to see that the reply, because we do want to play c5 on these types of positions. And
absolutely, you do.
Yeah, if you do this, then you are significantly worse. You know?
Right.
Your assessment about this was spot on. And once again, it's just not where it should be.
Right.
You constantly have to think about rerouting it to some normal squares.
I like knight b8, knight e5, knight b8.
So knight e5,
wow.
On knight d8, you could maybe make an argument on knight d8, apparently. This would not occur to me at all.
Yeah, this knight from b8 is going to d7. Knight from
yeah.
d8.
I don't know. I guess we just want to play c5 and then put it
Come back.
Yeah, so we don't care really to which square it goes currently, because our plan just involves playing c5 and then reassessing. Yeah, I think starting with a3. Also, I wanted to say black might consider playing bishop a3, but that I think is very much with the knight on d7. With knight on c6, I really dislike it, actually. I don't think we need to worry about allowing bishop a3. But yeah, a3 seems very, very logical, I think, including it, even for the very simple reason that our next move might be queen c2, and you don't want to be calculating knight b4 in every single move.
Right.
So yeah, and I think I think we are playing b4 here in a heartbeat, and it's very, very good.
Yeah,
so
c5
why
is a
not
threat.
include a3, a5, and then continue thinking?
Right. Early mornings here in St. Louis, a bit. Let's throw it to Cristian before I share a bad story. Over to you, Cristian, in Bucharest.
Well, I have to say, today it feels like it's one of the more tense days here in the first 3 days at the Superbet Chess Classic. All of the games, it's very unclear how they're going to develop. And it seems like both players in each game have to be very precise to find the right path. And especially I'm looking at this game between Levon and Maxime, which I'm sure Peter has covered extensively. We were in the lounge and we didn't really understand this h2 pawn sacrifice, but it does seem like it has a lot of poison behind it, because this h file being open, it could lead to some problems for the black king. But I was going through the motions and through the main lines in this position after bishop to e5, the position that we currently have on the board, and I was also in the playing hall looking at Levon. Levon wasn't necessarily looking at the board. In fact, he was looking down, trying to remember something. Perhaps he has seen this type of positions. I'm sure he knows this type of sacrifice, and perhaps he's trying to remember exactly how to bring those pieces on the h file. Perhaps the rook on b1 via b3 to h3. He's trying to find the right construction. The way he should be continuing is f4, bishop to g7. Definitely don't take on f8. Don't take that poisoned rook on f8, because after that, the dark squares are going to be blacks, and that's a problem. You have to go f4, bishop g7, exchange e5. It does look natural, right? But after queen to d8, d6, b4, you're starting to realize, look, I'm a pawn down, right? And if black manages to find a way to untangle on the king side, maybe f6, get the pawn majority going, and that pawn on b4 is going to be so powerful in any ensuing endgames. So it's a double-edged sword. This one could go either way. Nevertheless, pawn down, you have a lot of activity on the h-file, and these are the type of positions that I'm sure Levon is envisioning right now and trying to find a way to once again transfer the major pieces on the h-file. If he manages to do that, if he manages to get to the king on g7, then he's in a great shape. But this type of position is the type of position that MVL has played his whole life as an expert in the Grunfeld. So I'm very excited to see how this one is going to develop. Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. We were struggling with the very same positions ourselves, trying to understand, what the material, who stands better. And again, that is a position that MVL will feel comfortable in because he's played it his entire career.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe this as comfortable necessarily, but familiar definitely.
Familiar,
yeah.
There we go.
Looking at the line
that
Cristian was showing, e5, queen d8, let's say takes,
d6,
b4. Seems to be around equal on my screen, but as a Grunfeld player, I'd feel very, very uncomfortable here, to be honest. It feels worrying. It feels like it's much likelier that something bad will happen to our king than vice versa. We also have to worry about, like, queen d2, queen e3, we'll have to play queen b6 perhaps, and the queen kind of probably is needed to,
on the king side,
defending the king side. After queen d2, notably, one of the ways the computer plays this position is simply, it goes f7, f5, saying, I am never digging at this center. Like, I'm just allowing you to have this wedge, but I have my own on the other side of the board.
Right.
If that happens, just to illustrate, another way to maybe approach it is, I don't think the b pawn ever gets to b3. If I play bishop c2, I think that's the end of any conversation on the queen side. And then we get to a position like this where I don't believe in h6, g5 counterplay. I think if we ever try this, we probably get mated. I think we are just waiting. So we go a5 and then we wait. And the question is something like this going to be made with rook g1 and g4, or isn't it? Like, maybe we play h5 even, and we switch to full defensive mode. And I understand it's sturdy. Go on, Nazi.
I just noticed when you played bishop d7, that allows rook f3, rook h3, which I really don't like. So could Plug just go bishop b7? Yes.
Yeah, bishop b7 is possible, but we can get the other one over.
The other one over that way.
It's going to be difficult to prevent all of this.
Right.
I think what it actually boils down to is we will have to defend some kind of a passive position where, yes, we're a pawn up, but this passer appears to be slightly more dangerous than this one, and our king is maybe slightly less safe. But the only breakthroughs are coming on the king side. There's nothing happening anywhere else. We're also probably never playing d6, d7. It's very, very difficult to figure out how that will ever happen. And defending only the king side should be manageable for black, which is why I was actually, I was showing this line more than bishop takes g7. Because here, there's a lot more fluidity in the center. There's a lot more chance that something just collapses. And in fact, the line I was showing, d takes d5, is strictly the only way to play. If you play b5 before here, white goes queen e2 and starts playing queen e3. My screen starts showing some f4, f5 ideas.
Oh,
I'm assuming simply with the, even here, let's say gf, g4 is playable. I was half expecting this, to be honest. It doesn't work, but considering we're a full piece down, it only says -1. Even this is not ridiculous. It just doesn't work because computers defend very well.
Right.
This is very dangerous, and the reason it probably doesn't work is very specifically e takes d5, just destroys this pawn center before it can roll. We'll see. And even f4 hasn't been played yet. As we know, there are some very obscure ways to perhaps do it a bit differently, such as this very strange move, queen e1.
That f5 and g4 was mind-blowing.
As a materialist, f4, if you don't mind. Bishop g7, I understand. I could face... I'm still intrigued by just planting my bishop in the middle. I'm going to die on this hill.
Bishop d4, it goes either queen e1 or queen f3.
No e5.
Not for now, no.
Yeah, okay, queen e1, go ahead. And should I be resolving the queen side attention?
In what way? Before BA or?
Okay, before.
Before, I guess now we go E5.
Queen D8.
Queen G3.
Now I understand why you put your queen on.
Yeah, we play Queen G3 and we start pushing for perhaps some F5 ideas.
And we take, and I die
I think
after
E5,
F5.
F5 might be made. Yeah.
F5 is the issues.
Might be made.
I always, I'm trying to rely upon Rook A7. I'm hoping that this bishop on D4 will have a defensive role as well.
I don't think the bishop's coming back.
Well, I'm waiting for E6 to
I guess the threat
destroy
is simply
me.
FG6 and bishop takes G6. The threat isn't really E6. We already have enough.
You're there.
Yeah, we're already there. Yeah, the best line for black in this position appears to be bishop takes E5, Queen E5, Queen H4, Queen H2, and you are frankly lost.
Yes.
So, this obviously was a little bit cooperative from your side to demonstrate the dangers. He's gone F4, yeah. He's gone F4. I'm expecting bishop D7.
After some thinking. I mean, this was not...
He's down to 42 minutes.
An easy decision. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, the first real deep thought from either of them so far. They've been playing unbelievably quickly, considering how mind-blowing this position is. And I really do not believe this is prep.
Yes.
I think they've both been on their own for a while and playing at an amazing clip.
Yeah, these double-edged decisions very, very, very quickly. A4, B5, bishop H6, and let's just keep raising the ante. Let's go to Gukesh for just a moment. Okay,
bishop D4. Yeah, you were right about this. Yeah, MBL not willing to defend the passive position.
Do we have any updates in Gukesh's game? Oh, he played one move, Rook C1. Yeah. We're expecting A3.
A3, we even considered, that was what I wanted to share. So Knight E5, pardon me, without Rook C1. A3, A5, and Peter was mentioning that after Knight E5, computer even considers Knight D8. Yeah. And somehow I had this image in my mind of a mother asking me about her son, your student, so is he good? I'm thinking Knight C6, Knight D8, and I want to say, well, he's creative. The Knight on D8 looks so bad.
Actually, Rook C1 is just shockingly, for a move as natural as this, is a massive inaccuracy, seemingly, because it allows Knight E4. A topic we haven't really raised because we were never in time to play it in other positions, but it exists. And then if you get Knight E4 in particular supported with F5, your Knight on C6 starts making some sense because we're fighting for the E5 square.
Yeah.
And if we have to maneuver it somewhere, we'll go Knight D8, Knight F7 perhaps, which is something they do in stone walls.
Yes.
And the difference is, if we compare this position with the position after A3, there is no B3 before. I was wondering why we were not doing it after A3. It's specifically because Knight E4 is extremely well met by B4.
Yeah.
Hello.
And C5 is such a huge threat that basically black immediately has to switch back to defending something passive.
Exactly.
After Rook C1, this doesn't exist. And now Knight E4, black is just completely fine.
Wow. The inclusion of a kind of a natural move.
Yeah, just F5, I guess, right?
Yes.
We're in the Dutch.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop D3, F5, it starts liking black.
Because, don't forget, Knight B4 could be useful.
Computer rarely likes the Dutch systems with the D5, F5, so it must be really good for black.
Yeah, a missed opportunity. A game that kind of slipping away from us, Prague, Nodirbek, where we get the pawn on H6. Remember, we
discussed this. If pawn was on H2, black would be very comfortable, but with the pawn on H6?
Yeah, Rook A1, Knight C6 happened. And then after the queen trade, I would have
Queen B3.
I would have preferred Queen B3, but Queen A5 is not a mistake of any kind. But the move A3 was a mistake, though, shockingly, because black does want to play Knight B4 in a lot of these positions, so it's very understandable why Prague played A3. It's a very typical reaction to the knight returning to C6. But there was another way of dealing with the same threat, which was apparently much stronger. And it's a move, I think, which is easy to kind of ignore and miss.
Stopping Knight B4.
Stopping Knight B4, but looks like you're kind of putting your rook in a way of attacks. But very often, it's actually extremely comfortable on A4. And now that the bishop departed the F5 square, we also want to put the other one on B1. Let's say bishop D5, rook B1. And the black queen side is creaking a little bit. We're not threatening to take on B7 just yet, But what we want to do is perhaps play g4 or even simply knight d2 followed by bishop f3. And those positions get quite awkward quite quickly if black is not accurate. Like, you probably have to play a6 just to show to our viewers why we're not threatening knight rook b7. Of course, knight takes d4 is very, very strong here. But after, let's try simple stuff like knight d2. It does allow e5. But after d, let's say knight takes e5 and knight e4. Once again, remember,
we're kind of happy that the pawn is sitting on h6.
We are very excited about that pawn on h6. Maybe it holds move by move after, let's say, b7, b5 here. We're not winning necessarily, but this is quite awkward. Instead, he played a3, and Nodirbek replied with the best move in the position, which is a7, e6.
Quickly.
Reminding white that the pawn on a3 is now potentially a target, and bishop b7 is a very big idea on the next move. The only real way to continue here is knight g5. Ideas of g4 and e4. But it does allow black to play e5. And seems like maybe the worst is over, because achieving this break is very, very useful, of course, for black. And the position starts breathing a lot better.
Thank you, Peter, but we do have Cristian with a special guest.
Thank you, Nazi. I'm here with Vlad Ardeleanu, the Romanian Chess Federation president. Welcome to the show, Vlad. And first of all, you're a very good friend of the Grand Chess Tour. You help with the organization as well. What are your first impressions after the first 3 days?
Well, very exciting days. We've seen basically 2 wins every round. So, yeah, very exciting.
And in fact, one of those wins came from the local hero, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, yesterday. A huge victory, maybe his best victory so far in his career against Levon Aronian. How happy were the Romanian fans, as well as yourself?
Well, it was a roller coaster ride, looking also at the final of the match, like when it was not clear that he can win, and then he flipped it by the end. But I would say it's just an overcompensation for the big loss of the first round, when I think it was not, you know, like, it was not meant to be. You know, it was like a very bad move in the end, like f7. He could not see that, so he lost the entire game in one move. But the game was excellent, I would say. So, yeah, we have good hopes with Bogdan, and very exciting forward. Yes.
And today he's playing against the world champion. This is obviously a huge, huge game for him. But with the black pieces right now, he seems to be doing quite well. How would you describe Bogdan? You know him very well. You've been supporting his career as well for the past many years. How would you describe him as a player and as a man?
Well, he was under a lot of pressure lately because with all this momentum of the Romanian Chess Federation, we pushed him through into very big competitions, and then obviously responsibility. And then I think that he drained a little bit off him with all these, you know, expectations that we had from him. Now lately, Bogdan accepted a mentor, a psychological trainer, as well as a performance trainer. So we are moving into the right direction. And then I believe this is helping with the pressure, which I think this will yield results in the future. So we have good... I'll put my bets on him.
That's very interesting to say about the psychological aspect, because, you know, losing the first game in such a manner, he played a tremendous game against Wesley, and then lost in the last few moments, but immediately managed to come back. That's all psychological, so it's already working, I want to say.
Well, let's see, but yeah, we have good hopes.
Tell me a bit about the projects of the Romanian Chess Federation. You've been around with them for quite a few years now. What have you guys accomplished in those years, and what are the next goals?
Yeah, so basically we can claim that we have two big projects in Romania. One is the Romanian Grand Prix Tour. That's more of an inspiration from Grand Chess Tour. So we took the best we could take from Grand Chess Tour and apply to Romania. So we have this festival now, Grand Prix Romania, which is becoming probably the largest chess festival in Europe. It's our fourth edition right now, and it's only beginning the first round this weekend in Bucharest. And then we are about to release record-breaking participation, more than 500 participants, which is a record for Romania, a record for Grand Prix Romania in itself, and I believe across countries here nearby, we can say it's a record. So every year we are growing the participation here, and being consistent from each year, I think it builds legitimacy of the event, and also the players, I think they love it. They love the concept. Again, it's a lot of inspiration that we draw from Grand Chess Tour, and this is related to the big performance. And we also cater to the young players and also the kids. So we have this Chess in Schools project, which we draw inspiration from many areas, but we work heavily with the Ministry of Education. Now we have a big partnership with them. And then we put on emphasis of training the teachers, the public teachers in public schools by the Federation. And we have a curricula. So now we reached more than 500 teachers that were formed into chess. So now they are working with more than 50,000 kids. From the very young age, first class to the fourth class. And this yields results, because if you look at the activity at under 8, under 10, under 12, so on each of these categories, we have like winning either medals in Europeans or in worldwide championships. So we have a good base now.
I have to say, between that, the organization of the European Championships here, the Grand Chess Tour, the Grand Prix, you guys are building from the foundation all the way to the very top. So thank you very much for what you're doing for Romanian chess. You're building Romania, and Bucharest in particular, as the capital of European chess as well. Thank you very much for joining the show.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Guys.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations. Sounds like some great initiatives taking place in Romania, the Grand Chess Tour, but also the Chess in Schools.
Yeah, that was so great to hear.
Fabulous.
Young kids are being introduced to chess all over the public schools. Yeah.
Fantastic. I want to turn our attention to the game of Alireza and Fabiano for a moment, because it's very clear that Alireza is building up towards an attack on the queen side. He's just played the move knight on f3 to d2. Don't sound the trumpets, but knight is coming to b3, knight is coming to c5, and yes, b2, b4.
Do you think Yasser he might also consider f3, e4?
You know, it's the funniest thing. I think Peter will be the first to alert us that whenever you reach for the f pawn, black starts to reach for a c pawn.
We can include knight b3 and then try to play f3.
Right. I think it's a very decent idea. What I'm thinking is that if I'm in black shoes, Fabi's, I'm kind of really eager to play h5, and I don't want to necessarily allow the king side to be closed. But over to you, Peter.
Yeah,
you're looking at the same lines.
I'm looking at exactly the same lines.
Yeah.
And in fact, the engine does play h5 here and doesn't reply to g5 necessarily, because it dislikes a very concrete reply from black. Knight fd7 forces you to spend the tempo on h4 because, as you mentioned, this is hanging. And now it goes c5 even with the pawn on f2, and says, because of how your pieces are positioned, black is kind of uniquely ready to open the counterplay in the center. dc5, knight takes c5, knight b5, sorry, knight c5, knight b5, let's say rook c8, it starts actually kind of preferring black, because somewhat shockingly, because there seems to be very nice control over the d4 square. But I guess the point is, the king side we can now write off. There's not going to be any action on that side of the board. Let's say if you go knight d4, knight e4 is a very big threat, so you have to first prepare for that. You generate also a threat of queen e5 check, but after bishop d7, everything is under control. Knight jumps continue being an annoyance, and white is not much better, but if you imagine, let's say, some position like this, does feel quite comfortable for black there. So white is still some way away from establishing full control over the d4 square. You can play rook c6, rook hc8. Just looks kind of comfortable for black. And Nazi's idea is playable even here, but of course, as black, you're quite happy about suddenly having an open file for your rook.
Precisely. You don't get a free hand on the king, on the queen side.
I think it's still around equality, but the problem for white is you play f3, but you're not ready to play e4 yet, in particular with the h-pawns removed, because your g4 pawn is hanging now. So seems finely balanced, but a lot of play available for both sides. I like h5 immediately. Other ideas are, of course, available, but I think h5 is the most concrete way to treat this.
It looks like a very challenging move indeed. The clock times for the players, Nasi?
They both have around 40 minutes.
Okay, it's equally matched there on the clocks. They still have a lot of moves ahead of them too, right?
I believe so, yes. They're still on move 18.
Yeah. Sorry that I find myself so drawn to the game of Levon and MBL.
So Levon provoked f6.
Yeah, a kind of a mix of moves that we've been seeing for some time. First of all, not the move bishop g7, but the move bishop to d4. There was these ideas of queen e1 and queen f3.
Yeah. Queen f3 play.
And nobody's worried about the rook. You know, please, take my rook. You can have it, says MVL. In the first place, I'm going to sidestep any ideas of e5 with the tempo. I don't like your rook, but I do like your queen. No, the queen you can't have. Well, now I am interested in the rook after all. A lot of toing and froing, and nobody's worried about b5 either.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of completely unresolved tension in this position, which has been unresolved for quite some time now. When I saw queen f3, queen d8, we then switched to other games, but before that, I did some clicking around with the move queen g3, which I thought was very logical.
Right, stopping
but then,
queen h4.
E takes d5, if bishop takes f8, queen takes f8. There's, as usual, a lot of counterplay on this side, so white, as you mentioned, is not really interested in that rook. But now you kind of have to depart, and I played rook b1 here, and I tried figuring out what's going on. It's a very difficult position to understand, but one line, for instance, that my screen was suggesting, rook a7 is often a very useful move in these positions. And seemingly you're stopping e5 from happening because bishop e4 no longer skewers anything along diagonal. But even here, it went e5, bishop g5, and I thought, okay, this is incredibly slow. I don't quite understand what's happening. Why is this any good? And maybe, for some reason, it really insists on playing bishop c3 here. I made one slightly naive move here, gave white bishop e4, and started seeing the evaluation not bottom out, but definitely move in favor of white, because we won the rook on d1, we won the bishop on f6, perhaps f4, f5, perhaps some ideas of getting the queen over to h6. Black is 2 healthy pawns up, but this is a very, very serious attack on the king's side. Levon, though, has gone for a very different concept. He felt really, it was really important for him to provoke f6, but it is too tempy, and now we can finally maybe do what we've been threatening to do and play b5 before. Pretty sure the idea is not to take on f8. Right. The engine plays f5 here.
Wow.
Let's say e5, queen g3, probably g5, although rook a7 also
What's happening
is
with
available.
these bishops after all the pushes?
You've managed to make 4 bishops bad, except one really good.
This is kind of a comical position.
Right.
I don't think you see this structure very often, really.
No.
Might just be completely equal.
But it might be good for
to really drive the point home. My screen currently says queen h3, says h5.
Oh, if we take
G4,
rook a7.
G4 and h4.
Blockade.
Yeah, and now it's a draw, I guess, because we will play bishop c2 and nobody will ever go anywhere.
Right.
I don't think this will happen, but yeah, it's still a very fun position to analyze. I'm still expecting the rook to stay on f8. And white maybe not even taking it if the opportunity presents itself. Rook e8 is not unplayable, but maybe you don't want to invest the tempo into this because maybe finally white.
At last.
Maybe find
I forgot that was a legal move.
I've been waiting for a dozen moves.
Yeah.
Can't we take on b5? I was almost reluctant to ask.
And now with the bishop on h6, the black king side feels a bit drafty, and it's not unplayable. You play c4, you take on b5. You have your own trumps, of course. This is a nice bishop. This is a very useful passer for the future. But
I've got f5.
optically, you probably pick white a little bit.
Yeah.
One question after rook e8, or even in different moves. We looked at f5. Can white try to play e5 and look at some sacrifice on g6 straight, or does black respond with f5?
No, f5 is not great. For some reason,
right?
e takes d5 specifically here is very strong. And if c takes d5, now we actually can take.
There's nothing on the f5?
Check.
Yeah,
I know, there's a check. Bishop,
it's interesting that it includes e takes d5. I wonder why not f5 immediately.
Bishop g5, right?
Now bishop g5 is very strong. And in this position, bishop g5 can be met by e4, bishop e4, queen d6, and this kills off the attack.
Right. Didn't get to open the file. Yeah.
I now know why I never took up the Grunfeld as black. I mean, material considerations. It's all about the initiative.
Yeah, appear for the time being not to be important.
And again, for players who are joining us late, the lifetime matchup is just extraordinary. How
These
many
two
games
players know
they
each
played.
other very well. 32 draws and only +1 score for
They
Levon.
played some epic matches in World Cups.
Absolutely. Anastasiya was telling us a story there from Bucharest, how Levon had asked MVL, don't you think I'm a much better player? I mean, don't you feel it?
I can absolutely see him asking this question. I do want to ask, how did it come about? Like, why was he interviewing MVL?
I think they had at chess.com, they had an interview where they had lie detector.
Lie
they were
detector
asking each other risky questions.
Right. By the way, b5, b4, shutting down the queen side. I like it only because I understand that you don't want to capture on c4. You're doing white this great service of opening up the b file. Bishop takes c4, and you're just an incredible improvement strategically for white. Hence, we see the move b5, b4, shutting down. Peter also showed us a very useful defensive resource, now especially with a pawn on f6, that the rook can go to a7 and come across the 7th rank. A good defensive idea. By the way, my screen just lit up. Double exclamation. I mean, we didn't win anything. It wasn't brilliant, but the computer liked it. b4.
Yes, sir. I want to draw your attention to Gukesh's game. When we left it, Peter told us that Bogdan had this knight e4 move that would have completely equalized. He played rook d8, and now Gukesh immediately played bishop d3, not allowing knight e4 anymore.
Exactly.
So now white should be slightly better, right?
Yeah. Although you can, if you want, play knight before bishop b1, c5. I checked it briefly. It doesn't appear to be all that bad.
In fact, if we can get in the move c5, I would feel like I've accomplished something.
Yeah. You probably end up playing this hanging pawn structure after d takes, b take, I'll probably throw in a3.
a3,
at some point, knight c6, we take on c5, or that order, because we pretty much never taking on c5 with the bishop. And, I mean, both sides, I want to say, have things to be happy about and unhappy about. I think in the hanging pawn structures, black often prefers the knight on d7.
Yeah.
Because it gives you slightly more freedom to prepare d5, d4 pushes. Connecting the knights means that liking the pawn on d5 is less simple for white. White would much rather not have the knight on d2 though.
And maybe fianchetto bishop on g2 would be better, but
yeah, the bishop on b1 is questionable.
But okay, rook e1, knight f1, knight g3.
Rook ac8 for now, I guess.
Yep.
Although bishop f5 might be a bit annoying, but I guess I'm okay playing
in
rook
these
c7.
positions, even though it's equal, it still feels easier to play for white.
Yeah, you put the knight on g3.
Yeah, I think I want to play knight e5, knight g3, g6, if I can.
Knight
it
e5.
will solve some of my problems. Knight g3, g6.
Knight g3, g6.
Yeah. Just
A1,
structurally.
h8 diagonal looks so weak, but at the same time, we can't really
if I get the bishops
put more
off
pressure on it.
If I get the bishops off the board, then I'm not going to get mated along this diagonal.
And now knight on g3 seems useless after g6.
I provoked g6. I'm going to continue our walk around the stage. When we left the game of Prague versus Nodirbek, a2, a3 wrongly played because the move e7, e6 immediately
indicating bishop
e7. Yes. Now our pieces, bishop on e2, knight on f3, are looking for better roles. The idea here after the move knight g5 is white is reaching for his bishop so he can play bishop f3, knight e4 ideas, e5. The knight
e5 is fine, but after the trade on c8 and rook d1, the move that Nodirbek has just played maybe is slightly imprecise. The engine was suggesting that rook c2, or maybe even something quiet like b7, b6, just doing some gardening, improving your, like removing something that can hang in variations, I think would be the best way to describe the move b7, b6. He played bishop e7, and now very specifically after e3, e4, it seems like the engine is disliking it for black a bit, because bishop g5, bishop g5, bishop e4, bishop f6 is going to be massively annoying. Knight 6 strictly only move. And now we can even throw in g2, g4, trying to play rook d7, bishop c4. You might survive. You might survive move by move somehow, but you are very unhappy about things.
Yeah, the engine's surviving it, but
yeah, exactly.
human will not.
So after e4, the suggested continuation is to play bishop g4, f3, and rook c2. This already is not easy to...
All the minor pieces are hanging. I'm a little confused.
Pretty much every single piece is hanging. And now bishop takes e5, bishop g5 loses to a very beautiful move, bishop f4. And then I will play bishop d3. See, there's a pawn on h6. There was a reason why we did all this.
So if I go back bishop e7,
just bishop d3 and fg, yeah. So you have to take on e2, and then once again we play bishop f4. f6 is more or less the only move, and now it goes king f1. Rook c2 is for some reason stronger than rook a2. Takes rook d7. Once again, there's a pawn on h6. Without the pawn on h6, this would have been so comfortably okay for black.
Right.
As things stand, it might still work out after bishop f8. And let's say bishop g5, rook c4, and the engine seems to hold this.
E5
but we are very touch and go. e5, rook takes g4, bishop f6, bishop takes h6, and we have rook f4 check, like for us as black.
Yeah.
But it really holds move by move, barely.
Right.
Actually, sorry, I'm sorry to continue. After rook g4, e6, you told me you have rook f4, but I think I'm still promoted.
Yeah, you are.
Rook f6
well, no,
and
yeah,
e7?
sorry, not rook, yeah, rook f6. But
Rook
you are not winning the resulting endgame, I think, is the point. There's so few pawns left that we probably are holding this with black.
Yeah,
I play a5, b6, I guess. Yeah.
I thought bishop was going to be stuck on h6.
Just to update in the game between Wesley and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the players are making repetition. 4 versus 4, queen ending.
Wesley seems like came today with a very specific plan to make sure nothing bad can happen to him, and he succeeded in this very admirably.
Very admirably.
And I think that's 3-move repetition.
Yeah, we're going to have a handshake now.
Well, the arbiter has to come over first to confirm.
I am playing queen e8. Write it on your score. I approve. And our first result of the round, a draw. You were saying that Wesley came with the very clear intentions of the loss yesterday.
Yeah, I think he is
hurtful.
Yeah, kind of in this particular aspect, for sure, he's a proponent of the old Soviet school maxim of, after a loss, make sure you stabilize by playing very safely next round. And these days you don't see it as often.
Right.
A lot of people
just come back.
Try to come back swinging. Right. But yeah, Wesley, I think, often does do this.
Right.
He wants to stop the bleeding. And
yes, the old Soviet school, absolutely. All
Should
right.
we check in with the tournament leader, Alireza?
Yes.
Fabi did play h5 move that we were looking at, and then c5 as well.
Yeah, this entire thing is now on the board. I think maybe we don't even take on c5 at all. We could just preserve the structure as is. I don't think we're that worried about c5, c4 just yet. Maybe swing the queen over to f4, but I don't know. Even that doesn't really feel very threatening. And not because of c4, but let's say we play a7, a6 to not have to calculate knight b5 anywhere. And after queen f3, even let's say taking, and playing something like rook h8, queen f4, king e8, I don't really see why black should be worse here at all.
No.
Alireza just took on c5.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah.
With a knight.
Understandable, but yeah, we had this. Knight b5 actually is the only thing that, according to the computer, is not much worse for white. Pretty much every single other move. If you play a very natural move, knight f3, now after rook h8, the threat of knight c5, a4, suddenly is quite overwhelming, and the engine doesn't like this one bit.
Knight b5, knight b3.
Yeah, knight b5, knight d3 or knight b3 is very strong. Yeah. So now knight g4, knight ca4, and you can do this, and maybe you can make an argument. Maybe you can make an argument that your position is so solid that you're not much worse. No. But you definitely are worse.
No,
you are, like, it's never a fun thing to do to take b takes c3 with the king on a1. So
that's my friend.
We'll probably see knight b5 and queen c3.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I think knight b5 will happen. The rook, of course, goes to c8 because there's absolutely no reason to give white this additional tempo. So it'll drop back. And now queen c3 or knight b3 is also playable here. White is still fine. You have to take some care, but you're still fine.
All right, thank you, Peter.
Where would you like to go?
I'm going to go. Sorry, I'm still fixated on the gladiator matchup between Levon and MVL, because after the move b4.
Okay, now he's gambling.
Rook d1. That for me is not my first move. I mean, rook d1, Peter?
We either take on f8 or we actually do something in the center.
f5, e5,
and rook d1
let's go.
it seems like we're just giving black a tempo to do something. And that's something you choose between, let's say, rook e8 is the most obvious idea. Rook a7 is very useful in a lot of these positions. Those are the two main lines.
Rook e8, let's go.
Rook e8, I'm sure he wants to play e5. This is why you put the rook on d1 to introduce some X-rays. But
rook a7.
Rook a7 now.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. The rook can come across.
It's still a huge mess. You have to calculate f5. You have to calculate some kind of d6, fe5, and now maybe queen g4, trying to launch some kind of a direct attack. But I would not be shocked if this didn't work out, although the evaluation currently is dropping towards zeros. It was giving black an advantage for a bit, but the deeper you go, the closer it seems to get to equality again. So rook b d1, not a mistake as such maybe, but it's very telling that Levon once again is making a quiet move in a position full of forcing ideas in the center and a rook hanging on the fade. So, no. We are playing a conceptual game here. We're not, materialism is not our credo.
Nice. We have been making a feature during this Grand Chess Tour, Stump the Commentators, and we are back with another question. And take it away, Nazi. What is it?
How many GCT classical games out of 884 ended with mate on the board? This is a tricky question because most players resign right before checkmate.
I'm going to go with the lowest number I can, and that would be 3.
I will go with 6.
Yeah, I think I'm taking 6. Okay. I know it's against the rules not to take all.
No one's brave enough to say 9.
I couldn't imagine if it was 9. What's going to happen when we go on break?
Well, as we go to break, Anastasiya asked the players what makes the Grand Chess Tour so special. So take a look and we'll be right back.
What do you think makes the Grand Chess Tour unique compared to the other tournaments?
I think the quality of the players, the quality of organization. Everything is so well organized, very professional, and it stays the same every year. So it's like a tradition. Chess is always entertaining. There are a lot of fighting games. So it's a treat for the chess players and the fans.
Well, it's a tour, first of all. It's kind of the only tour I'm playing in, at least on such high level. It's nice that tournaments are being played in the same places, more or less, each year. I mean, opponents are strong again, and there is also a unique opportunity to play, some players I normally, possibly wouldn't play otherwise, like, for example, like Wesley in Warsaw. Yeah, and also has quite a long tradition, by now, so, relatively, because if you compare to Total Steel, then it doesn't, but in general, 10 years is quite something, and it's just nice tour.
I think the format, before Grand Chess Tour, I don't think there was this thing like a tour kind of a thing with multiple events. It's not just about playing well in one event, but also you have to do it consistently. And also we have Rapid and Blitz, which adds to the excitement. Yeah, overall it's a exciting format and with exciting players.
I don't know about unique, but I think Grand Chess Tour is, has been the first way to have some organized cycle to get a great fight between the best players in the world. And that has happened for 10 years now with different formats, sometimes classical tournaments, sometimes Rapid and Blitz. And now I feel like it's settled to some extent as part of the calendar, very good locations and stable locations. So I think it's great for the players, it's great for the audience as well, because when it's well organized, when you know what you can be looking forward to watch, it's nice. Also now we have new younger players coming. We were waiting for that for a while, and that's also a lot of fun.
Okay, Grand Chess Tour is a special tour because they take elite players in one tournament or many tournaments, and special.
I think it's different formats in a bunch of tournaments, so it's most of the time it's only the same format we play, like same kind of maybe time format or everything. So, but here we change. We play sometimes classical, sometimes Rapid Blitz, so that's very special.
Well, it's a series of tournaments, and I think that already kind of creates the season and creates a chase. All events are well organized. We get to play in really nice and interesting places. And I think it's kind of prestigious, and it's always been there. As a very prestigious event to win.
It's it always gathers the strongest players in the world. You don't usually expect to win many games, so when you win a classical game, you get extremely happy. It takes half of your calendar. You have to play 2 Rapid and Blitz and 2 classical tournaments. People try to prepare for this tournament a lot, and especially give their best. That's always has been the case, and I try to do differently in this edition, and my goal is to win the whole thing.
Well, Grand Chess Tour is great because there's just so many good things about it. First of all, it's a set of tournaments each year, so players can actually plan in advance. It's also very well organized. I first became a full tour participant the second year, and we started in Paris in Belgium, and it's wonderfully organized. They put players in a very respectable manner, put you in great hotels, and everything's provided for. Also, I got great prizes, great prize money. And on top of that, you get to play against the strongest players in the world, so I could say more, but
I think we haven't seen too many yearly tours, especially ones that have lasted so long. I think it's pretty much the only one aside from the let's say, official World Championship events. It's only one that consistently year-round we've had these events that have attracted the best players, all the best players I think have played in the Grand Chess Tour. I'm also glad that this year we're going to see the final culmination of the Final Four. I think the last time we saw that was 2019, and that was, I think, a really special way to end it. So I'm glad that we're going back to that tradition.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3, but we already have one result. Let's take a look. That was a game between Wesley and Jan-Krzysztof, ended in a draw. The other players are still fighting, and some of them have some winning chances.
Absolutely, but I'm still anxious to the question of Stump the Masters. How many checkmates occurred on the board out of the 884 games?
In only classical games.
In only the classical games. I went with the lowest, number 3.
You took 6, and
you both
let's see if we're all wrong.
Here we go. The answer.
You're right. Yasser, why do we question?
Wow.
And Haru Nakamura did those checkmates in 2 of those games.
Okay, that I didn't guess because I was trying to think of a single game that answered.
I don't recall a single one. I've done this to myself once, but not on a GCT event.
Okay.
I once allowed checkmate on the board in a game against Magnus because it was very picturesque. It wasn't the usual type. I think I had a king on h1, and he played g3, g2 mate with another pawn being on h2. This doesn't happen very often.
No.
So I thought this is worth allowing.
The one checkmate that for me just absolutely stood out in my mind, I was in Bonn, and it was Vladimir Kramnik versus Deep Fritz, the chess engine. And Vladimir just made a move, stood up, looked, saw everything was okay, and it was a winning move, except there was Queen H7 mate, and Vladimir got mated and won on the board, and that was just like a shocking.
I remember the game very
Knight on
vividly.
F8.
Yes, but I'm just trying to think. Was it really in Bonn?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hallucinating something else altogether. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
but yeah, it's so rare to see checkmate on the board. Those Stump the Masters questions. That's a little tricky one. Okay, Hikaru featured in 2 of the 3. Interesting. I'm going to go to Gukesh and Bogdan, if you don't mind, just because I was so.
He heard you, yes, sir. He heard you.
I think it was actually Peter who was suggesting the move knight b8. It's we've been talking about the knight misplacement on c6.
I was talking about Gukesh's next couple of moves. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay, take. Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. F4. And
so this is called the Pillsbury attack. Right?
Pillsbury, Harry Nelson Pillsbury. An American.
These days, these plans are more often seen actually with the knight on c3 and the bishop on d2 going to e1 and h4.
Right.
But yeah, this is very, very classical setup, and queen f3 on the board already.
So we're going to see queen h3 and possibly g4, g5.
Yeah. For black, I guess we're fighting to place the knight on e4, so takes on d4 and bishop b4 comes to mind.
Takes on d4.
He takes, I guess, and bishop b4 trying to take on d2 and put
allowing
a knight on e4.
We're not worried about rook c7?
I think he's got knight e5.
Knight e5 works, I guess, right?
I'm still a little hesitant. Are we 100% sure that this...
I think
well, if we're also losing the knight on d2, might be a bit much.
Well, we've got bishop h... Wow.
No, I think g6 is good enough, yeah. I don't even want to calculate bishop takes d2 because I think after g6 I'm not getting mated.
So, okay, but knight e5 was an issue.
Yeah. Sometimes the problem for black is, let's say we play rook cd1 in this position. Let's continue the line for okay.
Takes, bishop takes d4. Well, you still have knight e4. I'll have a good bishop. But
yeah, rook d7, bishop takes d4.
Yeah, knight e4 blocks the other bishop.
Yeah. We can even throw in bishop c5 here prior to knight e4 if we wanted. So.
Okay. So sorry, we were talking about takes on d4, bishop b4. I thought that was a very good move of you,
rook
Peter.
cd1, and if we take and go knight e4, these positions are not always entirely safe because I think it's easier for white to ignore the knight on e4 than it is for black to ignore the knight on e5. Maybe rook e2. The question is, does f6 work? Of course. You do maybe have to calculate rook takes e4. Yeah, I could see you reaching bishop c4 and
my mouse is slow, but it gets there. Right?
Yeah, I could absolutely see you light up and reach the rook.
The puzzle rush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, almost expecting a drum roll there. Checkmate.
That is regrettable, but even after king f8, queen h5, it looks completely lost. Right?
Yeah, you don't want to be facing this attack. But f6 was really, really walking into such an uppercut. No necessity for you to reach for the f-pawn. This attack is not convincing, Peter.
No, it's playable. Also, bishop takes d2 so early wasn't necessary. We could wait for a move after rook cd1. White doesn't really have any threats. We can spend a tempo on rook ac8 after. Yeah, one very logical continuation for black here would be to include rook ac8 and wait for white to make a move.
I also want to point out they've only made 15 moves and they're down to 25 and 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. In about half an hour, nobody will have any time.
Yeah, and the position will be messy.
But Daniel has been relying upon increments for the last 3 weeks, from Poland to Bucharest.
No, in particular, I think this is like such a fantastic contrast to the game between Levon and MBL. This is barely out of the opening. Yes, it was a slightly non-standard opening, but still, you know, they're down to 20 both. And Levon and MVL have been hanging pieces on every move, and they are like 3 times as fast.
Knight F8.
Here's both boards on the screen to compare.
Yeah, and
whoa, we just seen.
And the players on the board on the right have like twice as much time as the players on the board on the left, which is quite remarkable, considering what's going on.
Crazy.
I thought they had the same time. It's 25 against 27.
Not anymore, maybe. Yeah, they've been.
Yeah, I think just on last 2 moves they spent all their time.
Yeah,
because they blitzed out the openings so fast.
I'm more than surprised that Bogdan played the move knight on d7 to f8.
Yeah, this is a concession.
I mean, giving your opponent such a free hand, come and attack me.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this.
Wow.
He's ready to defend.
But
yeah, I liked more active play as well.
Right. This seizing the defensive, as we would say in Seattle, right. Seizing the defensive. Knight f8. Peter, give me some ideas how the world champion could continue his attack.
Queen h3 is very normal in this type. I was looking at the immediate g4, which is very logical in some of these positions. But
you want to play g5?
Yeah.
Yep.
cd4, ed4, and knight e4 seems like a logical continuation. It is a pawn sacrifice because after everything gets captured and f6, white does have queen d5 check. But we can play queen e6, and the white structure is now very vulnerable. This is okay. I'm pretty sure g4 is a bit too early. We can play queen h3. I was looking at rook ce1 as well, but rook ce1 apparently blunders c4. And I guess this is why we're playing queen h3.
Yeah, c4.
I didn't realize
That's
this
cute.
in time. So we go queen h3. Another change compared to what we were discussing earlier is we've given ourselves the f3 square for the knight, and it's a good square because we are very interested in the idea of lending it on g5, or even knight h4, knight f5 in some positions, frankly. This is, the engine already says this is very, very difficult for black to parry, dislikes it massively. And yeah, I guess you do this, but then rook ce1. This is not going to be fun to defend on 20 minutes. I think Bogdan has been a little bit too accommodating after bishop d3. Like if you're choosing between knight b8 and knight b4, why are we choosing knight b8? I think knight b4 followed by c5 would have prevented
so much of this build-up.
Yeah, so much of this from happening. I think you're so much less incentivized to play knight e5 when the pawn is already on c5. Yeah.
I just want to say that Gukesh, he's channeling you. Queen f3, h3, and as you say, white is ready to introduce the knight d2 to f3 to g5, gift me the pawn on f7, gift me the pawn on h7. This looks like a free roll.
Immediately.
Yeah, I think he's playing fast to not end up in time trouble.
Yeah, but now he is in so much trouble.
Yeah,
after knight d3.
Positionally he is worse now.
Knight d3. I guess he's hoping to play knight e4.
Can we still play knight g5?
It seems like knight e4 is losing though. Let's
put
it on your board.
It's almost losing. Yeah. Maybe actually straight up losing.
Knight e4.
And knight h4. And there's just no reply.
Knight h4.
Yeah. This is actually the big threat. Which
so if g6?
Now I guess we can open the long diagonal somehow, right? Knight h4, g6, we go bishop takes e4, d4, d takes c5, or knight g4 first. Probably knight g4 first, it's just very simple.
Oh dear.
We're just getting there.
Oh
there are no defenders for any of these squares anymore. I think knight h4 is a very missable move because you see, you think about these things in Spanish positions, in Ruy Lopez positions, more than in these types of openings, but it just lands on f5, and it lands on f5 with tremendous effect. Like the best line currently is something like this, but
still knight g4.
Yes, it loses to very specific things.
Beautiful.
But even if you don't find knight g4, even if you, let's say, simply play bishop takes e4, which is a normal move, black is alive, but black is in trouble.
Yeah,
and knight g4 seems to be winning by force.
Yeah.
Look at those 4 white light pieces in the middle of the board. Sorry, Peter, but you know, I think if I was playing a bullet game, knight g5 would kind of come instantly to my mind, as opposed to knight h4. Knight h4, as you say, is great, but
knight g5 is also strong, but you can take on g5
and then
e5,
take on e5,
and then you throw in rook c6, and you establish some sort of a defense along the sixth rank.
Yes,
because
yes.
Structurally, this is not that bad anymore. And if we don't blunder some kind of mate immediately,
like rook f6,
or e6, bishop takes g7,
right?
And this is where the rook comes incredibly useful.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if not for knight h4, or actually even this is very strong. Just this approach is also incredibly strong. But it all seems to be connected specifically to the idea of getting it over to f5.
Gotcha.
But I don't think it's unfindable. I think Gukesh, even though he also is on not a lot of time, I think he will probably spot it. Knight d3 hasn't been played yet, but it's the most natural move in the position.
For the world champion Gukesh, he came in pre-tournament as our statistical favorite.
Yeah.
Easy for you to say. And maybe he could prove it by finding the move knight on d2.
I also heard
F3.
in the intro, Cristian mentioned that there you see Gukesh on the screen. He's only 18 years old.
It's ridiculous.
It's so mind-blowing. Current world champion and world rank number 3 by FIDE rating. And yeah, Cristian mentioned that last year in this event, Gukesh won the first game against Deac and then drew all the remaining 8 games.
Allowing Fabiano to then take the first place.
And also, unsurprisingly, our statistician, Ben Underwood was correct about the percentages.
The winning odds?
Yeah, I mean, on this evidence, we're not writing Bogdanov just yet.
No.
But this does look like the most likely game to end on the result so far. Although both Grunfelds, for different reasons, by the way,
could be
are also
decisive.
looking quite exciting. Let's begin with the one we like the most, and we've been talking about the most. This is the game between Levon and Aronian on the white side against MVL. And Levon played rook bd1, Black played f5, and you kind of had to play bishop g5 again. I understand you may be tired of this, this shuttling back and forth, but this was still okay. Instead, he played queen g3, maybe expecting the rook to finally depart or something. And e takes d5 came with great effect. And Levon is actually in trouble now, because if you go c takes d5, Black can play fe4, bishop takes e4, and bishop f5, my apologies.
No worries.
And Black is coming out of the corner here quite comfortably.
Well, this is one of those positions, sorry, for interrupting. This was one of the positions in my mind I had for Black, where the bishop on d4 not only lords over the queen side and the king side, it also plays a defensive role. In the other cases, we have.
And my question is pretty much about that. Since Levon played rook d1, move that we're not too happy about, I think he just wants to get rid of that bishop, right?
Like rook takes d4.
Rook d4.
Yes.
It's the best move in the position, maybe, but after c takes d4, bishop takes f8, bishop takes e4. Yes, the black king is not very safe, but neither really is white. Let's say bishop takes b4, queen takes d5.
Comes in.
This is such a comfortable setup that you don't really foresee black getting mated on the king side. Black is a pawn up.
Right.
I'm assuming it's closer to a draw than anything else after something like bishop d2 and then king g1.
But why? Why play it down?
Yeah, we know who's playing for a win here.
Right, yeah.
If you take on f8, queen takes f8, let's say c takes d5, black very simply just goes into this endgame and plays, let's say, bishop g4. And, I mean, these passers are very dangerous.
Oh, for sure. No, I would not want to
suddenly, and Levon is deep in thought because I think he underestimated how annoying this is.
And if we play e4 takes d5, not that I want to do it, and just play rook e1, I'm not.
You don't really have an attack anymore.
No.
You can take and play rook e1, but black plays queen f7, rook e8 next move.
We're much worse on the queen side.
I feel like I want to play bishop g5 and rook e7.
Apologies.
If we could,
but yeah, rook e8 is coming in.
Yeah. No. I mean, and that's a pass b pawn too.
Yeah, this is incredibly cheerless. Yeah. I don't know what to choose even. It feels like all of your choices are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one.
Let's check the other Grunfeld because I think Nodirbek might be in trouble.
Yes, as Peter was saying, for completely different reasons. I really like the way that Prague handled his business in this position. He played in the move knight g5. Nodirbek said, okay, well, let me go after your a3 pawn. bishop back to e7, and it was this very good
Tactical move e4.
Exactly, takes bishop here. Now, this was a little controversial because during the break, Firouzja and I, Var and I, were looking at this. Var said rook d1, and I said, well, g4. You remember we were trying to even trap the bishop, g4. But rook d7 was the choice, and even this, I mean, it's on the edge. It's, you know, just...
Bishop d5 probably on the move.
Okay, bishop here, and...
Rook c1 check and king f8 appear to be more or less only moves here.
Only moves. I mean, it's a very narrow...
Yeah.
And
the computer probably holds this, but oof.
Oof, yeah, it could be cheerless.
Yeah.
How do we make progress?
That was what we were talking about also on the break.
Yeah.
How do we make progress? Everything looks good, but with all of our pieces at their zenith, how do we do some... if we play, for example, rook e5 and...
That allows bishop e6. That instantly makes black's life a lot simpler.
And we're thinking in our mind's eye, we've got bishop g7 and rook e8 mate on the agenda. It's a double attack. No, you don't play bishop c6. You play bishop e6, and that makes, as Peter just said, life so much simpler for black. Not so easy to win what looks like an overwhelming position, Peter?
Not at all, no. But white, of course, is fully in control. After rook e7, king d5, you can also throw in king h2, let's say king f8. And yeah, the way the engine plays it, it makes some waiting moves. It's important to know that, let's say, it goes bishop d3 here. It's important to note that you can chase the bishop away from f6, but you cannot really chase it away from g5 because f6 pretty much always loses to rook takes h7, rook h8 check, and then you either pick up let's continue this to illustrate. Either this or very simply rook takes b8, and we're also promoting the h-pawn. It's not just the position collapse. So yes, you can get to here, but this is extremely stable. Rook c3, remember? I was talking about tactics connected with bishop takes g6. This now works,
right?
Because I'm guessing this is the point.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and if f takes g, we simply take on h7, and once again, there's just no good solution to a very simple threat of rook h8, h7. So you're stuck to the sixth, really.
Can black go rook e6?
Yeah, rook e6, we go rook c7.
And I can go back. B7.
Yeah, and you can play knight a6, but then you will have to take with the b pawn. And then you will have to defend this endgame. And despite it being symmetrical, and okay, a7 will fall, equalizing the material, you will lose some of these. Maybe not every single one, but you will definitely lose some of these as black, because it's just so passive. You have no moves. You constantly have to watch out. Let's say you can't even safely go king e8, because rook c8, h8 will instantly win the pawn on h7. Yeah, this is why we spent 3 tempi driving it all the way up to h6. This position would be a draw.
Of course.
This really isn't.
Right. And I will testify as a witness that you were telling about bishop g6 2 hours ago.
I'm just going to jump real quick back to Gukesh. He played knight h4 that
very
move.
quickly.
He spotted it, and Deac has missed knight h4.
The power behind the knight coming to f5 was so strong.
He has a huge advantage now on the board.
And bishop on b2 is lurking in ambush. Why do people like to fianchetto the bishops? Specifically for that reason, like they're always lurking on these diagonals.
And you can make an argument knight e4 is maybe a decisive mistake, but it's such a natural move. How do you not play it?
Right.
Instead, rook c7 with the intention of meeting knight h4 with bishop c8 was still sort of keeping the game afloat. In fact, knight h4 is not as strong anymore. You do have knight g5, though. You have a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think that was what prompted the move knight e4. Is you're sitting here on the black side and you're looking at knight g5.
Worrying about knight g5.
Exactly. So you put your knight on e4 like a classical grandmaster should, and then you get hit with knight h4, and suddenly you don't want to reach for your g-pawn, reminding yourself that there is a bishop on this diagonal, and whether we capture on c5. As kids, I had these tactical check. I think it was Fred Reinfeld's 100 checkmates or something like that. And this definitely featured in a number of them. Mind you, I never got them. The knight coming to h8. Yeah, but they do exist. Knight h6 and
one of the. I can't really construct this from this particular position, but one of the kind of sharpest memories of my childhood was I got mated in a bughouse game where white had a bishop on b2 and a knight on d4, and I somehow had a pawn on g6 showing, and I keep on repeating to people, I'm a horrible bughouse player, I don't understand anything. And Konstantin Sakayev, who is very well known in Russia, but perhaps less known in the West, a very strong player.
Queen G7.
Yeah, he played Queen G7, Knight F5, Knight H6. And even in bughouse, there is nothing you can do about that. With a full hand of pieces, you still get mated in 3 with checks. It kind of stuck with me. That was like 40 years ago. I still remember that very, very distinctly.
It left searing memory. I get it.
Speaking of bughouse, by the way, one of the best players in bughouse is Levon.
Yes.
I'm absolutely terrible, but whenever I partnered with him, we won every game.
I know.
Because I didn't have to do anything.
He compensates a lot. But knight
good.
h4 and Bogdan, as we know, he's time trouble, but I think he's gone into a tank
he's down
after
to
this.
10 minutes. And
10 minutes.
I don't think they will even reach time control because they're on move 18. In 22 moves, this game might be close to over.
Oh, yeah. No, I think
it could be a miniature.
Yeah. From a practical viewpoint, I think you go cd4, knight f5, queen e6, trying to at least, offer some exchanges. And as we mentioned, it loses to the move knight e5, g4 again. But that might not be so obvious because, well,
but it is somehow very...
It's very thematic.
Yes,
I think it's fine. It's very thematic, but still,
Yes.
like rook takes c1 exists. We've already given up one pawn. We're also kind of inviting d takes e3. We're also making a move which optically disconnects our queen on h3 from our knight on f5. It is winning though.
Except that we've got these knight h6 checkmates and bishop g7.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh boy, and I don't see a defense, Nazi.
I don't either. I think Deac is in big trouble now. And today in the probabilities we saw who's most likely to win today, Gukesh was the big favorite, 42%.
I hate it when the probability statistician
right.
is absolutely right. I mean, I mean, he was scoring like 0 for 3 or something in the first few days.
Gotta be right?
I know, a broken record and all that. By the way, we do have queen e6.
And he played queen e6 straight away. This is also something that the engine suggests as one of the ways to continue the game. But now white just goes f5. Well, let me switch to that. Hang on a second.
f5. Why don't we jump as well?
No more knight f5?
Knight f5 is very strong, but f5 kind of wins by force. f5 because you need to go back to e8, and we can go f6 immediately. It's even stronger than bishop takes e4 and f6. And we just get there.
And if I went queen e7, you still play f6? It's probably even better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, queen e7, f6, f6 and knight f5 is actually even stronger,
the 19th century Harry Nelson Pillsbury.
So what is he planning after f5? Queen h6?
That probably loses the queen to
knight
something.
g4, right?
Knight g4, and you run out of squares. Very
queen h5?
h5, but you just kind of know how this ends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a very picturesque line, I suppose, which probably is mate, right?
Yeah, that's
and
nice.
Then, and then in the end, I'll go d takes c5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Actually, it was pretty amazing. Now I have to recall where was the event. I think it was a U.S. championship where a lady came in and gave a speech and apparently she was like the great-granddaughter of Harry Nelson Pillsbury, and she goes, as I understand it, my great-grandfather had an attack named after him, the Pillsbury attack, and we all went, yeah, I know that. Wonderful story.
All the time. Yeah,
but I love that f5, f6. What you've just showed, Peter. That's just a dream.
After the engine takes a bit of time to think, it goes back to playing knight f5 here. Both are winning, but it's now back on this train.
Hard to resist f5, though.
Yeah. I think f5 is very natural. Once you see f5, f6, I think you're also quite attracted to that, but it's a matter of taste.
Okay, well, that could be their first decisive game of the round. We've been averaging two decisive. Where's the other one coming from, Nazi?
Possibly
plenty.
Prague.
Plenty.
Ooh, hold on. We were looking. Whoa. How did the bishop get to g7?
He just played bishop f6, g7. He decided to lock the king down on g8. It wasn't my first choice, But it makes a lot of sense because actually this rook on e7 is there kind of forever.
Permanent?
Yeah, because it's just like you lack the pieces to properly challenge it.
Yeah.
So we can play something like, I don't know, f3 or king h2, g3 here. We have all the time in the world to improve. I think king h2 in particular is useful because maybe in some positions it's useful for us that knight takes e2 is not a check.
Right.
In some knight c6, knight d4 lines, I mean.
Right.
The big question for white now becomes, how do we win this?
Well, rook d8.
If black just continues shuffling forever, if black just goes rook d8, rook c8 forever, is there a winning plan?
Right.
Is more of a question now rather than how does black solve his problems. I don't think there is a way to disentangle. It's just that white has only 3 pieces left.
How to put more, how to squeeze more.
And two of them appear to be on the squares where they will be for the rest of the game.
If I stop your rook from shuffling and let's say go bishop g4, do you start shuffling with the bishop?
Maybe. Or maybe I'm interested in some knight a6, knight c5s. Now that
Knight can actually come into the game.
Well, the problem I'm having is that, yeah, I can do it this way too, right? Because you put your bishop
but I don't need to take.
on
I can play rook c7, and what's your next? Like, I'm not in any kind of hurry to re-establish the material balance. And now you have to go to a5 or b8, b8 back. Or
Right. I wasn't happy with the knight on b8. I was thinking
knight
maybe...
a5. Once again, the question is of, like, white is clearly still the side pressing, but I'm not quite sure how we're breaking through it.
Okay.
The position is ugly but stable for black.
There's this wonderful word, when I liked it, I mean, it made such a great impression on me, permafrost. Permafrost, like if you really think about it, it's like, you know, like this ice that never, ever, ever melts. And bishop g7, it's a permanently ensconced on e7. This rook, there's no getting rid of it.
My kingdom for a horse.
Yeah, but why wouldn't I just very, very slowly play bishop f1, f3, figure out, you know, my maximum zenith? Where does my bishop belong? Well, clearly on this diagonal, which means you're never moving. You're never moving.
And just to check, so if white trades the bishops and goes bishop f3, can we pick up the queenside pawns with our rook?
I mean, just be cold, dirty about it.
Right.
Yeah, those were the sounds I was making because I noticed Levon not doing what we were expecting him to do in that position, and now he is.
We're going to switch to the game between.
Of trouble.
And when we came in,
He's allowing queen d5 and
he didn't take on d4. I'm pretty sure he wants to play queen takes d5 f5, and he's hoping that some jumps will ensue.
Right here, bishop f5. Bishop f8.
He went bishop f8, bishop e4. He still can play rook d4 here. It doesn't matter in which order you make those two moves, but he chooses to go bishop h6. After queen takes d5, f5. And bishop takes f5, you do have some counterplay. After bishop takes f5, you can take on d4. Now you cannot take with the queen because rook f5. And after c takes d4, we can play queen c7. And once we start creating those threats, we're probably fine. Even though we're now 3 down currently,
we can take
this is just such a strong bishop.
We can win the bishop, queen f7 and g4? No.
I don't think we want to.
Too many pawns.
Yeah, I think we're playing for a loss here. rather than for,
too many pawns.
Even though those are
and they're very far advanced. 4 for a bishop.
Yeah. I don't even have the h2 pawn. What happened to my h2 pawn?
Also, I will mention that this also exists. Trying to just not allow f5 altogether and play rook e8, perhaps, you know.
Not bad.
That's actually.
And I think
really
this is why
a decent move,
he's already taken on d5. But the biggest issue I think for Levon is that we're not really threatening anything. Queen h5 check is going to come if the pawn moves anywhere from f5. So black can include rook e8 for now, for instance.
b3 is not bad either, right?
We at some point absolutely do want to continue pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go rook takes d4 here, we are going to be taking with the queen. It's a massive difference. And if f6, the only move that does anything is bishop d5, but what it does, it wins,
f5, bishop takes f5, very quickly played.
He took on f5.
By the way, the clock times?
9 minutes for Levon, 25 for MVL.
Big,
and my screen now coloring queen takes d5 in red, so I guess queen d6 was winning, and queen d5 it thinks is not winning for some reason.
Wow.
Although,
It's still looking good for
not
black.
obvious.
Let me pause you, Peter, and throw the ball over to Cristian in Bucharest.
I want to say the biggest problem for Levon right now, sure, the position might be difficult, but he has to make very difficult decisions, difficult to assess decisions every single move, and he only has 9 minutes left at this point. And I was just in the playing hall, and it does feel, the sense is that MVL is supremely confident right now that he has a great chance to potentially score an important victory with the black pieces. Now, another game that I was having my eyes on is Gukesh versus Bogdan-Daniel Deac. And Gukesh is definitely piling on the pressure on the young local star right now. He just played the move knight to f5, but I want to quickly show you a very fun line. And it starts with the move f5. This was perhaps the better alternative, but it's so difficult to assess it. My guess is that right now Bogdan wanted to swing the queen all the way to h6. It just makes sense. You want to keep it close to the king. You definitely don't want to go queen to e7. Now you're starting to see ideas of maybe even f6, opening things up, and it looks very dangerous for your king. After queen h6, there is a very nice line that if you don't see it, then you just simply don't play it as white. Knight to g4, queen to h5. Now I will take on e4. And by the way, if you don't find all the most precise moves, you're not going to be better anymore as white. So f5 would have been a very committal decision. Bishop takes e4, take on e4. Now I start with the move f6. I provoke g6. You cannot allow me to take on g7. That's just going to shatter your whole position. And this was the key move at this point. Knight to f5. Such a nice move. Of course, you cannot take with the pawn on f5. You lose the queen on h3. If you take on h3, then I give you a check on f6. You have pretty much to take on f6, take on f6. I take on f7. King to g8, everything is forced. Now after the simple knight takes d8, this is just an easy win. After take f7, you go king g7, I take on c5 with a check. You lose absolutely everything in your position. A very beautiful line, very tactical, and this is why Gukesh was spending so much time on this decision. He felt something is wrong with black's position. He couldn't find the most precise move, but even after knight to f5, I have to say, the pressure is almost unbearable for the black king right now, and Bogdan-Daniel Deac has a very difficult task ahead of himself to survive in this position. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Breaking news on all the boards. Victories seem to be abounding.
Yeah, we
Nazi.
were saying how many decisive games we're going to see. It looks like now possibilities are endless.
Gukesh looks like he's winning, but Levon is really on the wrong track.
And
Peter.
I think maybe we were speaking about how fast they were playing, but he is down to 8 minutes in a very complicated position, and I think kind of trying to create the impression that he's has things under control. And this move, rook f4, I guess he thinks that rook df1 will create a massive threat along the f-file. First of all, I want to mention that this move exists. It might not be the strongest move in the position, specifically because white has the reply of queen g4, which I find very comical. White, replying with the queen sacrifice to
with the queen
sacrifice.
Yeah.
But now, after the captures both
bishops,
black is still better because the b pawn is going to be very dangerous. It actually gets to b2, but white maybe survives by some sort of miracle.
Okay.
But you can also just play rook e8, and after rook df1, you can quite calmly. Even king f7, king h8 is also possible. But the point is, with the king on f7, it will take white so long to organize g2, g4. Something will happen in the meantime. It's just not happening. And without g2, g4, you're not really creating any threats. Whereas for black, I want to start pushing the b pawn towards the queening square. I have a feeling this is borderline lost for white. And as we already mentioned, rook takes d4, which I understand it's a difficult move to make because we're not doing it to win. We're doing it to create. And now queen e5 or queen c, like pretty much any of the moves to the dark squares. But I think if you stop to consider this position, I don't know, rook e8, and I make some kind of a quiet move like king g1. Yes, black is 2 up, but the bishop on h6 is such a monster that honestly, it doesn't even look like black is better.
And black pawn's not going forward easily at all.
It's not going to cross to b2. I think white is completely safe. And I'm surprised Levon didn't consider it for longer because it did seem like a logical continuation. Maybe he was worried about queen d7? But then after queen c4 check, once again, you can't be like bishop e6, queen takes b4. This is not an improvement. This is,
by the way,
this
rook
is also
f8
not
mate.
very safe. Yeah, this is
No.
also not very safe at all. Like king g1, if you play d3, you maybe lost to queen c3. Although you're still kind of alive, but yeah. You're not playing for a win this with black. Anyway, this is a big miss because he must know he's running a tremendous risk here. So spotting an opportunity to kind of bail out, to get rid of the most important defender, that bishop on d4, and proceed from there, should have been taken.
By the way, after the move rook f4, I understand rook e8. Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely, bring your rook into the game.
You want to play b3 straight
Yeah,
away?
I'm still like, I'm mesmerized by the idea of just b3 and b2.
Yeah.
Like,
also
what am I
very
doing?
efficient, actually. Rook df1, b2, rook takes f5, queen takes f5.
That was my key line, is that you go rook f1, you follow up on your threat of doubling, and you want to play rook f8 mate. That's your whole goal. And I'll give you my queen. I'll go b2, you'll take my bishop, I'll take your rook, you'll happily take my
queen b3 here. No, you go with the other.
Oh, sorry.
I think you play b1 instead of queen takes f5.
b1.
Yeah, b1, rook b1, queen takes f5.
That's it, right.
There's no mate on f8?
Yes.
Close?
And also the point that Peter wanted to make was that if I play queen takes f5, oops,
regrettably,
that's a check.
Otherwise, I would have been winning on the spot.
Right.
But queen b3 check is
And
a
you could
massive
include
cold
c4,
shower.
but then queen c4 comes with a check, and queen d4 comes with a check. Just picking up everything and checkmating you.
That's and checkmating you. Well, that makes it big.
To add insult to injury.
But
b1 is
b1 equals queen, and this is the hardship. You play rook f8. You take the rook at the same time you stop your opponent from.
And you reach for the rook on f1, and then your opponent says
no. Go the other way.
Yes.
And then I can happily play queen
I mean,
h5.
it's still too early to say that MVL is going to win this, but he's getting closer. So this will be, if he does, second win in a row and
Three
second.
decisive games out of 3.
Yes.
For MVL.
Yeah. And for Levon, second loss in a row would also be absolutely tragic.
In the game of Gukesh, by the way, he's made a move which, to my eyes, is a very, very normal and natural move. He did play the move bishop on b2, captures d4. We are aware that our computer engines are shouting for the move knight g4.
He even took on e5 with the bishop. He's still going to be much better, but now after f7, f6, we're not really giving mate. We're just better positionally. So this is a massive, massive improvement for Bogdan.
For Bogdan.
It's actually a forcing line, right? Rook c1 and bishop c8.
Yeah.
To force some more trades.
Rook c1 and rook c8 is also playable. Bishop c8 is more ambitious, yeah.
That could be an incredible save, because...
Although...
Oh, there's rook c8, knight
yeah,
e7?
I wanted to say maybe rook takes c8 works and
But are
knight
we still better?
e7, yeah. And the resulting position is probably not great for black.
Yeah, two bishops,
against two knights, and the king is not very safe. This doesn't look promising.
No.
Unless there's queen b4, something immediate. Unpleasantness.
Yeah, this I missed.
So Bogdan has a chance, but he has 5 minutes on the clock against 12 and a half.
Yeah, f6 played, but you didn't really have any choice. The big decision will come after bishop d4. Do you go for this, or do you do something else?
It's funny, the move bishop d4, very, very natural, of course, but on the other hand, it's sort of like maybe the knight belongs on
there,
d4, so some reasons to consider bishop b2. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's definitely...
But I think also your hand naturally wants to go g4, g5, so that you can, give a splat on the g7
In the meantime,
pawn.
MVL did find b3, so he is now a very heavy favorite in that game.
And I also wanted to go to our marquee. How does the marquee game between Alireza and Fabi not get our total attention? Fabi's in control.
Fabi's in control. He's not much better, but he's definitely better.
What has happened? When we left it, we saw the position after knight c5, if you don't mind, Peter.
Knight b5, rook c8, queen c3, as expected, and bishop d7, all of this
all
on
included.
Screen.
Yeah.
He played queen a3 instead of queen a5, which results pretty much in the same thing. Takes, rook c7. And now he kind of needed, I think, to play knight b3, trying to remove more more material off the board. And if you play knight e4, we will take on e7, we will not blunder the f2 pawn, and it kind of stabilizes. You take on b3, maybe even take with the pawn to establish the connection.
More trades.
Yeah. Offer more and more trades on every move. Instead, he went rook c2, and now after rook gc8, I guess he played rook gc1 because this is what he played rook c2 for.
Right.
But now, regrettably for him, the engine says after knight e4, you are quite a bit worse, because you're having trouble defending your entire king side. You can start with whichever trade you like.
Queen e7.
Let's say queen e7, rook e7. And now f2 is hanging, and another problem is I'm taking with the rook now, and this is very, very vulnerable.
That's tender.
Yeah. So rook gc1, it's been played, but if Fabi finds knight e4 here, nothing else really gives black anything at all if you include a6 and bishop f1. Now after knight e4, the difference being, let me try and figure it out. Why is this suddenly
less?
So much better compared. In this position, we have bishop g2.
G2.
We have bishop g2, bishop takes d5, and with the bishop on d5, we're running very, very few risks.
Right.
And we do have a breaking news. I think MVL missed an opportunity. He played king h8, and now looks like Levon can equalize again. If we can jump to that game real quick.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Really?
Levon's
Not
down to
playing
4
b2
minutes.
here. Not playing b2 here is surprising.
Okay, so we like b3, and this was the moment. b2, rook takes f8, b1 equals queen, as we've previously shown. That was a winning continuation for MVL.
Yeah.
Instead, he saw the move rook takes f5, of course, and he said, I have all the time in the world. Why is this such
Rook
a
takes
terrible
d4
move?
once again.
Rook takes d4.
Yeah, allowing that is never a good idea.
Okay, hold on. Rook takes d4, c4.
Queen c7.
Okay, I see the mate on g7, and I defend the mate on g7, this time with my rook.
Queen e7, maybe?
Or queen b6 also?
Or queen b6,
Queen
yeah, there's
b6.
all of these moves, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e7, I think you have to play queen e6, and then I wanted to play queen c5, and...
Yeah, I wanted queen b6 so you don't have queen e6. But what does black
goodness. Queen e... Oh.
Keeping my eye on both pawns and queen f6.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah, that is...
That came out of nowhere.
Oh, yay.
Okay. Bishop
we
f4
missed,
is interesting.
We missed
Bishop
that, I
f4?
guess.
What?
There's rook g7 there, right?
Bishop f4.
I'm taking your queen.
Oh my God, queen's hanging.
Thank goodness.
I did not do that.
But in this moment, the move bishop f4
Yeah.
kind of scared me. Or was it bishop g5? I'm just worried.
Too much to calculate here.
Yeah, I think this is just very unclear, and
So-
maybe you have to take with the queen on d4.
But then you give up b3, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
not immediately, because I have to stop queen
Rook
h4
f4
check, but
first,
we have rook f4.
Maybe
So
that's what
queen
MVL means.
takes?
Yeah, I
Rook
think
f4.
that's very likely.
Okay, just a second. Let me catch up with you. Queen takes b3, as desirable as it is, hangs our evergreen bishop. Rook f4. Now you're
rook
telling me
f4.
there's no good play here? What's going on?
King h2.
King h2.
Yeah, and
And
we have
you've
rook
got
h4
rook
as
h4.
backup, and we have a queen c3 threat, which is
huge.
Down to 2 minutes, Levon.
Yeah, and this is the last. Yeah, if he doesn't do it now, he is dead lost.
Yeah,
Which I
B2 's
think
coming.
improves his chances tremendously, because
Finding only moves tend to be
otherwise
good moves.
b2 comes in and you resign pretty much,
Right.
because your attack is just never going to be fast enough with the black pawn almost. Yeah,
He's
there
done
we
it?
there we have it.
Munch?
Yeah, there we have it.
Well, I think the way the way Maxime just glided into his seat, it was like, dude, I've been waiting for rook d4 for the last 2 minutes. What's taken you so long? Like, that wasn't unexpected,
MVL looks confident, like he thinks he's still winning.
right?
Probably missing this rook f4 idea after queen takes.
Because queen takes rook f4, I can hit you with a check. Because it seems like this pawn on b3.
Yeah, and there was a MVL breathing out, because I think he spotted it. Yeah, you
Okay, so hold on. Why? Oh, the rook is defended.
Yeah,
I was
we can
thinking
take
queen
on
e5.
B3,
Yeah, I'm
Queen
still
E-
We
taking
can
the
take on
pawn.
b3, and with that pawn gone, we are back to having this kind of long-term positional compensation. It's not zeros, but you can imagine it not being horrible for white, right?
Right. I mean, Okay, and time is a factor in this one?
Not for MVL, he has 20 minutes.
Yes, for
But
Levon,
yeah,
of course.
for Levon, 2 minutes.
Rook
So
takes-
maybe MVL rushed with King H8.
Oof.
Yeah.
And now looks like after C takes D, Queen C7 is an automatic move.
Yep.
You have to play Queen D7 or something like that.
Okay. But then you...
Check King G8.
I'm still here, right? I'm still here.
Right, I don't think Queen E5 is the best move. Maybe play
Right.
something like Queen B6 again.
Okay.
Attacking B3. And you don't have B2, that's...
And I don't have B2, you take it.
Don't have
And
Queen
bishop,
E6.
bishop E6, Queen...
I think I know what happened, though. Can we go back?
Yes.
I think I have an idea as to what happened. Further back. Here, yeah. B2.
Why he didn't play B2.
Yeah, B2, rook takes F1, rook takes F5, B1, rook takes B1, queen takes F5. Would have been completely resignable because queen H5 is a huge threat, but there is queen B3 check. And I think he got worried because queen B8 check will follow whatever you do. But I guess you go king H8, queen B8, queen C8. I'm doing this solo. I'm trying not to switch the computer on here.
Solo.
Yeah.
I like that.
But we're still 2 pawns up, and importantly, we have the correct bishop, so we're not getting mated on the long diagonal all the time.
Right.
And we should be able to stabilize here. Like you play queen d6, I guess, but now there are no threats. And I can play, I don't know, queen e8, and slowly start coming out of the corner.
Right.
And eventually we should be able to stabilize completely, and then we are 2 up after all.
So you think that this frightened him? He saw
Yeah,
Queen B8.
I'm sure he didn't. I mean, I know he saw B2. Like,
yeah.
People don't.
They play B3 and B2,
people
B1.
don't miss the idea of B3, B2. He didn't do it. He didn't do it for some reason.
Which piece
and I
he
think this
takes
is the
with.
reason.
Well, he was reaching.
He was
for the-
reaching and he's still not sure, yeah. Queen D4 on the board, and Levon has to play Rook F4 only move. Otherwise,
This is
he's
it.
still in
Moment
trouble.
of truth. Can't take the pawn on B3, Queen H4, check. But now we do have the opposite colored bishop, which means that we always have
I guess you could also try Bishop F4,
bishop.
but there's Rook E8, and then...
Yeah, now I've kind of given up my mating.
Can I take on B3?
Yes,
There is some kind of...
I would probably be tempted to just give myself, a luft a little bit. But okay, Bishop F4 wasn't.
No, Bishop F4,
we
Rook
were.
E8 is weaker.
We
than
know
Rook.
Rook F4 is the best.
Right.
I was just thinking if he has another option.
Yeah, Bishop F4 is playable, but you are not equalizing there. You have chances for a draw, but Rook E8, Queen B3, C5, C4. The engine says black should be.
By the way, Bishop F4. What did you just say?
Rook E8.
Rook E8.
Rook E8.
Any reason why I can't?
Should be 5 Rook F5 though.
That is absolutely true. Just a second. Just a
Do we
second.
take on F5?
Yeah.
Check.
It's like
And Queen H6? Queen C1?
But I have Rook F1 in the end there. It's not even a draw. You might be worse with black.
Queen C5.
Oh, you have King G1, Rook F1.
Yeah, I have King G1, Rook F1 in the end. And B2, Queen B3 is probably mate. Yeah.
Once again, Queen B3. That is a most annoying move, that Queen B3 business. All right. Current position,
40
Queen takes D4.
Seconds for Levon. He has to find this move Rook F4 to equalize. It's unfortunate for him that they haven't reached the time control yet, because he has to find all these critical moves with no time on the clock. Last 30 seconds right now.
It's a big challenge.
They still have
And
8
Rook
moves
F4.
to go, and he's found it. Rook
He's
F4.
found the first of probably a long sequence of only moves at this moment.
Played on 25 seconds. So
Peter, your opponent's in time trouble. You know it. He knows it. You're thinking to yourself as black. Your mind is racing. How to trick the opponent? What moves do you do?
I think in this position you don't. I think in this position you actually start trying to play for absolute best decisions, because you're not entirely out of risk.
Right.
You could, if you continue blitzing here and you miss something, with this bishop on h6, it's not difficult to imagine scenarios where white somehow, you know,
they just checkmate you on the spot.
Yeah, just generates enough threats for you to worry.
Right.
No, I think here you actually forget about the 30 seconds altogether and just try to make best moves.
Maybe just queen e5, let white take on b3, but keep the queen on a good square.
Yeah, and rook somewhere. Rook
develop
G8,
the rook finally.
maybe, or rook E8,
yeah. And then hope that in time trouble.
To be honest,
white
it still looks
makes
like
a
black should be better at least a little bit because the king on h1 is also not entirely safe, but yeah.
Help me out again here. I think we've already covered this ground.
Yeah, king h2.
King h2. Now I understand that you want to just give me a checkmate with the queen as well as queen c3. I don't have any.
Yeah, that's why.
This is so
once you remove the queen from long diagonal, it starts looking very scary. Yeah.
It does. It does.
Doesn't look trustworthy at all.
So I would either give queen a1 check just to keep the queen
on the long diagonal,
yeah,
or just step back with
queen
e5.
King h2, you don't really have an attractive move to make.
It's funny.
It's hard to defend that pawn.
Right. And
I don't have rook b8. I don't have c4.
Right.
I don't want to move my bishop.
Yeah, the bishop c2, rook f7 looks like a
recipe for a disaster.
Totally.
So yeah, that's why I was suggesting queen e5 and just keep the queen centralized.
Queen e5.
Say goodbye to the b3 pawn.
Oh, but my pride and joy. And this still feels like it could be 3 results. I mean, despite the time deficits.
With the queen on the long diagonal, you should not be losing. But if you overpress, if you try to create winning chances where maybe none exist, you might run into issues.
I'm going to leave this. I'm going to go quickly to the game of Gukesh and Deac because we really liked Gukesh's position. By the way, he did retreat his bishop, not to the square d4, but to b2, takes, bishop c8.
Yeah, best move.
This is now
g4.
This is now not as horrible, but yeah, Deac as usual is playing on increment.
And he plays very, very well when he has almost no time on his clock.
He's improved his position a lot, but he's down on the clock. He only has 1 minute left.
For 15 moves.
Yeah, it's a lot against 8 minutes.
15 moves.
So as long as Gukesh keeps pressure.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it is now very close to complete equality. This is an unbelievable improvement in fortunes.
No more attack on the king side.
Yeah, that missing knight e5, g4 may be very, very costly. I want to go to the game of Alireza and Fabiano and to catch up with their... When we left it, they played that
Not
whole
exactly
variation.
the same line. I think Alireza traded correctly. I was doing it wrong because I was also bringing the knight on b6 to c8,
He took off one pair of rooks.
And then on e7. So we get the same position, but with a knight on b6 instead of c8, which is not as good as square. Because it should be on d6, ideally. It still looks kind of winning for black, right? But it
looks
isn't.
nice.
It isn't,
Also in time
because
trouble
it goes...
as well.
Apparently there are no threats.
30 seconds for him.
30 seconds. This is a huge game.
Yes.
I mean, again...
He's the leader.
Alireza, Grand Chess Tour defending champion of the Superbet is Fabi. And I mean, this would be a dream come true. You play e4, I'll put my rook on f4.
And then knight 75. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then I'm just cruising to a victory.
He just made the move with 2 seconds on the clock because he got 32 seconds.
32 seconds.
He still
Wow.
has 7 moves to make.
Wow.
And this is not a particularly good move because it gives black a bunch of chances that weren't available. But the way the engine was holding it, and holding it as in not losing, was it liked, for instance, the move b2, b3, which I think does a number of things. It solves your back rank issues. It cuts off the c4 square from the knight, and yes, it also establishes an idea of playing bishop c4 if and when the knight departs from b6.
Somehow b3 is an unnatural.
But b3 is just such a
move.
difficult move to make. Yeah.
He maybe something similar. He doesn't
he
solve
wants
his
to
back
attack f7.
rank.
Yeah. He wants to attack f7, but now knight c4 is very strong, and rook g2 is borderline winning.
Rook g2.
Rook g2
That's
trading
a nice move.
d2 d4 for f2. and then white will have a collection of weaknesses which you will have to
Black will
defend for the
probably
rest of
pick
the
up
game.
either D or H. Yeah.
Yeah. So you do this, white I guess takes and goes bishop b3, and we bring the knight over to d6. And then white is completely tied up. You play knight c8, rook f4, knight d6.
Such a pleasant endgame to play with black.
Yeah. This is bad.
Yes.
And you also have 2 seconds.
Well, pile on, why don't you?
Let's check one more game since we're going around the room. Prague against Nodirbek. It's opposite color bishops, but
he's got the permanent.
Black is playing without the rook and the king.
He's got the permanent rook.
And this is
it winning?
The 7th rank.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
so I can imagine white's king trundling all the way to f6.
And even that doesn't create a threat.
Right?
Yeah, the
Like
big
white
question
can do
here
anything
is...
they want, but is it enough?
You can pretty much draw on this board. You can place your pieces on any squares pretty much.
Right.
But so far I am incapable of figuring out a threat.
So I bring my king towards the bishop so that I have a5, a3, a4 at a certain moment, Peter?
To just
I can dislodge the bishop. I don't know why that helps me so much.
Also, I may not let your king to cross. I can keep the rook on e-file.
Can you?
Yeah,
so I'll go
shuffle
king
with the
here.
bishop.
You're okay.
King f4,
here.
e8.
Rook here. And
I wonder if king g5 and then g4, f4, f5 does anything. It probably forces you to take on f5. So we open the g file. And that maybe allows me to launch some kind of an attack later in the game, but I still don't know if that attack is anything.
I might allow you to take on g6, take with the h-pawn.
But then and then put the king on h7, because you immediately play king h7 so that you never blunder h7 check and then the rook swing over to the h1. Yeah, maybe.
So you're giving me everything I possibly could
yeah,
want.
we're trying to.
And now you're thinking that if I take, you'll take with the h
we cannot take f takes g, I'm pretty sure, because then the bishop will go and rook g7 check will be an additional threat that you need to constantly worry about.
And if I keep the tension?
Yeah, we just shuffle with the rook, right? Rook c8. Okay. Or bishop d3 here, maybe.
Yeah, shuffle with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop d3 maybe.
Bishop d3.
Yeah, the concept was we don't want to let you cross to b4. The concept was if your king is on the f file, I keep the rook on e8.
Okay, so bishop.
Oh, sorry. Let's look at Levon and MVL.
Please.
Everyone's in time trouble.
I mean, the game's blowed up.
This
Whoa!
G5, I was just not.
This is a very enjoyable round.
Rook f4, queen f6. Did we look at queen f6?
No, we did not.
Not really. And
queen
now,
takes b3, g5.
Very understandable decision. It gets rid of the bishop on h6, but unfortunately you're not better after rook f5, king g1. And yeah, he'll play this. He doesn't really have much of a choice, so he'll play this for sure.
Now you can't take the rook because then that is the immediate checkmate.
Yeah.
But now we're down.
We're down two. But yeah, but we should be able to simplify into some rook endings which are holdable.
Okay, so this one is weak.
Yeah, if Black's
this
pawn
one is weak.
was back on g7, then.
Yeah, that would be a very different story. But we did have to play g5.
Nazi, you do know that pawns don't move backwards.
I know, but I don't accept it.
I refuse.
Well, you can play queen h4, but regrettably for you, the engine just gives zeros to queen c3, queen takes d4.
Queen c3?
Yeah, you just take,
Queen
take,
d4?
and take on g5. And
I think
no, I don't
you're
think
saying
you play
queen
king
d4
g8.
check.
No.
Pardon me. Queen d4.
Then computer says just take, and it's a draw.
Take on g5, and despite black having rook g8, which I guess forces us to go king f2, king e1,
which we're not unhappy about.
Yeah.
Because it would be a blockading king. Wow. An incredible, eventful game, starting from a very, very sharp Grunfeld. We've got a position 2 pawns up, and maybe it's a draw.
And still, computer says triple zeros.
Wow.
MVL will feel aggrieved by this, because MVL will feel that he actually handled
something slip away.
This contest really, really well. They both were in a very fighting mood today and were absolutely going for it from move 1. And MVL really handled it by far the best of the two until a decision not to play maybe the most obvious move in the position,
B2.
D3, B2.
Queen D5 can transpose to the line that you just gave, Peter, which was takes, rook takes. There, White gets one of his pawns back, and his king is in time.
I don't see anything particularly better, to be honest. The rook is hanging, both your c5 and your g5 pawns are hanging, and you can play rook g8, allow queen takes c5, but it doesn't really look like you're better there at all. Because White's pieces are just so much more active.
Anything to recommend for
rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging. Thank you for that.
The pawns are hanging too. While this game
I was more worried about my pawns than the rook.
Let's go to the World Champs game because his opponent's down to his last 10 seconds and it's a very sharp position still. Looks like Gukesh won the pawn. A pawn is gone now.
And he shouldn't have, but now he's back to being better, I guess. Yeah.
B4 takes.
As you can see, Deac's not at the board, even though he made his last move with 8 seconds.
Yeah.
He likes to walk around.
And now Gukesh should do what he should have done a couple of moves ago. A very strong move here is queen h3, h5. We do want an endgame, even if it spoils our structure a little bit. We do want an endgame because we have an outside passer on the A file, which is going to be very strong.
And 2 bishops too.
And 2 bishops to escort the outside passer.
That
I
option,
like queen h5.
Yeah, that option was available earlier, and White did not avail themselves of it. And Deac could have actually gotten back into the game again, but didn't.
How many moves do they have?
Still 9 moves to go till
9
time control.
moves.
Yes, and Gukesh has 5 minutes.
Yeah. Getting up from the board on 38 seconds is...
You know,
I feel like throughout my career, I was the person who was away from the board the most.
Yes.
And even I wouldn't really do that.
I've watched him play Rapid and Blitz, and he would get up with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and then sits back down, makes a move. I don't know how he does it.
Remarkable.
As an opponent, he would make me nervous for him.
Right. Extra pawn for Gukesh looks good. So we've got Levon now, seemingly headed towards a draw.
Yeah.
Fabi enjoying an endgame advantage.
And he's played rook g2.
He did find rook g2, so I think he is now heavily
He's a
favored to convert this into a full point.
Pragg is enjoying his position, but we don't know yet if he can actually convert. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Black should actually finally win a game in this tournament.
Maybe Fabi will be really the first to break what has been a white spell, if you will.
So if Gukesh doesn't see queen h5 or doesn't think that it's the best way to go, what else can he do here?
Well, everything else is weak. I mean, queen f3 is, I guess, the major alternative. But after rook c8, I think it's very understandable that you want to get the queens off here, because if you compare the kings, the black king on g8 is now quite safe, whereas for white we played not only f4 but also g4, which means that you constantly have to worry about, if black gives a check in this game, it will become very uncomfortable. So far, black is kind of far away from giving a check, but once you start fighting for the open files with rook c8, like the engine goes takes, and now really starts covering all the squares. But yeah, we play, I don't know, h7, h6. Our knight on a5 is not a particularly proud piece, and
no, I'm not.
We're still a pawn up. We still have a couple of bishops. We can play queen c2. Black will maybe play queen a8, but now we have to worry about queen a8, a7, hitting the pawn on a3.
Knight takes f4.
And yeah, it's one of those positions where it feels like you should be able to stabilize, but you don't quite see how. And the longer you stare at it, not finding the way to stabilize, the closer you come to the realization that maybe it's just not winning. Which is why, comparing it with this is, I mean, I think it's just such an easy choice.
Yeah.
Well, you are doubling your pawns, so I can see why he's hesitating.
But even if I remove it from the board, I'm still better, right?
Right.
We have an outside passer and a bishop pair. Maybe he is worried some jumps will happen, but bishop can go to pretty much any square. Bishop e2, b1, f1. All of those moves are perfectly fine. We want to play a2, a3. And then everything is completely locked down.
Right.
And from that moment onwards, we will start.
Then we can
converting
focus
reasonably safely, yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Gukesh is down to his 2.5 minutes.
And again, how many moves? Did you say 9?
He's taken on e4?
He's taken on e4.
He can still play queen h5 now, right?
By far the best move again. by far, really should be played.
Oh no, he played
Queen
Queen G2.
G2.
And now after Rook C8, Black is very much back in the game.
Yeah, I saw Queen G2 got a question mark.
Okay, why is Black very much back in the game?
The king on G1 is very unsafe. I think it's just that.
The active rook or the queen on c-file.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, I was
Just
going to
wanna
play
take a
rook
pawn?
to D1, but I'm now looking at bishop A4, and I'm going, you know, there is a back rank. Any you said it well, Peter. Any check, I start to feel uncomfortable about it. Any check towards my king.
And Black is, yeah, we don't particularly even care if we lose the E4 pawn in some positions, I suspect, because it just opens more. Yeah, okay, I don't like knight D8 though. Knight D8 doesn't seem like it's going in the right direction.
Well, his idea is to go knight c6 and trade the knights going to the opposite color bishops.
Now it's time to play to A3, I guess, just to make sure nothing is hanging on the queen side.
We don't hiccup a
And after
light
knight
piece.
c6, we just move the knight.
I think we take.
We take.
Rook C4.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, rook C4.
We can't guess any moves. So.
Well, in this case, it's
Yeah, he's attacking the pawn, but knight C6 now is knight C6 or rook C8 are both very playable.
6 moves to go and no time.
Yeah, knight C6, rook takes C4, I guess queen C8, and suddenly everything is hanging for you with white.
Once again, in this
knight C6 now?
Now it's knight C6.
I'm assuming he thought he can take on E4 freely, but then after queen C8, it's difficult to name a thing. Oh, okay, rook C4 back, yeah. Maybe some other square, maybe queen up.
You can hear queen A6. Oh, this is 6 is just. Well.
He's going rook C8 immediately.
Rook C8 immediately.
And that's not great, probably.
It looks fine.
But yeah, looks.
Well, queen takes E4.
Oh, we take on.
Then rook C1, rook C2, and I pick up one of the pawns on A2 or H2.
But there's a traffic jam. Okay, here we go. Queen E4. Queen E4. Rook E4. Check. And at least I have a little bit of safety for my king.
So you're throwing rook D4, right?
Yes, that's the traffic jam. Yeah. So I wanted to say, if you take the pawn, then
yeah, this is actually very unpleasant. You're right. But queen takes C4. If we go all the way back to the beginning of the line, queen E4. Here, rook takes C4 exists because there's bishop F7 in the end, which is very important.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so rare that from a very, very long diagonal,
and
you
will have to suffer,
pawn.
but I assume you make a draw in this 4 against.
I'll agree with that. Yeah. But what about queen take? Now you want to play bishop E6? Or what
Probably bishop E6. And A2 is hanging, G4 is hanging, and if you play queen E4, I have some jumps, queen A4 maybe.
Another one of those, I'm going to check you on the first rank, and you're not going to be happy situations.
It becomes kind of, you sort of lose control here with white, right?
I'm like 2 pawns up, but I don't feel like I'm the one dictating.
Exactly. You no longer feel like you're
H3.
One of the decent moves in the position, but yeah, it's even H5 is playable here, which is kind of sensible because
but the knight on A5 is so out of the game. You could be doing white a solid favor by trading the rooks and allowing knight to D6.
Well, black would take and maybe go knight
Knight F7, yeah, you're right.
But it's so hard to play these positions when you're suffering with no time on the clock. I mean, you're looking for forcing moves. What? How much?
7, 6.
He's going down.
He took on C4.
He's going to.
And now we have an outside pass pawn. We do have knight D6 and queen E4 on our agenda. By the way, we've defended G4 along with giving our king a little extra lift.
Allowing knight D6 seems unnecessary, so let's go knight F7.
But knight's not very happy on F7.
Queen E6 first is also... I'm not sure I like this, because after knight D6 we don't really have active continuation.
You have to defend with bishop C6?
I guess you play bishop C6, but then maybe queen C2, trying to pin the knight to the D8 square.
By the way, I love the knight on D6, just really, really, really powerful. Queen to C2?
Maybe queen D5 to activate something?
Importantly, the engine goes knight D6, knight F7.
Knight D6?
And E4 is not hanging.
Yeah, because if you take with the queen, I take on A2 in the end. Yeah.
96.
So the only move here that does anything at all is knight f5.
Okay.
But the game is still very much afloat for Gukesh. You have some
Yeah,
pressure.
this looks
Queen
still
c4.
last rank issues. Yeah.
Queen c4. I guess you go knight e7 check. King h8. Maybe queen d2. Very strange position. It feels like one of
Bishops
those
of opposite color, but knight f7. He was ready. He was poised and ready. But knight f5.
That the engine, of course, holds for black, but for human players, it's still a challenging defense. Yeah, you have to play knight f5. If the knights come off, you aren't really playing for a win anymore.
No, I agree. Knight f5. But that queen c4, knight e7.
And only 2 more moves to go until the time control.
Yeah.
It still looks good for white.
It does. It does. I mean, this is not a fun position to try to hold and defend.
Against the world champion, yeah.
Exactly. I want to go to the Levon game just for a moment, just to see where things stand in this one. When we left it, we had seen...
MVL keeps the extra pawn, but we're in the queen and rook endgame with open kings. Both kings completely
So
open.
he jettisoned the g-pawn.
They reached the time control, so no more.
This is move 40, so now there will be a lengthy pause. Yeah.
Okay. And what about, I mean, obviously MVL is enjoying matters, whether or not he wins, that's a different question. I'm looking at the game of Alireza and Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi's still in the driver's seat here.
Black's pieces are incredibly active.
And the final move Alireza just made, rook f1, f3, which is by far the most natural move in the position, is apparently a massive mistake because he could have played rook f6. Very difficult to spot that rook f6 with the idea of king c7, bishop c2, just giving up everything just to get to the f7 pawn. And the engine was suggesting that maybe this holds, but not easy on 30 seconds.
Right.
And now he will probably be denied this option. Yeah, rook g2 is a good reply by Fabi, and black is back to being...
Yeah, rook g4 is a serious threat. And
the only thing here that doesn't lose is the move b2, b3. Doesn't lose on the spot, might lose long term.
Yeah.
But you have to play b3 to once again re-establish the idea of
them.
bishop c4. Yeah, you need to have counterplay.
And if I
there's
stop
rook
you...
f6, I think. Oh, you're stopping with b5.
b5.
Let me check.
That's interesting.
If b5 is strong. b5 is probably just very, very strong. You're right, Yasser.
But I don't feel, sorry, I don't feel like I deserve any kudos. You went b3 with a single idea of bishop c4. I play b5 and I go, wow, that's amazing. You stopped me from completing my idea.
Even a4, a6 kind of remark.
Yes, exactly.
We are really, really insistent on
5
this.
seconds for Alireza.
Oh.
2.
2?
Did he make a move?
He did play
he did
b3.
find b3, and luckily for him, it's very close to the clock. Yeah, it's
he needs
not a
one
long
more.
movement.
Right.
I
remember in the old days playing a lot of blitz, and my opponents would pull the clock away from
farther from the board
to make you reach all the way across.
b5 is
winning,
seemingly massively stronger than everything else.
Okay.
There's a very big difference between b5 and the next best.
So if Fabi allows bishop c4, then it's not going to be easy for black to
rook g4, once
win.
again, we go rook f6, rook takes d4. We can even throw in king c2, and then we play bishop c4. It costs us our entire structure. Black basically collects everything with check, but we do get to take on f7 and then attack the pawn on g6. And I suspect it might be a draw. And I play bishop c4 here anyway. I'm actually giving up everything.
Take all the pawns you want.
like take as many as you like,
Wait,
basically.
you can't include rook f7 check. Yeah, it's rook d7.
Yeah.
I thought he had an in-between move.
Yeah, I think we go here. Yeah, b5.
b5 by Fabi. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm sure he would spot it.
One final move before the time control for Alireza to make, but there is just no good solution anymore.
And it is a funny thing that you just. How many pawns did you shred?
3.
Yeah,
a bunch.
But you lost your base, the f7 pawn, and g6 as well, and just enough to draw.
Yeah, okay, so he made the time control, but Fabi probably, I mean, a6 is not going to be a difficult decision. B takes a4, Shockingly, bishop takes a4 would be a big mistake here because once again, immediately rook f6, king c7, bishop c4.
Right.
We don't care about the a pawn. We care about the f7 pawn. Nothing else really matters in this position.
Right.
So expecting him to play a6, but then white is stuck. Then rook g4 comes, and your pawns start to fall.
Assuming a6, ab, ab, our next series of moves, king c7, rook g4, and everything.
And I guess relevantly, rook f4 doesn't stop rook g4.
Ah.
And everyone
Oh!
So this is a chance for...
Oh my
and this
goodness.
is also move 40, meaning that Alireza now has all the time in the world to find rook f6, bishop c4.
And I saw Alireza just looking at the monitor to see that that was the 40th move.
The fact that he hasn't retaken immediately means he is considering bishop c4 and rook f6.
Absolutely. Wow. I mean, a6 was just kind of automatic. You would just play that in blitz right away. You wouldn't even consider
Fabi
it.
had 17 seconds, so...
Wow. So two moves actually come to mind, Peter. One
rook
is
f6,
immediately...
For some reason, rook f6 is significantly stronger than the immediate bishop c4.
Well, I guess you just want to draw the king to c7
Maybe,
so that the pawn is captured with check. But in any case, rook c6, give me the knight.
Rook f6, yeah, king c7.
And bishop c4.
Yeah, we just want it to be a check.
Rook's not even on g4, so how does black even respond here? If I take on c4, now we have an in-between move, rook takes f7.
Right. No, that's a massive miss. Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, and this is the tentative attempt to illustrate why you have to start with rook f6, because I played bishop c4, and then the engine goes rook h2, kind of forces you to take on f7. If you play rook f6 here, and now you might get mated on the queen side.
Okay.
Reminder that
you could play a4, a3.
The game isn't done on the queen side yet. So
Right.
you take on f7, black simply takes on b3, and then after rook f6, we just give you the g6 pawn, and we once again remind you that apart from the king side, there's also the queen side where there's two running.
Right.
And it's just completely lost for white.
It's completely lost.
Completely lost for white.
So
which is why you have to play rook f6. I was trying to figure out why it was so much stronger. But now you no longer have the same ideas. If you play rook h2 here, I will take on f7. And you don't get to take on f7 and take on b3 because this is always a check.
Gotcha.
And this just holds very comfortably. Rook h2 is a bad move. If you want to play for a win, you play something like a3.
Yeah.
Now bishop f7, I guess, gets mated by knight b5 again, but we can throw in some useful moves so that knight c3 is not a check for the future. And, and then after rook h2, let's say we take on f7, knight b5, we go rook f3.
And this is hard to believe why it's not lost.
It is. I'm with you, Nazi. Yeah.
In the end, we get to take on g6, and this is just so important that the pawn on g6 falls.
But knight takes d4?
Knight takes d4, we throw in a check, we take on g6.
King comes closer, b6? Like it's so close to king a5. I'm coming to b4.
Yeah, well, I have this check because I have rook c4 check and I have bishop d1 in the end.
Yes, and then rook d3 check.
d1.
I have bishop d1.
Oh no!
This just holds.
Remarkable.
Wait, knight b4. Okay, yeah.
Apparently, this just holds. The longer you give the machine here, the more it.
He played bishop c4.
Ah, okay.
Oh wait, they played.
No, that's
Yeah, he played bishop c4.
He played bishop c4.
Not rook f6.
Yeah, and now rook h2 specifically, I think. Ah. I think it's rook h2 specifically. Everything else is much weaker.
By the
but
way,
rook h2 is back to being, as far as I can tell, winning.
What's the difference? What if rook g4? Why is that not good?
Because I think we need to be mating on the back rank. We're not like
cutting the king off.
Allowing king b2 is unnecessary.
I see.
Let's give ourselves a pause and throw it over to Cristian in Bucharest.
It's always fun, I have to say, to watch the time trouble situation from the playing hall, because then you can sense and pretty much see all the emotion of the players. And Anastasiya, there was a heart-stopping moment at one point in that game that you guys were talking about Alireza versus Fabiano. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I was in the I also went to the playing venue because you cannot miss these moments, right? When we will have this time trouble. And at one point, Alireza had like literally 3 seconds on his clock, and seconds were flying. And Fabiano, he didn't stay at the board. He left actually the board, and he was watching from outside. You can see that the chair is empty, right? So he was watching from outside and definitely was checking if Alireza will make it or not. And yes, I mean, he made it with like literally 2-3 seconds against 12 minutes. Unbelievable moment. And
I think that's a different one. You perhaps are talking about a different one. This is the most recent one.
The most recent one,
that just happened right now. But there was another one that you just mentioned.
Yes, with 3 seconds. Like already, it seems like it's a bad pattern, right? When you start making moves with a few seconds on your clock, especially when your opponent has enough time. But suddenly, also Fabiano started to think for a long time, and then they actually finished the time control having like basically the same time amount on the clock.
And I can already tell you, Levon is really not happy with his position. I just got back here. I am seeing what the engine is saying. I am seeing that the engine is saying Levon is still very much alive and has great chances to survive this position. But as soon as the 40th move was played for black, this move c4, Levon was looking very much in distress. He shook his head. He was not happy with the position. I don't know the way he assesses it. That's the most important aspect right now about this game. How does he assess his chances in this one? Because if he believes he's already lost, then he's just going to make perhaps not the optimal moves to try to survive in this one. It's a tough moment, and I understand objectively he's still very much alive, but from a practical perspective and the way that he's handling himself and his emotions right now, it doesn't look good for Levon.
On the other hand, he got some extra time on his clock. For so many moves, he was playing with basically like 50 seconds on his clock. I think he should be happy at least with the time he got right now. It's so important to have this extra minutes on your clock and have chance to think about it. I believe that actually he may find a way.
But you see, he's not happy.
Yes.
I
agree.
Happy.
But maybe he's not even happy with his previous play. Maybe he's not happy to get into this position at all. But nevertheless, I really like these moments when they went for this sharp line, having not so much time on their clock. You should see, I mean, the fans in the room. I mean, they were so excited. I mean, so many things were happening in all boards simultaneously, and it was clear that everyone is looking to the left and then to the right. It seemed so tense, actually.
One of the things that's happening, and it's been happening year after year, and I still cannot get used to it, is the way Bogdan-Daniel plays with his last 30 seconds. He makes a move. He has 35 seconds on his clock and still 5 moves to go until the time control, and he gets up from the board.
And
then he comes back.
He even leaves like, I don't know, like 10 steps away.
He's going
from
off the stage.
Yes.
He's going off the stage. And then, Gukesh is thinking he has like 3 minutes on his clock, makes his move. And then Daniel slowly calmly comes back and then makes his move with 3 seconds, get up from the board once again. It's something that I haven't seen from any other player. I don't know if you guys caught it on the main cameras right there, but it's very unusual.
Yeah, and I wonder how Gukesh feels during those moments. You should definitely ask him about it. Like, it can be kind of annoying. I'm sure that Yasser has some stories to tell us, and Peter as well, when your opponent behaves the way that you don't usually like, but how can you cope with these emotions and nerves and still focus on your game?
And by the way, he made the best moves in the last 10 moves.
Which is also annoying, right?
Brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly. He defended, and right now it seems like they're headed towards a draw. Still some pressure for white, but the biggest danger is out of sight for Bogdan-Daniel, Deac, for the local favorite. Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio. We'll be here with all the updates and the interviews after the rounds.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. We felt the same way at exactly the time control. All the games were breaking. There was excitement each and every game, and they made the time control and calm down. Sum things up for us. Gukesh spoiled a winning position.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's fair to describe it as a winning position.
MVL spoiled a winning position.
A winning position, yes.
Okay. And currently Prague?
Prague's position is difficult to analyze because it's just plus 1.5 forever in a position with equal material, and it doesn't really shift from one 1.5 in either direction, no matter what you do.
It's always 1.5.
Yeah, because black is just stalemated. Black is going to continue being stalemated for the rest of the game. And yeah, whether white finds a winning plan or not is unclear.
And finally, Fabi.
Fabi has a winning move, but seemingly
single winning
single
move?
yeah single winning
rook
move,
H2,
which is the move we were discussing already, the move rook G2 H2. I think findable.
And the whole idea is if I munch this pawn on
we need
F7,
to preserve the option of taking on B3.
You play knight B5 right away?
No, we take on F7.
You take on F7?
Yeah, we take on F7 and we take on B3.
Sorry. Which was the line where you get to checkmate me with? Oh, maybe it was when the rook went to F6
Yeah,
and then
rook of 6 94. Rook of 6 94 is very good at mate.
The whole idea is after rook H2, if we take on F7, we're just taking on F7.
The rook ending is lost.
And we're winning nicely in the rook ending.
I guess if you play rook F3 here, I just take on H4 and I play king C7 and you're not in time to attack the G6 pawn, I would guess. Because you're not playing rook F6 fast enough.
So something like
King
this.
B6, King C6, and eventually this will go bad, I guess. This is my approximation of what I think about it. Yeah,
okay.
I know it's not very scientific.
I believe you, but
King B5 maybe.
This is how it goes bad. You zig and zag your way up the board.
And then eventually I play rook G4 takes G5, and once that happens, you're probably in a lot of trouble.
We're going to take a break as the players just made the time control. A very exciting round 3 going on here. We could have a lot of wins. We could have a lot of draws.
Anything can still happen, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3. So far, we only have one result. Let's take a look at our current standings. As you can see, it was the game between Wesley and Jan-Krzysztof Duda that ended in a draw. The other 4 are still fighting, but there are some chances now to get a 5-draw day, even though absolute drama on every board.
Indeed, we saw what we thought were winning positions across the entire arena there. And the fact that Fabi has just spoiled his game has me utterly flummoxed.
Let's jump to that because...
We just thought when we left, the players had made the time control. It was a very simple situation. First of all, with the 40th move still to be made, I think many of us would have simply reached for our A-pawn, played A6, and kept the bishop simply dormant. Yeah. Given time, we're ready to go rook to G4 and say we've got the game. Nonetheless, this is not
it's pretty common, actually, that players make a mistake not on the 40th move, but on the 41st.
There you go.
It seems like both players did
exactly.
that.
Exactly. Both of them did that. Yeah.
And then to capture the pawn on B3, that was egregious because the simple move rook H2, as pointed out by Peter, it's a very forcing sequence that ends up in a rook ending that is frankly simply winning. He did not do that. He captured on B3.
Yeah. And now white, of course, has to play bishop takes B3. I mean, remarkably, even bishop D5 is probably a draw, but nobody does that. Like, we don't really need to talk about this very much because there's absolutely no reason for us not to recapture on B3. And honestly, I don't even quite see how black presses here. Maybe Fabi thinks he can do this. But then the engine goes rook, oops, not rook C3. That would be bad. You give this check. The king comes to C7. You go rook A3. And there's just a lot of counterplay there and a lot of material disappears. I guess it's not immediately obvious that this is a draw. But then after rook E7, you realize that G6 is so weak, it's going to be difficult for you to move the knight away from a5 because there's always this counterplay with rook E6. I guess you can play king C6. I'm just trying to figure out at what point the only moves stop and normal moves start making a draw. And here, seemingly, pretty much every single move, including the move king B1, C1, which nobody makes. Like you move it up.
Up.
Yeah, and this is just seemingly a comfortable draw even because of how poorly the black pieces are positioned. So, yeah, a very strange miss by Fabi.
That's one strange miss. Another game that it looked to us from our monitor, well, from our video, that Levon wasn't happy with being a pawn down, and he has no...
But he made good moves.
But he did. And but his unhappiness looked as if he was really fretting and that he was going to lose.
He spent a lot of time now after the time control. He's down to 6 minutes.
But but the position is just completely level now because he played queen e4, MBL chose to play queen g7, queen d6 check maybe was slightly more pressing, but after queen g7, a very clever choice here by Levon, he went queen c6, and now he just wants to play rook h3 and just win this pawn outright. You can start by rook g8, but rook h3 actually is still a draw. You can allow queen e5 check, king h1. There's really no improvement available for black here at all. You have to maybe be slightly worried about rook d8, where the only move that makes a draw is rook g3. So probably let's not do that. Let's maybe go king h1 instead. And if you play queen d4, now I can play rook h3, and you no longer have that motif of cutting me off from the h2 square, and we just win the pawn on c3. So yeah, I think Levon, apart from being down to 6 minutes, is more or less out of danger, which he will consider to be a huge boon, of course, because he was in desperate straits earlier in the game. And there's MVL shaking his head. He's also realizing that a massive opportunity is about to go missing.
Another massive opportunity that went missing was for our world champion Gukesh. He had Bogdan really dead to rights in a position that not only did he have an attack, but his opponent had no time. And this was a moment earlier in the middle game where Bogdan missed, as did Gukesh, this very
knight
nice
g4 here,
knight g4.
but I guess maybe this is somewhat difficult. I honestly think it's more remarkable that he didn't play f5 on the previous move.
And
instead of knight f5, just go f5 here. I think the variations that you have to calculate after f5 here are pretty straightforward. Queen e8 is by far I'm not even sure if queen e8 was planned. It's better than queen h6 by far, but we go f6 here. If you play g6, we can start aiming the queen at the h6 square in some way. We can discuss how, but in some way. And if you take on f6 with a knight, I'm assuming a bunch of things win, starting with... We can actually take a look at this, because we did not really cover it during our show, so we can actually...
It was an explosive round.
Yeah, spend a moment discussing this. If g6, the move you were trying to make on your screen, is in fact very, very strong. Yeah. Although currently it seems to be...
Queen f8 is coming, right?
Yeah, hang on. Let's think about this for a second.
Knight g4 still looks good.
Knight g4 is very strong. Maybe the strongest is a very simple approach of just like getting there slowly. And also knight f5 is very much back on the menu. I guess this is actually a stronger threat because queen to h6 will be met by knight e6. But if we play knight f5, knight e7, knight h6, all of those things are just very, very strong threats. And if you go knight takes f6, rook takes f6, gf, knight g4, unsurprisingly, is completely crushing because eventually we will also include this in the attack. And yeah, this is +5. This is just completely unplayable. And as both I and Cristian showed a bunch of times during the earlier broadcast, queen h6 is not great. I'm not going to do it again. But it's not great. Let's do it again. Or maybe I should do it again, yeah, just at full speed. Queen g4, knight h5, and now this is very beautiful but not difficult.
Right.
You find this in a blitz game in 3 seconds flat. Right. So yeah, not finding knight g4, I can sort of understand because bishop takes d4 looks strong, and also knight g4, maybe you're not even immediately sure what the threat is, but the threat is simply to take on d4 without allowing black to trade any pieces.
Right.
And then something will happen on the king side which will become decisive.
Exactly.
And once this happened, and also actually bishop takes e5, taking on c8 and taking with the pawn was much preferred by the engine compared to what he got in the game. Let's say knight g6, queen h5. And then perhaps we want to take on e4 and go knight d6. Perhaps we want to do some rook lifts in some positions.
So white keeps the e5 pawn alive here.
Yeah, e5 pawn is not going to be picked up. And from here, you have to say this is still a pretty bad position for black. And also, Deac at that point had maybe consistently 35 seconds on the clock after making his move.
Right.
And I think until the end of the game, he made maybe one mistake. There was this moment where he slightly misplayed the previous position. Queen h5 was strong here for Gukesh. He took on a5. And in this position, bishop a4, with the idea of queen a7, is just immediate zeros. Black is not even worse. Instead, Deac played rook a8, bishop b4, queen e8, and here he would have been in trouble with queen h5. We actually had this in our show before the break. And honestly, I'm still a bit surprised that Gukesh did not do this, because everything that happened since is, I think, a perfect illustration of why you would want the queens off the board.
Right.
And this absolutely forces the queens off the board. You can't allow queen takes d5. You have to go for this endgame. You're still a pawn down. Black actually isn't guaranteed even to win this pawn on h5. I can defend it with bishop b2 quite comfortably. And we are playing an endgame where white has an extra outside passer in the bishop pair.
Right.
And if you compare it with this, as we've seen in the game, like this is now move 43. The king on h8 is quite safe. h5 is hanging. We're really nowhere near playing a3, a4.
Yeah.
It's going to be stuck on a3 for the rest of the game. And the king on h2 is very, very unsafe. To such an extent that you can never really play queen d8 because queen e2 check is at least a perpetual instantly.
Right.
So actually queen e2 is not enough. And knight g6, king h7, black is just fine. Knight is about to come to f5, which is a gorgeous square. So yeah, yet again, Deac plays himself into massive difficulties from the opening, leaves himself 3 seconds, and then makes a 20 move in a row sequence, which is as good as, honestly, as you can play. I'm not quite sure how he does it, but he seems to be doing it very consistently, day in, day out.
Nice. A day of missed opportunities, Nazi.
Yeah, it seems like that, but let's go to Prague's game. Do we still have some hope that that could be decisive?
Well, that is to say, Prague has achieved everything he possibly could, and that was something we have seen before. This idea that you've pressed all the way to f4, f5, and he captures. I have to recapture with the h-pawn because I can't
but then I have
allow
h7
rook.
Yeah, with the rook on
d2.
d7, h7, king h7, rook somewhere will mate, right?
Rook d2 should checkmate, right?
So you're saying...
That's why he moved the bishop back from g7, so that he can immediately go h7.
Okay, so if I'm naive and I move my rook, you're saying that this might be the winning...
But let's go to NBL Levon game because I think that's about to finish their repeating moves. We can see the handshake.
So, tell us what has happened here.
Well, MVL will feel that that would have been absolutely a game to include in all of his future Grunfeld collections.
Right.
A game for the ages. And then I think he hurried a little bit too much at a certain spot, and is now going to have to be satisfied with a draw, which is a very disappointing result considering how well he played from a certain point in the middle game. And there we have it, Levon claiming a draw with king g1 here. Very good defense from a certain point onwards by Levon, but he was in desperate, desperate trouble.
Absolutely, and as you're saying, MVL will be unhappy when he gets back to his hotel room and sees that he could have played b3, b2 with every potential of winning the game. The strangest part was right here, when he played the move b3, he
and then did not follow it up with b2, yeah.
Exactly, not following it with b2.
Yeah, they're still discussing the game, but this is the position we're talking
about. Yeah, this was the moment where we thought that MVL was about to claim
After
victory.
he found b3, we were so certain that rook df1 will be met by b2.
Yes, because we played b3 specifically for the purpose we saw rook takes f5 and rook f8 mate, but
no mate.
No mate.
Yeah. I'm still pretty certain that he did not like rook b1, queen b3 check in this position, but I did check since, and queen f7, queen e8 is just very strong.
Sorry.
Rook takes b1.
Rook takes b1.
Queen takes f5, queen b3.
Yeah.
Queen f7, queen b8. And regrettably, this is not mate. You have queen e8.
Yeah. Or you can go king e8.
Or that, but I think queen e8 is stronger. Yeah. Queen f7, queen b8, queen e8.
Queen f7, because in this variation, we've kept the right bishop. We were covering the squares, and as you were saying, queen b8, queen e8, and
then eventually we will put the king on h8, and there will be no checks to it, and we should be able to stabilize and win from there.
Exactly. We have, after all, 2 extra pawns. Yeah. So very big missed opportunity here for MBL. And we've already talked about the missed opportunity for Gukesh. Again, our marquee matchup coming into this round was the game between Alireza and Fabiano. And I'm still mystified by these last two decisions by Fabi.
I guess maybe he feels he's winning after bishop f7, knight h4. Maybe he still hasn't realized that despite winning both the h4 and the g5 pawn in those variations we were discussing a bit earlier, he's actually not really making enough progress for really anything.
So you think that he got to this position in his mind's eye that he's just taken a pawn, he's ready to take another pawn?
He will take on h4, he will take on g5. It's just not winning.
Yeah, that we will get a position
but
like
it's not obvious for the players that it's not
No.
winning. With the engine we know it's a draw.
Exactly.
Once they get to this and start playing, they'll realize that white actually has enough counterplay for that extra pawn.
But also, it's one of these positions that, okay, you've got two connected passed pawns,
Right.
and you would love to play h4 and g5, but your pieces are in the way. And then you start to say to yourself, well, how do I get my pieces out of the way without losing both of
The
my
G6
pawns?
pawn especially, yeah.
Exactly.
And white king comes in very quickly, c2, d3, and
Right?
you can't win the d4 pawn either.
Yeah. So this would be a remarkable save from Alireza, and for Fabi, his technique is of such a
He
high
rushed
standard.
with b takes a4, right? That was
Yeah, that was
a6
really
seemed very easy to make.
Exactly. Everybody would make a6. Just going back to the game of the world champion for just a moment, Gukesh, because it is extraordinary to my mind that white is up 2 pawns, and
It doesn't really even feel that white is playing for a win, to be honest. It just feels like black is completely fine.
There's no way to make any progress
Yeah.
here for
All
white.
of your pieces are sort of on perfect squares, and you're not making any progress. You're not pushing a4. You're not creating any threats to the black king. Black played king h7, very understandable, very logical move. Getting away from potential knight checks and passing the move to white. I guess you can go king g3, but what does it even do?
it secures as a beautiful perch on.
Wow, and it was such a beautiful position earlier. Yeah, all the lines that Peter showed, such beautiful attack, and could have been a nice win. But maybe he overestimated his position. That he thought even without the checkmate plan, his bishops were good in the center, and he could have won playing positionally. But Deac defended very well, and here we are.
And you have to wonder whether, despite watching this every day, and they've also watched it in Warsaw, you have to remember that Deac is a rare case of somebody who got 2 wildcards in a row. So the tour participants
faced him.
For, I mean, Gukesh wasn't in Warsaw, but you would assume he watched the games and maybe even watched some of the live streams, because why wouldn't you? I have to wonder if people are still kind of expecting him to collapse when he gets down to 3 seconds.
He doesn't.
But he just doesn't. Yeah, it's not a reliable thing to hope for.
Yeah.
I think my one tournament game against him also went like this, because he completely outplayed me from the opening, and then I managed to create some complications, and that maybe wasn't even with increment. And he went down to very, very low time, and at some point I thought, aha, maybe I'm playing for a win.
Ta-da.
And no, I still had to suffer and find best moves and to make a draw groveling until the very end. He is just very, very strong on extremely low time.
And we're discussing earlier this position in the game between Pragg and Nodirbek. We didn't get to finish. So now it looks like Pragg is threatening f takes g and then h7.
Yeah, actually, no, because there's rook c5 check in the end there.
If you keep the rook there.
Yeah, well, you do need to preserve the check on the c file, but while the rook is still on c8, h7, king takes h7, you drop the rook back to, let's say, d2, and you get checked from c5.
So if you play rook a8, let's play some move.
So if we naively play
let's
rook
show
a8,
how white wins.
exactly, then the idea is to take. We can't take with the f pawn and allow rook g7, so we're taking with the h pawn. And we're thinking as black, okay, I play king h7, draw agreed. No, we're going to sacrifice the pawn so that we can open up the h file and come around this way.
Can't avoid the checkmate. So that's why it's important to keep the rook on c8.
So that we have a rook c5 check, yes.
the longer the engine thinks here, the more I think it starts leaning into the idea of going g takes f5, g takes f5, and then running with the king towards
so if
e8.
black makes a different move, bishop e2,
Bishop e3.
different...
Yeah, bishop e2, I think there's a very strong plan here which the engine indicates. We start by playing rook d2.
Okay.
We get the bishop back on c4, and then we go bishop e7. Very importantly, I think the point is specifically to cut off the c5 square. And now we are threatening f takes g6. If black will recapture with the pawn, we will go h7, then rook h2 check, and then bishop f6. And then rook c5 check no longer matters, because we are giving our mate along the h file. And yeah, so even let's say if you play rook e8, fg, you can't take the bishop, you get mated along the back rank. If you take f takes g6, you will lose to rook d7, and then eventually the bishop will depart and the rook will get to g7. And as mentioned, hg just instantly loses to h7 check and you get mated. Which I think in the end the engine settles on the idea of going g takes, and king f8.
Okay, but now we can use the g file. Maybe.
Exactly, yeah. But this introduces new problems. I'm still not sure exactly how you convert them, but I guess we want to play bishop in some version. Like we play rook a7, we wait for a waiting move, we go bishop a7 check. And we ask black which of the two kind of horrible ideas you prefer. I guess this is just completely losing, because now we go rook d7 and we start swinging it over to the g file. And once it lands somewhere on g1, I guess black is completely helpless. So you have to play king e8, and now I can play bishop b4. And this is now an idea. If you leave the back rank, you should, but yeah, this now becomes a very concrete position. Whether you're in time to play bishop c2 somewhere or not is not immediately obvious to me. I don't know. I think over the board, I think white wins much more here than black holds, because you have to play kind of perfectly for the rest of the game, whereas white can continue finding new ways of asking the same questions, and it's extremely annoying.
Wow.
But we do have Cristian with Levon Aronian.
Levon, this was a very difficult game. Obviously, you came very well prepared in this one. You created some imbalances out of the opening, but then you had to defend towards the end. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm very happy because I've blundered lots of things, and then somehow things worked out. I mean, I just got lucky. Yeah, I forgot that he just can take on d5 and on e4. Yeah.
Let's talk about the game, and we'll start with the opening. You came up very well prepared. Did you expect the Grunfeld from Maxime? Of course, we know he's an expert in the Grunfeld, but he plays other things as well.
Yeah, I wanted to surprise him. This is not really a line that I'm very proud of, but yeah, I mean, people play it, and I think that the biggest problem of this line for black that there are just too many good answers to it. So,
this bishop to d3, interesting concept, and he somewhat surprised you with this move e6.
Yeah. No, I remember that. I looked at this something, but after queen d6, I sort of didn't really remember the exact details. Yeah, here. So I thought a4 is interesting, you know, just to create some more imbalance in the position.
It's very interesting. We were talking in the lounge with Constantin Lupulescu, and he told me that he played this with the white pieces as well. But he did not understand this pawn sacrifice. It just felt like a pawn sacrifice.
Well, if it takes, then I have this a5, yeah? I mean...
If he takes it first, yes.
Yeah.
I think this is what we were discussing, but now you...
Yeah, but this is terrible
after
for
f5.
black, yeah.
Now the bishop is securely done on c8.
Black cannot afford this.
Got it. So that's why he played b5.
Yeah. b5. Bishop h6 takes. This was interesting, the position. f4, I thought, is natural.
Yes.
Yeah.
Best move.
Yeah, bishop d4. This is all very natural. Now I wasn't sure where to put my queen, e1 or f3, but I thought f3 is more, is trickier. Maybe I was wrong. We never know.
Queen e1 is definitely a consideration, but...
Yeah, and I kind of like this idea, bishop g5, bishop h6, and after f4, I kind of liked rook d1. You know, now I'm threatening bishop b1 and rook d4. Just straight away and just attack. f5, c5, everything is coming.
As long as you get rid of the dark square bishop.
Yeah. I thought this is a very interesting idea. I knew that probably it's not the best, but it's very romantic, you know? Just the idea to go for it.
I mean, you gave up a pawn like this, now you might as well.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And yeah, Queen G3 was just a blunder. I should play Bishop G5, of course. I mean, Bishop G5 is the most natural move. I thought he will take. I kind of rejected it because of this. I thought that black will equalize and the game will just be a draw. Rook D4, Bishop B7.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not worse.
You're not risking that much.
I'm not risking anything.
Yes.
Like Bishop F3, Rook B8, I thought, okay, I can do any move, yeah? I mean, I'm not worse here.
Yes.
So instead I thought, oh, I'm a big fighter, big macho. I have to keep the game going. And I thought that here he cannot do this. I don't know. I hallucinated. I somehow thought that here I have this F5. But this is nonsense because there is Rook F5 and many other moves. Yeah, somehow it just didn't register that the pawn is on D3. I thought I'm taking on G6 and now everything is hanging. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And if black plays something, then Bishop C4, it's very dangerous.
Now you mentioned this machismo feeling that you are having. Is it only when you're playing against MVL? I know you guys had a back and forth. He said you were testing him. He said he's perhaps a better player than you.
No, I just I'm here. I might as well try to win games.
You believe you're a better player. He believes he's a better player, and you guys.
No,
clash.
he said that he believes that I'm a better player.
But that was a lie.
No, it wasn't a lie.
It wasn't a lie.
Actually, the truth. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. But he's an entertaining player, and I want to match his creativity, and I want to create some interesting disbalance. This time it didn't really work, and I had to lose this game definitely. And then, this I think is just lost for me. Yeah, this stuff. What happened?
Lost, I would say, is a strong word.
Okay, Rook D4 is just so disgustingly passive.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least here I have some tricks.
Instead of rook, it seems like this might have been still somewhat surviving.
I saw this, yeah.
It's difficult to play like this, right? I mean.
Yeah. Maybe I had to go for this and then Queen D6, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of thought that. I don't know. I hallucinated once again. Okay, I was down on time. I thought, oh, Rook F4. I created this dangerous threat of Rook F1, which is of course. I mean, it's not a threat at all. Black can play King F7. I don't know what is going on through my mind. That's weird. Oh, he could even go B2? But I thought B2 is a blunder.
Maybe the big chance that he had.
Oh my God, I think both of us, we blundered this. Both of us, we blundered it here. Queen F7, Queen B8, there is Queen E8.
No, come back in the frame. We lost you.
I lost myself. Oh my. This is a terrible blunder, yeah. And then of course, then I was playing badly, but I somehow survived. Yeah, CD, I thought, Queen C7, something will work out. I mean, I had no time.
Well, even at the 40th move here, I was looking at you and you seemed in distress.
Queen D7 is ridiculous. I mean, I do not need to do this.
You thought that you were lost at this point.
I thought that here I'm lost, yeah. I thought that like Rook H5, Queen D6, I thought I have to go for G3 and then probably something will be there. Yeah, but maybe not, huh?
It seems like it's not. Yeah, the engine is saying that you're surviving. So your instincts kicked in at this point.
No, they
Queen
didn't.
to G4, Rook H5.
Well, Rook H5 I have to play. I mean, it's not much of an instinct. It's just a desperation. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely got lucky.
How would you assess the start of this tournament?
Rather terrible. I mean, I'm playing... one thing is to play badly, but the other thing is to play badly and slowly. Like I have the golden double.
What are you going to do to change that?
Well, at least I should try to play. I mean, I'm playing badly. At least I should try to play fast.
Okay. I'll let you go. Rest. Speak with your helper here in Bucharest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. We've been enjoying ourselves badly and slowly. It doesn't seem like the recipe for success, Nazi.
It doesn't, but he still saved the game.
How do you play? Badly and slowly.
Too weak, too slow.
Too slow.
The famous quote goes.
We're watching. I'm looking at the Alireza game, Fabiano.
We're going to get our
shocking.
two results. I think we're going to get our two results again. It seems like Prague is now completely winning as well, and Fabi is now completely winning.
Because, well, I mean, it's just a stunning turn of events that we've had here.
I mean, to be fair, this endgame was not easy for Alireza to defend. He had to make all the accurate moves.
Rook h3 was really, really confusing.
Yeah.
Rook h3.
Maybe he specifically missed Rook f2 though, Bishop f7, Knight h4, which is I think missable from after a difficult game. And now
Rook a3.
He was already in bad trouble, but Rook a3, a5, now Bishop d5 doesn't improve matters because after Rook f5 you also lose the g5 pawn with tempi now. Obviously, you cannot take on a5 because this is a full bishop that you drop. So he's gone rook c3 check, and now really any move you can choose king d6 or king d7, and then take on g5 next move. Black is 2 up,
right?
And it's not even easy to like you do something like this, I guess, to just give one check. The king drops back, but then. This is not the position we were discussing earlier. The position we were discussing earlier, the bishop was on f7, there was no a pawn.
Right.
And the knight was still stuck on h4. Here, none of these things are true. So it's not really a shock.
Black improved massively across the whole spectrum.
Not really a shock that this is completely lost for white.
Mm-hmm.
And elsewhere, Prague is now seemingly completely winning here because, we were very consciously, we were playing bishop d3 here to preserve options of maybe moving the rook from the bottom rank once bishop e7, bishop b4 happens. Rook a8 was not in the same spirit. And now you're stuck because this is a massive threat and you're just not you can't play bishop d3 because of rook e7 check. You're just not in time with any sort of counterplay. You play king d8, white plays king f6. White is just going to come and pick up on h7.
That's a very, very good pawn.
Yeah. It seems like there's just absolutely no help available anymore. You can go rook a6, but then you lose it to the rook. White doesn't need to win it with the king. Rook is plenty good enough. And you put it on such a square that you can't even get it to d1, for instance. You don't have access to any good squares. You can play rook c6, but that's still like 3 tempi away from giving a single check.
Mm-hmm. That rook a8 was a really bad move.
Rook a8 was a very difficult decision to understand because maybe you don't want to be locked down on the g file. Maybe you don't play rook e8, but play bishop d3.
Oops. Yeah.
Play bishop d3 here. Game is still very. I suspect this is holdable, honestly, because this is 155 that we've been watching for the past 30 moves, not really moving either up or down. Yeah, very hard to understand how you misplace your rook kind of voluntarily this badly. And now, he has 16 minutes. He's been playing quite quickly. He's not in any kind of trouble on the clock, but the position appears to be just utterly lost.
Wow, well, that would be a turnaround of fortunes, I would say.
We're going to get 2 decisive results, looks like.
Yeah, and the one we absolutely were certain will be a decisive result is now just zeros. And in fact, weirdly, I mean, it's not much, but the only move that is not below 0 for white is bishop d6. Everything else, white is slightly worse.
Slightly worse?
Well, not by much. You can play queen d2, but then the queen starts, you will probably lose the pawn on h5, or you have to allow the queen to come to f3, which is...
That's a little bit scary.
What?
I don't think this is a... bishop d7, you're still kind of surviving,
on h5,
but...
This isn't the way you're supposed to be playing
it's definitely
the game.
Black who's playing for a win now, because you imagine this somehow activating, and you will be in a lot of trouble with white. So this is a... Bogdan, apart from this one mistake, after he got... let off on around move 20. He played a near perfect game on no time whatsoever.
And look at Gukesh's clock, 2.5 minutes.
Whoa.
Against 11. Against 11, yeah.
That is a surprise. Sorry.
Big missed opportunity for Gukesh for sure.
For what it's worth, we have to keep the commentator's creed alive. If you ever see a checkmate in one, you should show it to the audience. King h4 does defend
Self-checkmate.
very, very nicely the pawn on h5.
Let's wait till your board is up so you can show. There we go.
Oh,
there it is,
sorry. Our checkmates.
Activate the king.
Yeah.
Allow the checkmate.
Yeah.
Very convincingly solving the self-mate in one.
Yeah.
Is it self-mate or helpmate? I always mix them up.
Self-mate.
This is probably self-mate, right?
Yeah.
Helpmate is something else.
Yeah. Obviously, Nigel Short is incredibly famous for his wonderful epic king march against Jan Timman.
But also
for
the self-made in one.
Yes, and Velievsky. Yeah. People don't know that one as much as they know the Timman one.
Yes.
So the idea was that there is Nigel with a very nice, calm advantage, and he decides to march his king right up the board. And
admittedly, very few pieces on the board. I think it was like bishop and knight against bishop and knight.
Exactly, and he just makes his move confidently and presses the clock. Big Al, Alexander Velievsky, Big Al plays checkmate in one, and Nigel's ready to write down. Kind of looking around. Yeah. Wait a minute, where do I go?
Were you there?
I saw there's some video of it.
I only really saw the
Linares, I believe it
For
was.
me, it's just a diagram. I've never seen the footage.
Okay, where do I go?
For our viewers, it's a very searchable game. Just search for short Velievsky short with the white pieces, and it will give you the diagram. It's a very picturesque diagram.
Yeah. So there is the helpmates, King h4, helping black.
Gukesh choosing Queen d5. Now he is somewhat worse after Queen
He's
b1.
taking a risk now. Yeah.
Yeah. Queen b1, threatening mates from g1. You have to play, let's say, King h2. I go bishop f7. Now you have to give up on h5, and game continues.
Because of...
you are kind of out of good squares. You can play something like Queen c5, but then...
By the way, we missed Prague already won. I see 1-0.
Ooh.
I don't know how it ended so quickly.
Rook a6, rook b8, rook h8,
he
and
just
Nodirbek resigned. But it's very understandable. There's just nothing for it. The h-pawn will cost the rook.
So...
a very nice victory for Prague. This is exactly what this variation is built for. You invest in the future by placing the pawn on h6, and sometimes your ship, comes home. And it absolutely did today with Nodirbek in the end not defending a very unpleasant position. He held for a very, very long time, and then made one grievous mistake and was immediately completely lost.
That h6 pawn was the hero of the game.
Absolutely. Should have been taken when it was on h5.
True that. So our first victory of the game, we think a change of fortunes has occurred between Alireza and Fabi. Again, Fabi came in that big group of players tied for second. Alireza, our sole tournament leader. But now, with a win, again, they'll be trading places.
It's not that easy. He has 2 extra pawns, but he still needs to make very accurate moves.
Interestingly,
so if we take the pawn.
So in this position, I see Engine says the only winning move
is King e7.
King e7.
Yeah, I think it's findable because you do need to sort of stabilize the situation on the king side. But because he's once again putting himself in a position where he needs to make only moves, I want to point out that in the position we were discussing, after rook f5, Alireza went rook c3 check, king d6 and bishop b4, and in this position, if you play rook f4, I think the game just ends. I think Alireza resigns somewhere around here. Because you pick up the pawn on d4 while maintaining all the other pluses of your position. You'll go after the g5 pawn later.
Later.
You don't need to win it now. And the point is, after rook c6, king d7, you lose a bishop. It has no squares on this diagonal. I will eventually just pick up a full bishop here. So it has to go somewhere. I don't know, c2, we'll take on d4, and then we'll play rook d5, we'll take on g5. It just... From this moment, or even let's say after rook a3, I can maybe even do this. It seems very comfortable, and then I can win in any way I please. Rook g5 doesn't really throw anything away, but it does give white this position where the pieces suddenly make some sense. The bishop on a4 is controlling the king side, and the rook on a6 is active. We maybe want to play d5, knight f5. We have this beautiful shows rook takes g6, which makes an immediate draw.
Ouch.
So, and he played rook g4, which is correct, but now after bishop c2, as mentioned, if you don't play king e7...
Why rook takes d4?
Rook takes d4... I'm threatening bishop g6, rook takes h5. And you can't actually stop it in any kind of way that matters.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
That's it, I mean.
That is just a draw.
It. Yeah.
That is just a rook and knight against rook.
That's why king e7 is important.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah, so you play king e7 in order to meet rook takes a5 with specifically king f6 to be able to take with the king.
Gotcha.
And then you're back in full control after d5. You can play rook d4, you can play even knight f5 if you want. This shouldn't be very difficult, but you absolutely have to play king e7. And all of this could have been, I think after rook f4,
avoided.
Yeah, this is just autopilot now. You no longer really have to, you probably don't have to calculate a single additional variation for the rest of the game. Whereas now, I mean, Fabi, I'm still expecting him to find this, but yeah, why?
And we do have moves, by the way.
He played king e7.
He played king e7.
And he did play king e7. Recognizing bishop g6, rook a5, and rook h5 is
White's agenda, yeah.
Yes. And you just take as many pawns off the board, and with king e7, rook takes king f6 in order to be able to play king takes g6 as Peter has been showing us.
Yeah. Gukesh is trying to, I don't know, does he think that by giving Deac winning chances, he might provoke Deac into some kind of an indiscretion? I don't quite understand why he's doing this to himself.
Well, I think he's just allowing the perpetual check, hoping that's where it ends.
But like queen d1?
Yeah, I know, it looks like black can continue.
Yeah, queen d1, the only move that doesn't lose is knight g6. By the way, everything else -1.
Really?
Yeah. Knight g6, and I want to say I will take twice. I will put the knight on f5. I mean, I really am playing for a win here with black.
Yeah, I mean, the queen and the knight combination together on the king side, my bishop seems useless.
Absolutely.
And yes, the engine holds it, but
why?
You really are subjecting yourself to things you have no business subjecting yourself to.
And it can be very painful.
Yeah, I really don't understand this.
And it's 1 minute against 8.
Who's got the 1 minute?
Gukesh.
What?
Yeah.
He's also doing this on a minute, which is, I really am very unsure about all of this.
You know, as a wildcard player playing against the world's best, it's not easy for Daniel. And statistically, Ben's tournament simulations has literally Daniel is having no chances of winning the tournament. But this would be a second win in a row, which is probably not what...
He wasn't assigned a very high number.
No.
We saw the projection for today's results, and Gukesh was a
solid favorite.
Solid favorite. I think it was like 40% to win, 45% for a draw, and maybe 5% for a black win, maybe even lower.
Sometimes you believe your own marketing, right? Oh, I've got to win this game, and I refuse to make a draw. And you could be forced to lose it. So here is maybe a moment.
I think Gukesh looks a little bit nervous, and he is a player who's always very composed, very calm, no matter what's going on the board. It could be the time trouble, of course, putting pressure on him.
So a big moment now, and I have to say queen d1 is actually pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, it's very obvious,
because
easy move to make.
You're attacking the pawn on h5, but more importantly, you're also going for the checks against the king.
I mean, black always has guaranteed perpetual, so we'll see.
He's reaching for the queen. We're expecting queen d1.
Good move.
He's played it, and Gukesh with only a minute and
still has to be
difficult
careful.
Decision. I mean, you don't want to play knight g6 because you are playing that queen and knight versus queen and bishop.
Apparently,
position.
knight g6 is his best chance.
Well,
that is the one clean solution. Nothing else is remotely comfortable. You can try knight f5, but after knight f5, queen e2 or queen f1 basically wins. Knight f5, queen f1.
Queen,
you lost. You actually lost this with white now.
Knight f5, queen. I'm not
F1.
even.
It's a strange
the idea
move,
of
but-
knight h6, queen f2 check, and then king takes h6 simply, and I will play bishop takes h5. He's played queen d4. I really think he might lose now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
And
whoa,
we've got a
whoa.
question mark, and you see the Valbar drop a little bit.
Okay, so that is inviting both queen f1 and queen e2 check.
Queen e2 checking.
Oh, hold on, sorry. e4 is actually.
You can play queen e2 check, then queen f3
Yeah.
with the tempo.
Yes.
I really, really dislike this for white now.
How do you even hold
In particular, basically on increment. This
Bishop
is just going
e6
to...
is coming, bishop h3.
Everything is coming. Bishop takes
no.
h5, queen g3 check, bishop f3. Like you're just kind of getting mated.
Well, I mean, that's not a surprise considering
No.
the fact that I have no pawn shield.
Engine says bishop e1 is probably still holding, barely.
Bishop e1.
Bishop e1 here.
Bishop e6.
We're going to keep this position on the screen for our viewers, but we're going to toss it to Cristian, who's with very happy Prague. Over to you, Cristian.
And that one completely turned in Deac's favor, but one game that was pretty straightforward. You got the advantage from the get-go, Prague. Did he surprise you with the Grunfeld, or were you ready for this one?
I was slightly surprised. Okay, thank you.
Much easier.
Yeah, last few games I've been trying c4 against him. And yeah, in one of the rapid games he went g6 in St. Louis last year. And I went e4 and it was some kind of a complex game, and I didn't really expect him to play g6 today, because in the first game against Levon he went knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6. So I assumed that it's probably not going to play the Grunfeld this way. But I was just general having a plan in my mind if he goes Grunfeld, and yeah, this is something I looked at long back. But I was kind of surprised. He spent so much time here. Maybe he was trying to... he didn't want to enter this position, and he wanted to, maybe freestyle with c6 or something.
There's not that many ways to avoid it, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's true. But c6 is a valid way.
Yes.
Maybe he was trying to make it work, but it's also unpleasant, yeah. And I'm sure Peter in the commentary will be showing his all 50 games saved by this point.
He was enjoying today. He had 2 Grunfelds on his hand.
Yeah. But yeah, to get here 20 minutes down, I was kind of optimistic. Because h4, if you basically know that you have to take gh5, it's not really a big idea. Because after knight h4, you just go bishop g6 and you're sort of okay. But it's not an easy move if you don't know.
Yeah.
So I was kind of confident when he spent so much time to get here.
He did spend some time on this move, rook d8, so he definitely was considering taking it.
Yeah, even if you consider it's like, it's...
the hand doesn't want to play.
Yeah, it's like a move that if you make and lose, you look stupid, yeah? So,
yes.
And I know this position is good for white. I was trying to make sure I played the best way. Rook c4 is better, yeah?
Yeah, you guys got that very interesting endgame. It was obvious you were better. The only question was whether you have enough to make progress to win
Yeah,
the
I
game.
didn't like bishop e7 here for him. e4. Yeah, I thought he had to go this bishop g4, f3, rook c2. I thought this was critical, and I was trying to make lines work for me, but I couldn't actually see a proper way here. Oh, apparently there is like fg, rook e2, king f1, which works. Yeah, I don't know. I was not sure. I was trying to make it work, but I didn't see any other alternative, so I just went for it. Now, this should be just very unpleasant, but somehow he's holding by move.
Yeah, the big question is how you make progress. But he found a way.
I didn't like bishop g7 because it allowed rook d8, but apparently it's still the best move.
It's good. It's good, yeah. I don't think you ever let go of the advantage.
Yeah, it is
not fully.
It is unpleasant throughout. And this endgame, surprisingly, at first, I think we both were thinking it should be a draw, but somehow it is so unpleasant. I mean, it is unpleasant, but I didn't think I would manage to break through it.
Yeah,
I think this
it's almost like a Zuzwang at some point.
Yeah, f5 plan is quite strong. I was also thinking another plan to put the pawn on g5 and get the king to b4 and rook b5, but it wasn't working. So I thought this is kind of, yeah, maybe there is a way to hold. Like you can wait and it's okay, but yeah, this is, yeah, it collapses in a practical game.
Well, a lot of the games are ending right now. You came into the studio and you were asking whether Gukesh is risking to lose that one. It does seem like he's in big trouble. So we'll let you go and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Congratulations, Prague. A very nice victory. He liked your g6 takes h5, by the way, Peter. He gave you a shout out. Big moment here as the world champion on the back foot against the wild card. Do you like bishop takes h5 or bishop e6?
I like bishop e6 a lot.
Me too. I'm looking at this opportunity. I mean, a lot of weak light squares. You could play bishop h3 and queen g2 mate.
More
Plays
or less
itself.
forces a 4 or 5, as far as I can tell from reading the screen.
Okay.
And then for some reason, it doesn't take on a 5. I'm trying to figure out why we're not just playing bishop takes a5.
We don't
But I
need
guess
it.
knight f5, queen g2 is somehow holding.
Oh no, that looks terrible. How is that
Yeah,
holding?
that is very close to zeros
Yeah.
apparently, but nobody does that in a practical game. That would feel extremely bad for Gukesh.
Bishop f5.
Yeah, if bishop f5, you resign or you play knight f5, queen g2. And if knight takes e3, you go queen f2, queen takes h3, a4. And apparently this is equal.
Would you like a draw?
I'm about to win a second pawn.
Yeah, and it looks like
pawn.
your king is mated too,
Yeah.
by the way. You don't stop counting pawns.
It kind of looks lost, I'm not going to lie.
Right.
Yeah, it looks lost. In fact, it's minus 0.12.
Minus 0.12.
Minus 0.12. But
all we have
Like
to do
queen
is
g4
play knight
check.
f3
I can also give you
mate.
queen g4 check.
Okay.
You can move the king because I'll take a third pawn with the check. So you play queen g3, right?
Okay.
And this endgame is not winning because I
Careful. I've got queen
can...
g6.
No, I was going to take and win the h5 pawn.
But the a pawn is no.
Knights.
Yeah,
I
but,
can't
but
stop
bishop
it.
against knight with the outside passer on the a file.
But
That
I'll have
I can believe
three
being.
connected passers. Though.
You haven't won the h pawn yet. I can play bishop f4.
Bishop e6.
Now the big question is, and the thing is, when you play f5, you are forcing yourself to go for this. How confident are you with the white pieces that this is a draw?
Wow, no, I'm not confident
No
at all.
whatsoever.
No, I'd be terrified. I'd actually
he's
be
gone,
thinking.
He's gone queen g2, and now queen takes h3 is -2.
Yeah.
-2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just busted. You continue getting mated while you can't really get rid of this queen. e3 is so weak in every single variation.
Can
Okay,
you
so
check
queen
bishop
d2.
h3 because that also looks good.
Bishop h3.
Queen
I
f2,
guess.
queen d1.
Also very strong, but queen h3 is sort of more efficient.
So the problem is I can't go queen h2 or queen g2 because I'm just losing the e3 pawn with check. Meanwhile, hello, the bishop could
Yeah, we also
easily
give
come
ourselves a
in.
g4 square for the
G4 is
knight.
also
Knight g4, bishop c4, I think, is maybe the strongest threat.
Oh,
black
and that's
has.
the other one.
Didn't even
I
see
can-
bishop c4, yeah.
Looky.
Well, time control. This is the last time, and 1 minute for Bogdan now, and 47 seconds for Gukesh. So if Deac keeps playing as well as he does in time trouble, he's got this.
He does.
So far, he's completely outplayed Gukesh after, I don't know, after move 30 or thereabouts, I think. He's just been the better player of the two.
He's taken with the queen,
Yep, queen takes h3.
the most accurate move.
Wow.
Honestly, massively impressed by how well he handles himself
And he
in
gets
this
up, of
situation.
course.
Of course. For those of you joining us late, we are witnessing a huge turnaround in this game. Earlier in the middle game, around move 25, move 30, world champion Gukesh had the game pretty much in the bag. We really basically called.
We called it a game, yeah.
Yeah, the game for
By the way,
Daniel.
he doesn't need to find bishop c4 here. Everything else white holds, because knight f8 check is a threat.
Is there some kind of perpetual check threats?
Well, maybe, but bishop c4.
Also, breaking news: Fabi has blundered in his
No
game, and
way.
Firouzja might not lose.
Oh my goodness!
It says it's equal again.
Such a great technical player like Fabi.
Oh.
He should be.
He
wow.
might still go Fabi's way. It's still unclear, but he missed something.
Okay, bishop c4. That looks very straightforward.
But I think it's findable
Peter?
because knight f8 check is such an obvious threat. It's very telegraphed. You want to sidestep it, and you also want to create ideas of knight g4, queen f1.
The choice is between bishop c4 or bishop g4.
Mhm.
If you want it on f3 or if you want it on c4.
The funny thing is, I like it on this diagonal for two reasons.
Bishop f7 chosen.
Looks like a draw now. Knight f8 and queen d8.
No.
Gives white a draw. Gukesh can save this now.
No.
Or immediately queen d8 also works.
Bishop f7. No. Mate in one. I mean, well, mate in one.
Knight g4 is coming. Yeah,
Knight g4. He played bishop f7. Oh,
So
spoiled.
let's check. Knight f8 check.
Yeah,
King goes to g8.
let's say.
Queen d8. How do we avoid? There's a checkmate threat. Knight g6, queen h8.
Exactly.
So you have to give perpetual yourself?
Yeah, you wonder about queen e3, but I guess bishop f2, king c, queen c1, king
King
g2,
g2.
and the checks run out. Yeah, knight f8 play. Yeah, Gukesh was not gonna let go of this now.
Wow, what a missed opportunity. By the way, why is this immediate draw after king h8?
Knight g6 back.
Yeah, we can go knight g6 back.
If you take, I...
Even hg is fine. We have enough counterplay now.
Okay.
We're still a pawn up, and now there's a king on h8 and a pawn on g6. So
Yeah,
You were not getting checkmated.
no, I
Yeah.
mean, I recoil.
Yeah, okay. After king g8, can we still play knight g6? Does that lose? Yeah, he's played knight g6.
Well, aren't you inviting queen h5?
But then we,
Oh, no, then
queen
it's
g8,
a
knight f8, and
then
we
it's
still
a
have the same
perpetual.
perpetual. Yeah, we have
Yeah.
the same perpetual. Yeah,
Exactly.
this is still completely fine. Yeah, you don't even need to give up on e3. You can do it in a more control. Although this allows queen g4 check, right?
Sorry.
This allows black to. I mean, if I play queen g4 check now,
Yeah.
King f.
well, then I can take on g6 twice. And yes, this is no longer winning, but the game sort of continues. I play knight f5, and I mean the a pawn will be on a5 in a moment. But yeah, queen g4 check chosen by Deac.
I was more convinced by your queen d8 than by
Yeah, it
knight
seems
g6.
Actually, king f2 is the only move in this position. Queen g2, queen h5 once again gets to be a bit uncomfortable, although probably holdable. But you don't want to. You would like to make a forced draw here.
King f2, black can still take on g6, right?
Yeah, but then a4, a5, and we. Yeah.
King f2 on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he repeats with queen f3, queen g4 at least once. Would be my suspicion, just to give himself a little bit more of a.
Grab the minute
of a buffer. Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
the 30 seconds for
yeah.
each
I'm
move.
very tempted to switch to Alireza's game
Yeah,
against
that
Fabi,
is a thriller now.
because the pawns are racing.
He's gone h2.
Oof.
I think we should
okay.
switch. Because this game
Ah,
will
okay,
still go on for a bit.
Yeah, this game is going to go on for a while. By the way, just let's stay. Queen takes h5.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
Okay,
now it
let's
will be
switch because this is just a draw now. This is just a
Immediate
perpetual now.
perpetual.
Yep.
We're going to go to the game of Alireza and Fabi because it's a race.
d7, and after rook d4, the engine says bishop takes h1, bishop takes a5, h1 queen, king takes d4, and says
Whoa.
draw.
Would you like a draw? Bishop takes
Yeah.
f5.
Well, we know the other
Queen.
game's about to end in a draw.
The other game is going to end in a draw as a perpetual check. King takes d4. Would you like a draw? Wow. Why is this a draw, Nazi? Queen
I have no idea. Some study-like draw.
Some study-like.
Just king c5 and then go forward like.
And
I
these
don't-
are the.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think
Just take on it, right?
Daniel has just
Yeah,
reconciled
we've
himself.
We've seen one repetition. I think we've seen enough of them in this one. Yeah, let's go back. The other one is just unbelievable. We're missing out on.
Yeah, I think he's going to claim now after king h7.
Well, very strange game in which Gukesh was winning out of the opening, and then, somewhat shockingly, at some point, Bogdan-Daniel was winning in the second time trouble. He was completely bossing the game at one point, and it will end up being a somewhat fair result, I guess, considering this, but both of them will have plenty of reason to feel somewhat
regrets.
unhappy. Yeah.
Regrets. Wow. The current position of Alireza and Fabi is mind-boggling.
Boggling.
I can't say it. It's almost a study. Let's call it that. Rook d4. So give me a queen.
Yeah.
Give me a queen.
You want to play rook g6, but that loses because of the skewer in the final position. You have queen d1 check at the very, very end. And everything else loses. So I think he does it because everything else is resigns.
He has 20 seconds. King takes. He's shaking his head.
He's gone bishop f5.
Bishop takes.
I'm pretty sure he thinks he is losing, but he isn't.
That'll be a pleasant surprise
for
him.
I'm pretty sure he is very convinced he is losing.
And this is the skewer that wins the game for Fabi. However, he found the right move.
And another one.
Bishop takes f5.
Yeah, and Fabi will now play queen h8 check.
Fabi said, okay, I've got a queen.
Yeah.
I've got your rook. And then we have been looking at queen h8 check. And
I was thinking king f5 here as well, because he still can't promote because of the skewer.
Yeah, but we go rook
rook f6 check maybe you can include.
That is very clever. I want to throw this in. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go rook f6 check.
No. I don't want you throwing in rook f6. Rook f6 is a really good move.
Yeah, king g5 and then you go rook d6 and you're good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, actually, it's still not that obvious why you're good, but you are.
Right. Okay, but we'll start with the more
queen h8
prosaic.
Yeah, queen h8. We go king c5.
Okay.
And I guess the point is you take with the king, for instance. Yeah. I guess the idea is to play rook c6.
Not rook d6.
Rook c6.
Queen, rook d6, queen d8, we aren't really making any progress. I want to play rook c6 and then put the king on d6. I don't know if that's correct. That's my impression of what is a draw here.
This is a crazy draw. I don't think I've ever seen
Yeah,
queen being
king
dominated?
d5 also a draw. King, yeah.
So if I go queen here.
I wanted to go king d6 and rook c8.
And why can't I checkmate you somehow? You know, queen e5 would be checkmate, right?
Yeah, but you're not getting to that square quickly enough. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, I haven't either.
The king is not far away. The black king, like with the black king with no pawn on g6 and the black king on h2, okay. But with the king on f5 and the g pawn's still alive, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Study-like save. And there is another way. He doesn't have to do this either. He could go in the current position, king d5.
Sorry.
He's down to 7 seconds, by the way. Yes, he's played king d5.
Yeah.
King f5 and rook d6 still seems to draw.
Yeah.
King f5.
This one is much harder for me to understand, but apparently still enough. Yeah, king f5, it goes rook d6, forces you to play queen d8.
Yeah.
Goes king c6.
Okay.
g5, rook d3.
And then wants to go rook e3.
It just wants to go rook e3. And we're somehow not afraid of queen a8 check, because I guess we have
king c7 always.
King b6 or king c7. Yeah. King f5 played. Rook d6 only move that doesn't lose.
Actually, black has to be a little bit careful here, right? I mean, you always have perpetual.
Yeah, you're always going to have a perpetual.
As black, yeah, you always have a perpetual. But Fabi will feel like he got robbed.
Rook d6 is the only way to draw, by the way.
Mm-hmm. But that also is really the only way you will.
That's findable. Everything else.
To queen e5.
Yeah.
Rook d6.
And again, queen.
And I have a feeling they both still think Black is losing.
Yeah, but also there is that crazy suspicion that something miracle is happening, that after rook d6, queen d8.
I don't think they're suspicious yet.
You know,
well, it feels like we are still a bunch of moves away from creating even a threat of rook e8, and the g pawn is about to start running.
Yes.
So this is very, very. And
by
rook
the way,
d3 apparently might be the only move that makes a draw.
Okay.
Well, that I
that is just so bizarre.
I find hard to believe. So we're playing g5, and why doesn't rook d1 make a draw? Why is it?
Because I think the rook gets.
Far enough.
Yeah, I think the rook gets hit by checks.
So how?
g4.
g4.
Rook e1.
Queen a8 check. Queen f.
I think it's queen f6.
Queen f6, and there's queen c3 check if you play king c7.
Ah.
And then queen endgame is winning.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Somehow it's much safer on the third than it is on any other square. I don't.
That's
Moment of
hilarious.
truth right now.
I really don't think this is manageable.
That's hilarious. Oh my
He
goodness.
has 20 seconds to figure out.
Rook d3. Oh, only move. Rook to d3.
No!
He hasn't released it.
He's taking it back.
He hasn't released
he hasn't
it.
released it, so he still can correct himself. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just
He
guesswork.
might give rook d5 check also. No.
I think it's just
Rook
guesswork,
d1.
and
And
guesswork,
now
you lose.
And now g4.
G4. You can drive the king to g7.
How?
I guess. Well, f1, e1.
F1.
F1, king e6, rook e1, king f7, rook f1, king, let's say g6. You go rook e1 back. But then once again, queen f6 check. And you can't deal with the incoming queen
He'll be
ending.
so disappointed when he finds out rook d3 was saving the game.
He'll be stunned, almost disbelief.
Yeah. Also, let's not call it too quickly because
Yes.
I'm guessing the win here is the queen ending.
Yeah.
Which you might still not win.
Right. I mean, you do have an extra pawn, but
Yeah.
isn't by no means
Although,
guarantee.
in practice, as we've discussed, I think, over previous broadcasts, in practice it's just so much easier to play with an extra pawn in those queen endings that they almost always actually end with a stronger side winning.
So we expect rook e1.
By the way, clock times, if you don't
10
mind?
seconds for Alireza.
10
Yeah.
seconds.
5 now. He made the move with 4 seconds.
Rook e1, and we're expecting queen f6.
Yeah, g3 is also winning, supposedly. g3, rook e8, queen f6 check, and then we somehow, I guess, combine the ideas of g2 with... yeah, but I think queen f6 check is just...
It's so much
what people,
cleaner.
Yeah, what people do, yeah. And then you just win this rook, you allow g8, and you think that should be enough.
So
the white king is actually in the right corner. It might even be a draw by table base, but you just don't make it, unfortunately. King c7, queen c3, king b7. The white king is exactly where it's supposed to be.
Right.
You begin in the right corner. You don't
Right.
even have to drive it there. You begin in the right corner. But queen e4 check and then g3. People don't save these.
No.
Even if it is. Even if it is a
king.
draw.
And g3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it feels like black pawn is just a little too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a draw.
It is a draw.
It is a draw, but you just
for
lose
humans,
them.
It's hard, yeah.
Yeah.
You just lose them because you eventually you make a mistake somewhere, and yeah. So the
18
win.
seconds for Fabio.
Yeah, the win isn't that. The win is something
18
else.
seconds for Fabi.
Yeah, you need to play g3, rook e8
He
check,
played
queen
queen
f6.
a8 check.
Queen
immediately.
Yeah, that doesn't
a-
spoil anything. That doesn't spoil anything.
King c7.
Queen a5 check. I can still pick up the rook on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that same
But
ending.
you can force that, right? Even if I go queen d6, you have queen a6 check.
Sorry. Yeah, from the current position.
Right, if you go to d6.
King to d6, yes. well,
I'm beginning to wonder if this is not just a draw, because the evaluation stays at minus 2.4 and doesn't move up or down, which means that the engine doesn't find... Basically, we have so many checks that it's never a threefold.
31 seconds, by the way. Made it with 1 second.
He made king d6 with a single second on his clock.
He's playing it with
Wow.
fire, yeah.
He's cutting it a bit close. Cutting it a little bit close.
This is why we call the players thrill seekers. 1 second. How about Fabi? Is he going down to
10 seconds for him
under
right now.
under 10 seconds? Uh-oh.
Yeah, let's just watch. I think I've given up
Fabi,
on
make a move.
Yeah.
G3.
So we go rook e8.
Only move. What else?
You can include rook e5 check, but we don't know if that helps.
Yeah, we don't know if this is good. We don't know if this is good or bad, so we probably don't do it. Yeah.
Okay, so rook e8, but
yeah, and now black has infinity of checks basically, and I guess the plan is to give a check from something like d4 and then play g2. He's gone king e7. Yeah,
King
that
e7
loses.
is losing.
That loses. I don't know what it loses to, but that loses. Queen a3 check. And
I
then
see the
queen
eval bar drop.
a4.
Eval bar completely dropped, so.
Yeah, that was.
Queen a3 check, and then
King
we
e8
want,
and then queen a4.
we want to pin the pawn.
Yeah, we want to pin the pawn and force you to put your pieces on poor squares.
If you go king e7, you go queen b4.
Now we go queen b4 check.
And
I
by
guess
the way,
the king is now in the wrong corner as well.
by the
We
way,
allow
this is check. This is check.
Yeah, I mean, we can
Yeah,
still
we
go
know
king
that,
f7.
Ah, sorry.
But king should be on b7, not
Yeah,
f7.
yeah.
That's how it's a draw.
We also, yeah,
Oh,
ruined
boy.
our queen endings. On top of everything else, we also
So
ruined the queen
he's,
endings.
by the way, Fabi played the last two moves lickety split. Queen a4, that was the winning move.
Yeah, and it's now completely gone because you can't unpin yourself without losing the rook. And if you allow g2, then it becomes a lot simpler. I can even maybe support it with a king. Maybe
Right.
I will be in time to get the king over to f3.
Alireza shaking his head. He knows he missed something, some opportunity.
Yeah, rook f1, pretty much every move wins, but the cleanest is for some reason king g6.
Rook f1,
not the
king
move I would
g6?
pick, yeah, but I guess king g4 is.
We do have rook f1 check on the board.
Actually, if you play king g4, maybe you throw it away. Weirdly, because it's back to 242. No, it's now, no, it's. This is still kind of a study in practical play. This is still not easy at all.
King g4 and then g2's coming with a tempo.
King e6, yeah, but that is not really, unless he wants to play king d6.
Yeah, king d6.
I
and
asked
that's
king
it, right?
d6.
Oh, you
King
can still check rook d1.
Oh, yeah, this is nicely spotted. Nicely
Hey,
spotted, Nazi, yeah.
Yeah, give yourself give yourself a chance to lose the game suddenly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was planning to do it, and then he realized
Wait a minute.
It doesn't really stop the perpetual.
Right.
Yeah. Now rook f1, and yeah, for some reason king g6 is the cleanest. If you play king g4,
Yeah.
white goes rook f7.
Oops, sorry. Rook check, king g4.
Yeah.
White goes rook.
Rook f7, and I
G2?
think the engine goes king h5, and g2 might be a draw. I am.
Oh, g2, you might. No, d7
Rook
pawn is
g7
losing.
check. Rook g7 check, and then king e7.
Okay.
I think, and I stay around the rook.
You can't sacrifice the rook because
Yeah.
d pawn is losing, but
Yeah.
you're not.
Hold on. What? Why is this a draw?
I have
King
no
e7.
idea. Don't ask me.
King e7
Apparently,
check.
this is a draw.
Don't ask me.
Check. Where do you go?
King e6.
Check. I'm going to take your rook.
No. It gives you checks forever first.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't go king e7 until you draw. Like you went
it
king
just
h3,
checks.
right?
Yes.
Rook h7. You don't play king e7. Yeah, he's gone. He didn't play.
He played rook e2.
He didn't repeat with rook.
He
with
didn't
rook
play
f1.
rook f1, which he had played a moment ago. It would have been a repeat.
And now by far the best move is queen b5.
Queen b5 just ends the king.
Which you
yeah.
can sort of understand because it secures the e6 square for the king.
And you don't have king e7.
And yeah, and then like if the rook moves away from the e file, I will play king e6, and that will be the end of it.
Yeah, the
because
king
I
will be
just
trapped.
give mate, yeah.
So queen b5.
Other moves are also winning, but queen b5 is the one that I think ends the game on the spot.
A winning opportunity for Fabi. He played some moves and got a minute on the clock,
Yeah,
Nazi.
he's got time now. He's down to 40 seconds, but he's probably just double checking. Queen b5, queen c6, they're all winning moves. And he's
Queen b5
hesitating.
sure looks like the most forcing.
Simplest,
Yeah. It does
hits the
feel
rook.
very natural to continue asking white to place this rook on some other square.
Alireza was shaking his head, thinking to himself, "Why didn't I play rook f1? That would have been
That was a bit of a strange one.
Truly.
Yeah, because your opponent is not really showing you how he's planning to win that, and why are you deviating?
Now on rook e1, just g2, right?
Yeah.
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 Rook e, and we've lost 2 tempi, and you've played g3.
And if I go rook b1 and let you get 2 queens?
Yeah, he's gone rook e7, but yeah, we can go
rook e7.
But yeah, we go g2 and king e6 now.
G2, rook g7, king e6. No, then rook g6 check.
No, rook g7, queen e5 wins, I'm pretty sure.
Hold on.
I thought rook f7. Rook g7, queen e5, I just queen the pawn with check, right? It's very simple.
Yep.
Yeah, g2.
G2.
Yeah, and,
That's it.
You can see from Alireza's body language that he is.
Oh, what a fight this was.
Yeah, no longer.
Whew. I'm still holding my breath, actually.
Yeah.
He resigned now.
Yeah. And
wow.
I think he thinks he came close but was lost all the way. And that is not what happened here.
In their individual matchup before the game, 7-2 advantage from Fabiano in the win-loss. I didn't see that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Fabi winning with black. Who picked Fabi?
Almost all of you.
I think we all did.
I took Prague.
Okay.
Gukesh survived.
Gukesh survived. You're still in there with the shout. Do we have all results?
Yes. And we again have 2 decisive games.
But Black finally won one.
Not the ones we expected to be decisive.
No. For those of you joining us late, it's really a dramatic round. Once again, possibilities of a lot more victories, Peter.
Yeah.
In this,
could have had
with this
4.
Wow.
Really could have had 4. The only one that never looked like a result was the game between Wesley and Jan-Krzysztof. Everything else, at one point or another, looked like one side was crushing. And,
exactly.
It ended up with 2, but still an incredibly enjoyable tournament to watch so far.
At some point we were worried we were going to get 5 draws. So not a bad result at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I still wanted to go back to this game of Gukesh for just a moment because Daniel left a lot on the table here. It seemed like he wanted to make a draw.
No, I don't think so. I think he just didn't see bishop c4. I think that square just fell out of his field of vision.
So this was the moment.
Yeah, knight g6.
Where after knight g6...
He plays bishop c4, black is winning.
Yes. Precisely.
No more perpetual, your king has f7, and also white king is the one getting mated.
Pardon me, queen f1 check and knight g4 on black's agenda. And that could have cost the world champion the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Black is completely winning here. But yeah, wasn't found. And the standings now, there's a lot of shake-up. Alireza, who was our sole leader yesterday, is now in this huge tie for 3rd.
And we have 2 co-leaders now, Fabiano, Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa with 2 points.
I forgot about Prague. I thought Alireza and Fabi were flipping, which they indeed did. I forgot that Prague joined for the co-lead.
Yes, and then 6 players are sharing 3rd. And only Levon and Nodirbek at -1.
And Nodirbek and Levon now sharing. Because Levon was there by himself, just coming into the game as we're getting ready for our...
All right, 4 of you are doing very well.
Very okay. Only Anastasiya is like, what's going on? What's going on with my guy? Fabi, this is a huge win for
Absolutely.
Fabi.
Yeah, and I think the ending of this game will go into a lot of ending books and study books, and will be offered as something you want to solve for expert level players and above, because that is very, very difficult. Absolutely no blame attaches to Alireza for not finding rook d3.
Yeah, I think the king c5, rook c6 that you were recommending was easier to play. Because the way he did with rook d6, then the only move was rook d3, which is impossible to find.
Required a very strange decision, because you are so conditioned to put as much distance as possible between the rook and the king before you start giving checks. That wasn't the way.
For me, what was very confusing was right here, this rook check to e1. So I think Fabi had originally intended king to d6 with the idea of capturing, and he saw that rook d1 isn't playable because the queen takes d1. Suddenly forgot that the pawn is no longer pinned, and
White wins.
Make sure it's a queen, because rook
rook would not win.
Will not win.
So he quickly took his move back,
And then Alireza didn't play.
That was the inexplicable moment, Peter. Why doesn't he go rook back to f1?
I guess he saw something after rook f1 which he thought was very easily winning, and he chose to switch to something else. But
which
in fact,
rook e2 was making it actually
rook e2 is
Fabi's life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Rook f1.
But yeah, black's still winning here with any other move, king g4, king g6. Yeah.
It is winning, but I think it's still possible to misplay this one, whereas after rook e2, I think your hand will make the move queen b5. You just want to keep the rook under attack at all times. It's not difficult to find queen b5. And after queen b5, white is completely helpless.
Yeah. Also, if you don't mind, just actually the final moment, control.
Yeah, that is the...
Was that the final moment? G2 resigns. Don't you at least play...
Queen e5 check. It's really not difficult anymore.
And queen takes g7.
Thank you. And queen takes g7. I knew that because we've got the wrong pawn.
It needs to be on f7. But I mean, black king is so close, though. It's lost
Maybe I'm
anyways,
still lost. Or c7. Yeah. And that...
What a day.
What a day.
What a day. Ended up keeping with the trend, as Cristian said in his introduction before the round even started. The trend is our friend. Not a day of domination for the white pieces. Black won one, and MVL should have won another one with the black pieces today.
And
maybe even Bogdan.
Bogdan
absolutely.
also.
Could have been a triumphant day for players with the black pieces today. But yeah, still a very solid 40% decisive results.
Which is funny because you started the show with all of these beautiful statistics: 180 gay, 75% draw, 25% victories for and it was very nice too. It was like 15% wins for white, 10% wins for black.
All round numbers. Yeah,
all beautiful.
It was all very tidy.
Yes.
It's not going to be tidy after this tournament, it feels, but
because we're at 40%.
Yeah, we're enjoying it a great deal so far, and hoping for more of the same tomorrow. And
could have been 80%. We could have had four wins, like you said.
Could also have been 0. So.
quite. We are waiting for Bucharest.
This was the first black win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in this tournament.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do have Cristian with very happy Fabi.
Absolutely, we are here with Fabiano Caruana after a very critical victory with the black pieces against what was the leader of the tournament, Alireza. How are you feeling right now, Fabi?
Yeah, it was a really tough game. Of course, I feel very happy with it. It was a kind of a roller coaster. I mean, in terms of like winning and not winning, that was my feeling. Of course, I was like pressing for a large part of the game, and I thought I was like converting nicely at some point, and then kept like making some conversion mistakes, I felt. But I mean, I was going for a fight from the start. Like I figured, okay, he wants to play Rogozin, he has some idea, and I decided just to play this line without much. I mean, I played it against Gukesh and the candidates, but outside of that, I haven't really played it.
So that's why you already started thinking after bishop to g5.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, if I go for my approach against Gukesh, which was like to get the bishop pair, then this move order allows white to try like long castle or e4 or long castle, I forget. And I couldn't remember the details, but he played queen c2 quickly. So then I thought I don't want to really go for those very sharp things. I decided just to play Carlsbad. And this is kind of supposed to be the problem with g4, like if black plays knight d7 too early. But I don't know if it's actually a problem. I mean, I thought critical is g5, but g5, knight e4, and h4. This I was more concerned about. Rook g1, I thought I have a very stable position. h3 didn't concern me at all. And then I thought I got like a kind of dream Carlsbad. But it's, I guess, still about equal.
But it did feel like it's a bit easier for you to play, especially after you open things up with c5.
Yeah, I wanted to play concretely. I can, of course, shuffle around like knight e8, knight b3, knight d6, knight c5. I mean, kind of shuffling. Or maybe here some h5. But I thought this is very direct, because if he plays f3, which is, of course, possible, then I can play this, attack e3, and then he defends it, like, let's say here, and then I take the h2. So, I mean, here I'm kind of tiny bit better. g5 is, of course, ambitious from him. I kind of expected it. But this looks like a comfortable position. Queen c3 was, I think, a nice idea. The point is d4, there's queen a3. This is winning. Otherwise, d4 might be interesting, because queen a5, a6, I thought this position, probably I have very good compensation taking something. But yeah, queen a3 just wins. So I had to go for this, but it looked solid enough. And then, yeah, here, when he was thinking so long, I was kind of considering the endgame. That's why I started to play very quickly, because he thought for a very long time here, and I was just considering this endgame after knight e4. Which, the problem for him is that here he can't take on e4. It's just very annoying. There's back rank.
Because of queen c1, let's just show.
Yeah, yeah. And queen f8 doesn't achieve much because knight c8. And so he gets into some trouble here.
Yeah.
So that's why he went for an endgame, which looks very unpleasant to me. I think d4 is a nice move. I mean, the issue is that, let's say he can kind of take the pawn, but then my knight just goes to d6 one way or another. And knight on d6, rook on f4, and he can't attack my pawns, but I attack his, which is similar to the game. So here I thought I have very good chances to win, but this was a beautiful try, bishop d3. Then I realized knight b2, he goes to b5, and a6 he has rook f1.
Rook f1,
I mean,
wow.
this is such a nice idea. Otherwise, I think he's completely toast.
And he found it with only 38 seconds on.
Well, when he played king b1, he was definitely had this in mind. But yeah, it's of course a fantastic defensive idea. And then I saw this. I thought like after rook d2, because rook g2 I didn't like, because now I thought he plays bishop c2. And then there's no rook g1.
No, maybe knight c4.
Yeah, somehow I just didn't see this. But rook e1, I still like wouldn't fully understand. I mean, it is difficult to convert this. So I thought this was clever, because I thought in time trouble everyone plays rook f3, and then now bishop c2, rook g1. That was kind of the idea. And rook f4, rook g4 is winning, because then my g pawn is passed. But then he found this very. But of course, I mean, ba4 is crazy. Like last move of time, which I'll just play a6, and I think I'd probably convert this. I was worried that I was starting to trade too many pawns, but. And then I realized that, like my intended move, knight e4, it just plays king a1.
ba4 is tempting, I have to say.
I mean, no, I was just counting on knight e4, and then I had to start all over again. Which, luckily, it's still like, I mean, I don't know, computer plays what? Rook h2?
Rook h2 first, yes.
Oh.
Rook f4 and I guess a5.
No, but I was thinking this would. But this is just winning, yeah? Somehow I didn't realize that this was winning. Yeah, rook h2. Okay, no, I was getting a bit confused. I also thought this looked kind of promising, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, he probably missed rook f2, because he was counting on this, and then he gives, I think, or no, he plays here, and then the problem is that he gets the rook to c6, and he starts to actually win my g6 pawn.
Yep.
So this was a very important move, rook f2. He missed a5, yeah, this was. And then after this, I felt like I'm winning. I wasn't sure before, because this is still, here I was going to play rook e2, because I forced the bishop away, and then I get knight f5. So I wasn't sure, but I was pretty happy. But after this, I thought I should be winning.
Yeah.
Still at like rook f4, yeah? Yeah, rook f4. Why didn't I play rook f4? I just wanted to eliminate the g5 pawn, but apparently the d4 pawn is much more important. I also thought that this was just game over, but then, yeah, he found this bishop c2 again.
I think it is game over.
I mean, I had to find king e7, but it's, again, like, I keep having to find some difficult moves, because without king e7, I don't know. I mean, this is just bishop g6 and draw. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, rook g5, I thought he starts playing king b2, and his king gets active. So, king e7.
King e7 was a good move.
But, like, only. And then, I don't know why I don't just play, like a normal person, rook d4. Like, I was thinking bishop b3.
It is somehow difficult, right? Because you go knight a3, I think he defends.
No, not knight e3. What's h4? Yeah, that's normal. King c3, h3. I don't know why I didn't go for this. I mean, it was like my first intention. So I played h4 first. I thought I can always.
Oh, I think maybe instead of bishop b3 after rook d4, maybe rook a5.
No, yeah, this is the one that I was more concerned about.
No, if you go h4, I think now he has
king c3. But knight e3, it's
so now you have to
not
knight
such
e3.
difficult calculation.
Then I think rook to d3 too.
But okay, yeah, rook d3, it's a bit confusing, I guess. I mean,
yeah.
I guess I can. The thing is, like, when I went for this, I actually, for some reason, had in mind that I just missed that there's rook g6. Like, I calculated this, was winning, I calculated my rook d5, my king runs, and I just forgot that the g6 pawn is hanging. So that's actually why I went for this. Luckily, I'm still have rook d4, and I still have this queen h8. It's a draw, yeah, but...
it's a very tough draw. Pretty more studied, like. And even then, it's not really a draw from a practical perspective.
Rook d3.
Only move, yes. But even this, like, what's the idea, right? You're going to have to play this position.
Ah, okay. I still get the...
You get very big practical chances.
Yeah. And rook d1... And here there's nothing, yeah? I thought he would go to c7 and just try to... Ah, yeah, but here I play queen d6, yeah. No, each way I kind of get around him. I still wasn't sure even here, like, it's so, after a long game, it's so confusing. I repeated once, just to repeat. And then he decided, after rook f1, I think I was going to go to g6 the second time.
That's the best move.
Rook c1 I didn't consider. Yeah, and I started to get confused again, but queen b5, yeah. Okay, we were both a bit confused at the end, but luckily it's very safe for black.
Fabi, you're a back-to-back champion here in Bucharest. You're defending your title right now. It seems like there's something about Bucharest that works for you. What is it?
Okay, it's round 3. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, and it's +1. After round 3, I'm not calling it at all. It's going to be a very tough event, but this is a really important victory for me. And against Alireza, we always have tough games. It does tend to be a bit back and forth with him, even if you get winning chances very often, but it's always tough because he's fighting extremely well, and he's enormously tricky. So I am very happy with this game. I was kind of hoping for a fight. My first 2 games weren't too exciting, so I was happy with the fight. I was hoping for it, but still, it's a long way to go, and there are a lot of people who can fight for first.
Still, great victory, very important one. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Our congratulations as well, Fabi. That was a very important victory, Peter.
It absolutely was, and it was an absolutely unusual, very study-like endgame at the very, very end after some easier path perhaps been missed. And overall, a day of huge swings. At one point, it looked like we'll get 4 decisive games and then no decisive games.
Right.
And then maybe 3, and we ended up with 2. But what a joy to commentate on and watch, and long may it continue.
Yeah, and that game that Fabi just won, it just featured everything. Theoretical game, a great middle game battle, one to an end game battle, time trouble, then a study. And it led to this moment of standings.
After that amazing win, now Fabi and Prag are sharing first with 2 points, and 6 players are sharing third at 50%.
And we're going to send it to Anastasiya and Cristian in Bucharest for final thoughts to sum up round 3. Over to you.
Well, another very exciting round, guys. It does seem like we're maintaining the trend of 2 decisive games per round, and it could have been more. Even that game, Gukesh had the pressure early on, but unfortunately faltered in the late middle game, and he could have lost that game. Bogdan could have won back-to-back, and what a victory that would have been. In the end, Gukesh saved it.
Yes, exactly. It felt for me like we had actually 4 decisive games, judging from all these, battles we had today in the playing hall. And you're right, I think Bogdan-Daniel was very, very close to get to Chigorin's club, the special club where you get only if you beat the running world champion. But okay, he missed his chance today, and also Gukesh missed some chances. Overall, it was really, really exciting round. It was such a joy to be in the playing hall and watch this live. Guys, for sure you have to be jealous.
Absolutely, and there's something about this matchup of Alireza versus Fabiano, and you had an interview with Alireza as well. What did he tell you about his matchup with Fabiano?
Exactly. I asked him who is the most difficult opponent for him over all these GCT events, and he said, of course, it's always about me and Fabi. And yeah, he said that the toughest games are always with Fabiano. And this is what also Fabi said today during the interview, that the games with Alireza are always full of fight. And this is why we like when they play against each other, and that's why we actually see them all the time competing in these GCT events last years.
And guess who's making a stand as well is Praggnanandhaa. If I'm not mistaken, it was Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano and Alireza in the tiebreaks last year for first place. So right now already it's shaping up to be somewhat of a race between those players, but still very early on to call it. Tomorrow, round 4, we'll be here to call all the action from Bucharest. For the moment, back to you. Good evening, guys.
Thank you both. And I just have to say, Bucharest, bringing out the best in the players. Thank you so much for watching our show. Tell everybody where you're hanging out. Meanwhile,
It was a great
pleasure
day.
to be with you both, calling all the action.
Thank you, and see you all tomorrow.
Till
See you
tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.